Want to see something? Want to see?
Yeah. Oh, that the Dan Aykroyd one? Yeah, I remember that. Didn't the guy get chopped to bits from a helicopter in one of those scenes, like the Vietnam scene? Yeah, I remember that. Oh man, that's cool. I did you ever hear some guy named his last name was Danger. I can't remember what it was. Let me see. How tell you I get no respect. Bummer. Are we coming out of that invalidation? Yes. BTC. Just because the chart Dbloc's charts off, or let me check. No, his charts up. Yeah, I've been in. I was supposed to be out when we crossed the 100 on the 15, but I ended up just staying in to see what it did because it bounced off like an angular line that I had. So I was just like, all right, well, I'll let it stay, see what it does. Like I said, I knew like every almost every time a market opens, every time I've been in a trade, it does that. It has wacky price action, and then it just either stays neutral or goes the opposite way. Whether it be the curtain and it was the wizard instead of that giant, like booming voice with all the smoke and stuff.
You're getting it.
Yeah. It's like behind the scenes at a magic show or something like that. You're like, okay, I get how this works. And then you can track it. Like that would have saved me so much money and time if I knew about liquidity and how to track it before. But once you find one that tracks it for you well enough, then you can put it with the other indicators. Then you can have like 3 points of confirmation for all your major moves. Because the major move, all like more than likely, they all show up mostly either all at once or 2 out of 3 when everything's in confluence and you're ready to make a move either up or down. That's I'm so glad I started paying for TradingView. The indicators make it worth it. Not a sponsorship, not financial advice. Come on, new all-time high and then dub it.
Looks like the Bulls and the Bears are gonna have a fight right here for a little bit.
All right, what's the plan now, boys?
I'm thinking it's looking for a range right now, and it's gonna keep on teasing the market, getting close to all-time high without breaking it. And we might just do lower highs, slightly lower. As you can see on the smaller time frames, they're getting a little bit lower and lower, these highs.
I'm with it. I'm with that. I just want to see it come up just enough to where I can call it like to get the other part of the ears or the horns or whatever you want to call it, and then downward. But I just want to see it come up a little bit.
I mean, if you look at the hourly, we're still kind of in a bull flag, but it's got this rounded top formation. But there's definitely a nice amount of buys and a nice amount of sells battling right now.
I'm with it. I'm with it.
True.
Yo.
Through
Where you gotta re-enter Doge, like 17.4? Where are you at with your re-entry point?
I know, like 177, anywhere under 178, I should be good.
Okay. Yeah, it was that's where I'm my order's sitting at 17.517, so just figuring we're kinda in that same boat for re-entry area.
Yeah. Anything under 178, I think is a good entry for me.
All right, copy, just double check.
Tell you the truth, I wouldn't mind though if Bitcoin just takes a big old dump.
Don't say that word. Not until we get higher.
I almost wanted to take a dump before it gets higher. That's the thing, is I almost wanted to double tap up here, come down and clear these liquidations if it's going to do it. If it pops up all-time new highs, we might just keep rocking it. It's only happened a few times when get left in the dust, but we shall see.
Alts seem to be leading the way down at the moment.
Dominance keeps pressing higher.
When they pull out of alts and say like put it in the tether, the tether dominance rise, and then it would lower when it goes into Bitcoin.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if there's more tether buys, the dominance is going to rise, and once that goes to Bitcoin, that will drop, and then Bitcoin dominance will rise.
So it's almost like a bladder filling up with like liquid or air, and then just deflating into another bladder.
Yep, and right now Ethereum has about almost 10% of that bladder, maybe a little bit less, around 9% of that bladder.
No, that makes a lot more sense visually. Thanks, Drew.
Yeah, man.
I was curious if you were getting back in yet. That's why I was asking Drew, because my average getting out was 18.1. So right now I can still get back in. I'm just wondering if you're just patiently waiting too.
I'll be patient. If I do get back in, I'll let Bitcoin break out, retest its previous all-time high as support, and then on that confirmation, I'd see if there's a nice bounce. I'd probably get on that bounce. But I'm not too confident right now since we got rejected on the first try.
I'm like literally in that same exact boat. If it bounces and comes up, I'll jump. But if not, I'm just chilling.
To me, locally, it seems like the bears have more selling power than the bulls want to show their buying power right now. Because imagine they're exhausted. This last push probably exhausted them.
Yeah. Could it be one more? Could there possibly be one more push up and then complete exhaustion, so much so that it does tank?
Oh, yeah, anything's possible.
Yeah, probable. Is it probable?
Yeah, it could be probable. There's so much money on the sideline waiting right now, and that could fuel it. But I'm thinking a lot of this money is pretty smart money, and they're going to be patient. They're not going to just jump in on a breakout on the top of Bitcoin.
F5
Some of that money would probably wait for the breakout, and that would be market makers causing the breakout. Then they would wait for the confirmation of a retest of the previous all-time high, and that would be your SR flip, support resistance flip, and they'd go in from there. So I try to follow that. But we're getting big sells coming in right now, so I'm still thinking we're going to keep on testing these ranges like right here.
5 into 13
I
got
see it.
rejected again.
Oh, it's getting there. It's just wanting to. It touches it, man. It gets down, and you can see the wick like a bungee cord. Just and pull it back.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. What's going on, gang?
What up, Dbloc?
Good morning, Dbloc.
Chilling. How's everybody doing?
Chilling on the sideline.
Excited.
Chilling, half on the sideline.
Nice. Validated that W, just waiting to come down through our vector now.
Yeah. So what's the verdict, boys?
Patiently waiting.
Yep. Yeah.
Just playing momentum today. Can't count on midweek reversal. because our 3-day swing was wonky. So I'm just playing off of momentum and off of the fact that, you know, we said it yesterday. All-time highs, we push it and hold. If the news was real, if the news wasn't real, full vector recovery.
Has there been anything out about that news?
Nope.
Like lately, or any kind of ink?
Yeah, there was some news that it was fake news.
Excuse me. Just no confirmation. Everybody scrambling. Influencers deleting posts and shit. Great. You're panic in the streets.
Fake news.
I love it.
Fake news.
Who was that first one to put it out? MSNBC? Who was it?
No. No, it started on the smaller influencers, and then eventually it started leaking. Yeah, they're starting to delete those pal tweets, DJ. There's one guy specifically that I know for sure he deleted his pal tweet because I went to go look for a comment underneath it that was funny as shit yesterday, and the whole thing was gone. I agree, Salvo, but by looking at the dot plots, I have a feeling that some of the governors are backing away from Powell a little bit. Meaning, if you know the new guy's coming in, and the new guy doesn't like the old guy, then you might not want to throw your arms around the old guy on his way out. But we'll see.
Let's see how wild the last 10 seconds on this candle will be. On the 15.
Thanks for teaching us about 5 and 13s and 50s, Dbloc. That's what was running the show this morning.
Momentum, man. All else fails, you gotta fall back on momentum.
Straight up, I wasn't relying on any emotions, nothing.
I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty hot, sweaty, and itchy with his bear costume on in this weather.
It is, I hear you. He's got the zipper open and a fan out in the back. Faking his bear outfit.
If anybody needs any real world assets, you can buy the dip on Amazon Prime Day. Don't let it slide. If there's things you need to buy, you might as well save money.
When's that? When's Amazon Prime?
It's now.
Today?
Yeah, from the 7th to the 11th, I believe.
It's been.
So you've got like 2 days, 1 day.
Yeah, I gotta get my girl on that. I'll be right back.
Yep. I remember like 3 Amazon Prime days ago, came in here and got everybody 55-inch televisions for like $75, bro. That was crazy. So like 10 of us in this bitch bought them shits.
Getting nice monitors.
I was like, yo, this has got to be wrong right here. We were just all grinding on Amazon Prime Day together looking for deals.
Do you just have... Do you have a wall full of monitors? Yeah. That window, is that a monitor too? You bet.
Morning, Dutang. Yeah, definitely hit that like, guys. It's way too early in the day to be that upside down on likes.
Man, the wicks are just insane today.
Momo dies hard. Alright, well this flag's already been invalidated. I mean this W pattern's already been invalidated. Get rid of this.
Hey Dbloc, if W pattern has been invalidated, can it still go up for a fake out?
Of course, it doesn't stop anything from going up or down. It just means you can't, in good faith,
It's
play
not
that
sustainable.
pattern anymore.
Right on.
At that point, you're lying to yourself. Like, well, maybe it'll still be,
Yeah.
it might still do it, right? But your initial reason for getting into that trade is gone.
You, your hopes and dreams and reasons are gone.
What's good, Sean? All right, so let's build out some stuff.
You know what is funny though? Is that usually I'm bearish as hell. And I am, but I'm using this hopium for just a tiny push up
Why?
to sustain my bearishness.
Yo, what up, D? Morning,
Oh
man.
no,
Yeah, yo. Remember that coin that you shilled a couple weeks back? Hyper? Did you see it?
hyperliquid?
Yeah, Hyperliquid. Yeah, it went up.
Yeah,
Yeah, it went up like 200%.
yeah.
No, it's not Hyperliquid. It's Hyperlane.
Sorry,
It's
Hyperlane.
Hyper
Yeah,
USDT.
Oh, okay.
remember that coin?
Yeah.
Yeah, check it. It's crazy. Oh, it's up 300% now. Oh my god. I first saw it at 177. Now it's up at like 300. Let me throw in
We were
10
talking
bucks
about
in it.
that
Let's see what
shit down
happens.
at what? Double
At like
digits?
2? Yeah, double like we were at last time we talked about it was around. Yeah, let me see, where were we before that climb up? Yeah, around 10 cents.
We were right.
Yeah. Yo, this thing's crazy, man.
We blew
I
way
just put 20
past
bucks
target
in it.
1
They
and
just
2.
Yo, I just put 20 bucks in it. It's up. I'm up 170. Wow.
Yeah,
I'm just on 20x. This is crazy.
we're way down at the bottom.
Wow. I should put a little more. That's crazy. Threw in us. It's like throwing in a coin in one of those arcade games.
Wait, do you know why it popped so hard? 300% in 24 hours is crazy.
No, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
I have no idea.
What's
Pengu's
up,
breaking
Megan? You
its
tech?
W pattern on the daily here too. We're up through that vector gap that we were looking to get we were looking to clear. Do expect some bit of a retracement back to that break to retest that break after clearing this vector. I'm gonna be peeling a little bit of profits on Pengu.
It's still going up. 325 now. That's crazy. This is not. You got any news, or is this like the tech is actually working?
It's so great. Excuse me. It just feels good because you know, you look at some of these projects and you know that they're undervalued. They're just getting no love. So like you got them on your
That's
watch
crazy.
list and they don't do shit, and then eventually it's like the world just picks up on what you were looking at a little bit later than you thought, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
I missed that call out, man. I would have jumped in.
I was gonna say, and boy, did it pick it up. I mean, it was called out at like 160%, and it's at
Yeah,
300%.
I called it out at
So you might.
177. Yeah,
I'm
I
not
called it at
definitely not trying to
177,
hedge
and I
your
was like,
price, but
boys,
you
check this
might
out.
still be able to get more out of it. Like,
You know what's odd
the-
is on TradingView it says it's 63 cents, but
yeah,
then on like some of these exchanges it's only still 47 cents.
yeah, very hard to say too because it's so new and it like this is like its first like move, right? This is just wave one or wave one or wave two. I'm
This
not
is
sure
a
exactly
second
how it works,
wave.
but it's wave two. Sorry.
Like it's just
Yeah, like
about
on
to start
Blowfin,
doing
it's
whatever it wants.
47 cents.
I think it got some listing on some platform.
This
That's
is
why.
definitely a listing. Yeah. I don't know where, but this is definitely.
Yeah. Oh man, I should have gotten into this. Okay,
Well,
push-ups. I owe Drew 10.
and probably if because it's a listing, then it's also gonna likely
There's always
dump
an
pretty
opposite
quickly.
trade, guys. There's always an opposite trade. There's always a counter trade.
Mm-hmm.
Flip the chart, go long.
That's crazy. Dang.
No, I've been watching it from 23, man, thinking it's too high to buy. 3x from there.
Yeah, target 1 and target 2 were 22 and 27 cents. We're sitting at 63. Might be some good arbitrage opportunities for some of you guys that have coins on lagging exchanges. You gotta be nimble though.
Yeah, I ended up getting a lot of good arbitrage opportunities off of Bonk the other day. And I literally just learned what that was because of that. Didn't know I was, but yeah.
All right, you guys that are talking about catching it at 26 and 33. I'm hoping that stops are in profit at this point, right? You haven't taken any. At the very least, get those stops up in the profit.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I've closed the trade a couple times just to be like there's a couple times it's slowed down and I'll put my stop loss right up. So each time I keep it real tight on this one.
I look at these charts sometimes, and from like a TA perspective, some of these pumps are better than others. Let me show you what I mean. Like, all right, let's say you're trading this on the TA perspective, right? And you came and you broke the support. right? This is where things went bad here. So you broke the support, you retested it, and you fell down, and you're like, I'm buying the dip, right? You caught the dip, you caught the higher low, it broke out, you caught the retest of the breakout. So now you're in 3 positions, and you're looking to see if it's gonna break that support. So as you're coming up into this range, you're thinking, okay, I might have to take profits here soon if this rejects, right? The rejection. If you did not follow your EMAs and you sold out here, I don't even want to think about the feels that you're going through. Right? Played it perfect,
Oh, for sure. If you miss it,
caught the
oh my
rejection,
God.
played it perfect, found the rejection that you were waiting for, panicked out too early, right? Price didn't even break the 200 EMA. Came down, caught the 200. But let's just assume, let's say you didn't, right? Let's say you're sitting here and you're waiting for the brigade. Let's see. I hope it breaks back up. This will be bullish if it breaks back up. And the second it breaks, it's just literally God candles. Like, I would love to see the expression on somebody's face that was long right there with their finger on the sell button just in case it rejected and then got rewarded with a freaking massive God candle to the top side. Great. Yeah, that's what I was saying, NC. I'm like, there's a counter trade there, you know? There's a counter trade here that will probably take some patience. Just follow the rules. Stopping volume candle, 5 minute. Bearish engulfing. If we were playing this inverse, would you be swinging long? We were catching this falling knife. If I was catching this falling knife, I'd be swinging long, and my stop would be at the body of that stopping volume candle. If I get stopped out, I get stopped out. I do not care. What I care about more is missing the swing, right? My ego doesn't care if it gets stopped. If it gets stopped, I was wrong. That's what it costs to see the next cards, right? It's the price of seeing the flop.
Yo, but do you know why on futures, like on like Bybit and everything, it shows that it's like 46 cents, and then
Yeah, that's
spot
what I was saying. That
like 60.
there's arbitrage is the spot is gonna run up, right? But there could be
So do you
some
think
arbitrage
futures is gonna change it?
opportunities. They'll meet. They'll eventually equal. The problem is what happens first, right? Does price come down? The spot come down to futures, or does futures come up to spot?
What do you think? Like what
You
happens
just had a
usually? I've never
shit
seen
ton
such
of
big.
spot buys, right? You just had a shit ton of spot come in as people were chasing. So does that stay, right? Do they sell off? Does that stay? If it sells off, it'll come back down to futures price. If it sustains, then yeah, futures will come up. Where the hell is my SVC evaluation?
I'm gonna take a play at it. I'm gonna take a play at it. Exit.
Right,
At
right.
46 cents,
Boom.
spot looks like it's holding a little bit.
It looks like the stopping volume was invalidated, right?
Not yet, but it's close to it.
Not yet, not yet, not yet.
What you don't want is a body to close above that. Body closes
I'm
above
looking for
6.3, 6.347, then it invalidates.
And that's on the 5 minute.
Yeah, yeah.
Copy.
You'll know in 12 minutes because the funding rate changes in that, and it's pretty high. It's like
What's it? I was
-2.
gonna ask. Yeah, that.
Yeah, -2. That's why I got my longs on. I'm gonna be playing that little funding rate in action. Let's go, baby.
-2 is crazy.
11 minutes, I get paid.
I remember we had an era in this Discord where everybody got into farming funding rates. It was funny, bro. The timers going off and shit. You know price action is bad when you're farming funding rate. Oh no, let's take a look at guns. Yeah, we're good still. You want to watch that 800 on the hourly? What we're trying to do here is solidify the right side, right? The right side of this W. Not really making me feel warm and fuzzy inside just yet, but as long as we put in a higher low here, then we can start to build out some structure to get the right side of this W up, of a larger one, right? Build out this smaller one. Wherever this ends up. So for right now, we're watching, do we get a higher low or does it break the 800? If it breaks the 800, then we're not done with this setup yet. Right? Got to look to the left, look for support. Probably end up somewhere around 30 flat.
Come on, form that cup and handle. Give me that money.
What happened?
I wanted a 5 minute hyper, sorry.
So yeah, we're just waiting for that to suss itself out. Where's the 50 on the daily? Yeah, still trying to get above the 50. Whatever coin you're looking at, just put on your 50 EMA and go look at the daily. Right? If it's struggling with the daily, then it's struggling. If it's above the daily, it's doing better than most. If it already rejected its daily and it's on the way back down, then you're still waiting for your setup. I know, I remember that. We were talking about that when we had the hype and hyper conversation, Mike. Everybody was like, oh, I got into the wrong one. I thought that was hyper liquid.
Yeah, I remember that day. It still paid. It still paid after like 2 days. It did some good numbers.
Yeah, yeah.
But today was,
Hey, whether it was me that called it or not, I stand by that if you're early, it's the same as being wrong. So I would be taking a victory lap if I called it 4 days ago or something, you know what I mean?
yeah.
But that was a
You're done
painful
for the
hold
cycle,
if you
man.
picked
You're
it
done
up.
for the cycle.
If you picked it up when I called it, you sat for a long time just waiting. There's this one dude that's hilarious, bro. Old school guy, Supo. This is all the like the low cap shit. And his thing is like he starts every video and he's like, I've got the best record for calling 100,000 X's and da da da. And he shows this whole list, right, of all the coins that he's called that have ended up to do like 50 X's, 100 X's, or whatever. But he'll do a video and he'll be like, top 1,000 coins to buy. And he'll cover like 1,000 coins in like 4 hours, right? And he just goes down the list of these shit coins. And then eventually the ones that hit, he puts them on the list. And he's like, I called 4 more. And like, yeah, but you in a pile of 10,000 coins, like he's funny though. He's entertainment. Dude is entertainment.
Yeah, in a pile of 1,000 and you get 4 right, you still lose.
Yeah, bro. If you're calling a coin every single day, you know,
Yeah, you're gonna get
the
something right.
scatter shot.
More often than not wrong. Hey, yo, Bitcoin showing some strength.
Well, as far as you know, the streets paved, right? We've got our descending, right? So street is paved to break all-time high. Is there enough gas to get there? There's a gas station at about 111.4, but retail's gonna have to push this car uphill to get there. So the question really comes down to, is there enough FOMO left in the tank right now to get us up into these liquidations? Right? If some of these retail would just get out of the car and push, then we could get into this. We can get into this liquidity, and then we could see how far down this road we're able to get. But without that gas, gravity will take over, and we'll roll downhill. So watch the tape and watch for aggressive buys. Yeah, I think the volume sucks, Ty. The weekly's even worse. Volume is a big concern for me. Bro, we're at all-time low on exchange volume. Google searches, Google trends, all-time lows for crypto and Bitcoin. And then real-time actual volume is all-time low on the weekly, or it was at least a week ago.
Oh, dude, Dbloc, I think you weren't here yesterday when I was mentioning this. So like yesterday, it said that ETFs recorded 5.7 billion in Bitcoin ETF volume.
Yeah, we saw it, and even on spot, I mean, we saw that tape. I can't tell you the last time that I saw the tape light up for 5 seconds in a row of just pure green, yellow buys. That was insane. But then it stopped. You know, and even now, if we look at our push, let's pull up our volume just on the 5-minute. And our highest volume was on the push. Since then, we've sort of lost. Right now, this current move that we're in is volume divergent. Right, price is moving up on decreasing volume. Right, which typically means that the price can't sustain itself. Either the volume picks up or price will come down. Right, so we have to watch the tape to see if that volume is coming in. The problem with the inflows on ETFs, Ty, is that they're buying the ETFs and then they're shorting on futures. You know, it's like they're hedging it. So it's really the spot buys that are going to push us over the edge here. That's the game, bro. People are like, I don't understand. There's all these ETF inflows. Why isn't the price moving up? One thing hedgies are gonna do is hedge. And you gotta remember, the small percentages that they're eating off of that volatility by playing both sides is still double or triple of what they were making on legacy. So for us, we're like, yo, let it rip. Let's get to the bag. And for them, they're like, we're getting to the bag. Oh yeah, they're eating off those fees for sure. Which is why I'm confident that during the bear market, they're gonna push selling off. Right? They're gonna let people know Bitcoin. They already talk about it in the sales material about the cyclical nature of Bitcoin. They're gonna want those fees. Not only that, but they get the fees and they get to keep the Bitcoin. That's the crazy part. They get to keep the Bitcoin because they settle in cash. It's a good hustle if you can get it, man. Everybody was like, "Oh, Bitcoin finally caught an L. They got denied. They got denied their application to settle in kind." Like, bro, if you think for 1 second that Bitcoin wanted to, that BlackRock wanted to actually give you Bitcoin for your ETF if you redeemed it instead of cash, you're tripping. They've got all the cash in the world. They need to get rid of it. What they don't have is all the Bitcoin in the world yet. Right? So it's a straight move to get rid of dirty money and put it into something more pristine. Oh, bro, what's going on, bro?
Yo, Dbloc, there's this news that DJ posted. I'm not sure about the laws in the US, so I'm just trying to
Your
find
mic
out.
is really low, Ghost.
Oh, sorry. I'll bring it up. Yeah. Because every time I put in this, is this better?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah. So there's something the DJ posted about US Treasury officially removes crypto broker reporting rules. What does that mean?
Yeah, before you had to register as a broker. They were trying to do during was crazy because during COVID, during well, I guess it was like our COVID, during Choke Point 2.0, they were trying to make hot wallets register as brokers. So what that means is that MetaMask would have to KYC you. Phantom would have to KYC you. So they're backing off. They're backing up off of all that language. I have to look into what he was talking about specifically. But when it comes to brokers, that was the big deal. But they were trying to make it to where you and me are brokers. Like if you ever sent crypto to somebody, you'd have to KYC them. Like if you guys wanted to give me donations in crypto, I'd have to KYC you and get all your information and report that. Is the dumbest, most unenforceable shit ever. Like how do you even enforce that? You know what I mean? But they tried it. You farming those funding fees, Mike? Damn, they're paying out every hour. That's how they were doing on H too, bro. That's the new method. We still haven't invalidated that stopping volume candle, I don't think. Nope. Anybody who took a short on that stopping volume candle that we were talking about is printing at the moment. Remember, if we invert it, we talked about would you go long here? Right? Would you go long on a red vector, green stopping volume candle, bullish engulfing? Where to set your stops? Targets would be this vector range and your 50 EMA. Just about to print. Nice, look. That's what I was talking about, Mike. I was talking about farming those funding fees. I said he jumped in for 10 seconds before payout limit ordered out and took his pay.
Yum yum. Yeah, you were right about hyper though. That's a pretty good short now. On the short term though. Let's see.
You know, the thing is, like, you just can't be scared to swing. You know what I mean? Like, there's people are really worried about getting into positions. And it's like just a
Yeah, that's
button
true.
away. During the bear market, bro, we're gonna do some speed buying and selling, bro. Like just to get into the sort of habit of opening a position, closing a position, opening a position, closing a position. Burn those nerve
That's what I
endings.
need to learn.
Yeah,
Yeah,
burn
that's
those
what I need to
nerve
learn.
endings, get it out of there. Because if you were trying to catch this short, right? Let's go, we would invert, right? If you were trying to catch this short, you could have swung at this stopping volume candle too. It popped up, failed, it broke, you would have hit your stop, whatever. You would have swung at the next one.
Yeah.
You
True.
know, no harm, no foul.
Yeah. When I got SL'd, I saw the break and I saw an engulfing on the 5. I went right for it. I went for the short.
As long as you have good risk management, you don't have to be scared to get in and out of a trade.
Yep. Yep. for trades like this, no more than like 5%, 3% of the bag. Put in like 20, 40, you know, the kind of money you can lose on. You can lose like 5% on it. You don't mind because you're speculating at this point.
Your mic is low again, bro.
Oh God, I really have to change the cord on my headset because when I plug it, the mic. Oh, okay. Now I think I know what I got to do. Wait. User settings, input, MacBook. Is this better?
Yeah, it's louder.
All right, there you go. I changed it back to the MacBook mic because I'm on the laptop right now. I'm sick. I'm sick from yesterday, so I'm just on the lappy tappy.
Man, that's good Uber Eats money.
All I can think of is that song Laffy Taffy. But like, don't shake that Laffy Taffy.
Yeah, that was a banger, a club banger for a bit. Thank God it didn't last.
Oh man, I think it was like middle school and high school for me. Those dances were lit.
Laffy Taffy, yeah, black and yellow. Oh my God.
Do your chain hang low, do it waddle to and fro.
And you had like DJ Khaled, like just filling up the summer, and you're just like, oh,
We the best music. Not,
another
not,
one.
not me though. I'm not the best. He's the best.
His first album though, that rocked. When he first did his thing, all those features, I was like, this guy's doing something different. But when you keep doing it like 2, 3 times a year, it's like you gotta slow down.
I know DJ Khaled personally, yo. I know DJ Khaled when he used to carry his own records into parties.
I've heard he's a like a good dude, good family man.
No,
My
he's a good
buddy,
dude.
because he's was his bartender for years.
He's a good dude. Him and a buddy of mine used to have a record shop at a flea market where they used to sell records and a little bit of weed on the side too. But yeah, I saw Khaled go from house parties to where he's at now. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's up,
The
man.
only thing that were heavier than the records are the turntables. Those techniques
Oh,
are woof.
the forehead lines that he got, but no, that's like nah, yeah, he's he's a good dude. He's been good to his peoples, and you know, he's a good father. So that's a-okay with me, right? And like his music's fun, dude. Like that was a good time. It was like basement party era. Like that was
Who
a
wanna come
good
test me
time.
on a microphone and come test me on a turntable, man? Say no one and twos and I make some man, me bless it up.
Blah, blah.
Yeah. Bo.
These
Sean Paul was
shorts on Hyper are
pulling
about to
it,
start
man.
printing
Sean Paul
again
was
here,
killing it.
guys.
Booyaka, booyaka.
This is it, man, the big vacation. Yo, where's Crypto Jamaican at? We need him.
Bomba clat.
Hey, no swear words.
Jamaica me crazy, man.
Hey, yo, Drew, I owe you 10 push-ups. I did a shoulda, woulda, but I'm too sick to do it. I'll do it tomorrow.
Let me jot that down right here. Okay, thank you. Got to jot it. And Kwai still owes 10 too. Or no, Kwai had some credit.
It was
That's right.
20.
I got no.
Yeah.
Actually, he did extra, so I got to scratch Kwai off this. He actually gave up some credit.
Credit? Hell nah. See, you're too nice, bro. Credit?
No, he did push-ups ahead of time because he's like, dude,
Yeah,
I
but
know
you
I'm
know
gonna
what
do it.
that means? That's
What?
even worse. Like, it's one thing to be a woulda, coulda, but to be a premeditated woulda, coulda is crazy.
Yeah, you're right. We shouldn't.
That means you
support
made space for yourself to do it again premeditatively? Nah, bro. You should have to do 20 push-ups just for bringing that up.
Yeah, there's got to be interest on that. You're right.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, right.
You're quiet. If you're out there, you still owe a few.
Nah, that's nasty work.
You gonna have to set a exponential limit on that one.
Look, bro, if you could be anything in life, just don't be a woulda coulda.
Yeah, I did or I didn't.
That's the worst, bro. Regret. Oof.
You did, not a diddy.
I don't know. It's turning out that it's not too bad being a Diddy.
Questionable.
They said a Frico's not a Rico.
Hey, yo, Drew, Drew, the cycle's almost done. We need some merch for Dbloc, bro.
Some what?
What?
Yeah, merch.
Oh, merch.
Man, let's make it through this shit first.
Yeah, we'll do that the bear market.
Let's make it through this shit
print
first.
that? Can we print that bull with the extra chromosome? I want that on a shirt.
Yeah,
Definitely
crazy
bear
eye
market
bull.
Yeah. No, frothy mouth bull. Yeah.
So I'm seeing on the smaller time frames we're making lower lows, like on the 1 minute and 5 minute. I mean, lower highs. Sorry.
I don't know, that 50 EMA is being protective of that zone, man. He doesn't want anything to go below it.
We couldn't do it. And we were trying to, like I said, we were trying to push that car uphill with no gas to the gas station, retailed it, and have the muscle to do it. There's no vectors on the way down. Market maker doesn't feel the need to leave longs on this retracement. Shit's still down. So let's look at structure. Let's just plainly look at what we're seeing here, right? Higher high. Double top, lower high. Another double top, lower high. And what we just do right now. At least currently as it stands, another double top, lower high.
Yep. We did that the other day too. Remember when we were supposed to have 3-day reversal and then it just popped up? I had a thesis about what happened. Like, we say 3-day correction, we have a 3-day retracement and then reversal, but we're forgetting that it was actually Thursday on
Nah,
Asia.
it was the news. The shit popped us out. So much volume came in. Listen, I don't care what your TA says. If the world thinks Powell's gonna resign for some reason when your TA is supposed to play out, not gonna play out. You can say goodbye to that.
Imagine Paolo looking at the chart. Oh, okay, so the world agrees that I should resign.
Well, he knows. He knows the deal.
Man, even if he was thinking about resigning, he saw everything go crazy and was like, "I can't do it. The kids are gonna run wild. If I leave, oh my god, this place is screwed."
Done for.
And they're out here long and stuff that's 300% up. Who's that? Slick Shoes?
I mean, it's moving. Somebody bought this shit at these highs.
What, Hyper?
Yeah, we're watching this shit sort of retrace here. Hyper lane.
Yeah, that funding rate, man. Funding rate is enticing, right?
Nah, he didn't deny the rumor, loaded. He wouldn't even mention it. Denying the rumor would be giving it too much.
You're giving it too much weight.
Yeah. That type of shit, you gotta ignore it.
Even the press ignored it pretty much too. I mean, it got the Twitter hype, but the press ignored it.
Yeah, I didn't see anything on any of the majors.
They're trying to squeeze out everybody, huh?
I'd like to see some sort of shoulder or something like that off the Bitcoin price action, just to something close. I mean, it doesn't have to be a new all-time high, whatever. Just something like close to it to give me, above maybe even like 111,500 or even like 111,550, just to give me a little hump over so I can be like, oh, okay, great, it made it. Just very ugly price action.
Got 1 minute for this candle to turn into a vector. That'll be market maker filling that gap that retail couldn't. Come on, market maker. They've done enough. They got you halfway there. Start matching the orders. What a dick.
Just teasing.
Such a dick. Like that guy in high school that had the car and you had to give him gas money even though he was going there anyways. Like, bro, I know you're gonna go see, like, you're going to the mall to see your girl. Why am I giving you $5 of gas?
I mean, technically, you are extra weight in the car, and he is using
That's
more
you.
gas.
See, you were that guy. You were that guy.
Hey, yo, when you're in high school, you're on a budget, man.
homie.
Everybody that rides in my car back in high school, like they had to pay up.
Yo,
They had to
if it's my
Nobody
homie,
rides
he's
for
not
free,
paying.
bro.
You know, if it's my homie, he's riding for free. But like, people I just know, like around
And
the
gas
block.
was cheap back then.
What it really is that
Drew,
it's
you
that
are
you gotta get
surrounded.
that one.
You are surrounded by those guys, Drew.
Dbloc's
You
riding for
gotta
free.
you gotta get that one guy that's gonna pay to pay for all the ones that don't pay, right?
Nah, the cheat code was make
that
sure you
price
always
goes
had some
up.
butt on you. If you always had some butt on you, you didn't really have to
Yeah.
put in for gas.
What they say, ass gas or grass?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Gotta have
Pause.
some butt on you.
No Diddy. Unpause. Back to work, boys.
You guys missed it. It was ass, gas, grass, or cash. Cash is the important one.
I did it too. But I used to take gas money when my tank was full.
Yeah, bro.
Oh yeah, dude.
They'll be like,
Yo, man,
you got all that gas. Be like, yeah, I know. I gotta go. That's my gas. The hell?
and then see how expensive gas got. Good thing you did that, right?
Hey man, I pay like $2.50 a gallon of gas out here in Oklahoma. Not that bad.
Bro, I remember everybody in the car would throw in a buck and you were riding for the day.
We're good. The good
Dollar
old days. The
$1.50, you were
golden days.
good all day long.
I remember when high gas prices were like 116.
Crazy thing is that shit wasn't even that long ago.
It was like what, 2008, 2009?
Yeah, I've been riding my motorcycle
Well,
more.
I remember low gas prices in 2003, 2003. I remember the gas being, because I had a Chevelle. It was a V8, and I remember I was broke as all hell, and I'd always drive it on empty, but I never stopped anywhere. Like I never stalled or anything like that. So however much gas was, I'm pretty sure that I was putting a good amount in that thing to be able to run it and never get never run out of gas.
Retail's pushing back uphill, guys. They're pushing it. Come on. We got a little bit of aggression on the tape. That'll get us over that hump. If we even just link into those liquidations, market maker will start.
I think yeah, they know.
We'll start providing liquidity.
So was anybody here when I said this move was going to play out?
And we just can't get there.
Drew, do you remember?
I
Flav,
was.
are
I
you there?
was. I was. I was.
It's happening exactly like I said. If it does go up to that, right? It wicked in.
But we didn't hit an all-time high yet.
No, no, we haven't. We haven't. That's why I said if it hits it, that would be cool. But yeah, we went into that vector gap, just licked it, and then went up. So I hope it turns out that way because that means that it'd be hitting downward pretty hard, and I'm waiting for that.
Big sell's coming in. Big sell's coming in. Watch out.
Can't do it, man. Market maker is not going to pay for the ride up. What's most important of this liquidity thing when we're talking about market maker is cost benefit analysis. Getting your head around the idea of how much money it takes to move Bitcoin, even a small amount, right? Even that small gap from 112 to 114 when we get into those liquidations, there's a ridiculous amount of liquidity that it takes to push. And one thing market maker is not going to do is go pay himself $200 million and spend $200 million to get there. It doesn't make any sense.
Especially when he sees the order book all stacked there. He's like, yo, that's kind of thick up there. Let me just see if no one's trying to party. I'll just wait a little bit.
No, he's going to come back down. He's going to shake you out. He's going to bore you. You're going to get out of the car. And as soon as you get out of the car, he's going to go where you wanted to go without you.
Can retail give it a push and then him take over for it, or vice versa?
That's what we're saying, but they haven't pushed it far enough. They need to push it through the dead gaps. Right? Every time you hit one of these short liquidations, they've got to cover and buy spots. So those buys come in automatically at that point.
Retail's getting smarter. They're like, yo, market maker, I'm not playing your game. I want a lower buy.
Look, let's put on our market bubbles for a second. Let me show you something.
Be right back.
So these are your market order bubbles, right? The bigger the bubble, the bigger the market order, right? And we know who buys on market for the most part. It's retail and shorts when they're forced to liquidate. But you notice how for the most part the biggest bubbles are at the tops, right? Retail will always buy the tops, and for the most part they'll sell the bottoms. So what you need to see is some aggression coming here in market orders, right? You need to see your green dot starting to pop up, retail jumping in and buying on market. Right now, we're not seeing that.
So retail is essentially just FOMO.
Yeah, every time.
Oh, okay.
You can always count on them to FOMO in and FOMO out.
That makes so much more sense.
Hey Dbloc, for the liquidations by Leviathan, what do you have for the like did you change the size of orders for the small? Could I see that?
Yeah, give me one
I would love
second. I
to.
got you.
All right, thank you, bro.
For the market order sizes, it's down here.
Oh, sweet. I appreciate that.
Yep.
I got me a screenshot.
All right, cool. All right, so you see retail coming in here slowly, still buying the tops, right? But that's what we can count on them for. What we need them to do is keep buying them tops until they hit those liquidations. Then market maker will come in with a green vector and start the party. Yeah, we're still volume divergent here. We're still pushing off decreased volume. Starting to clip those liquidations now. Yeah, exactly. These green dots are the people that tell you that the market's trading against them, that every time they buy, the market turns around. Market makers after me, they can see my orders. The shit is rigged. Nah, you're buying the tops. You're buying the tops, you're selling the bottoms.
I remember being that guy.
The spy is pushing from it's like it's 1 point away from breaking its previous all-time high into a new all-time high. 626.34 is all-time high. It's at 625.50.
Circle had a really big gap up today, and then it filled it right at market open. And game sort of did the opposite. Game gapped down and then filled it on the way up.
I think the spy is about to get rejected. Like 626. I've got like this old trend line all the way back from COVID. It's about to hit up on.
There we go. There goes your vector. Let's see if it's strong enough to flip the 5 minute into a green vector for us. It should not be this much of a fight. Ahmad, I'm neither bullish or bearish. It's a setup day for me, right? So we're just playing it by momentum, but I know that we're going into the weekend, right? And market maker is going to want to trap price on the weekend. So right now we've done nothing but gone sideways. So we have no trap longs or trap short potential going into Friday, right? So I'm looking to see right now, just momentum wise, what's the bigger target? The liquidations above or the vector gap below, right? If we pop up, grab those liquidations and then retrace, then we probably put in our trap longs already for the weekend trap. If we happen to come down into the vector and then start retracing, then we put in our trap shorts for the weekend long. So right now we're like in setup mode.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Like I was saying, yeah, it is Thursday, but tomorrow's Friday, so price action or the market maker has to choose to set up either going up then down or going down then up for the weekend. Oh, alts are moving though. Alts, let's go alts.
And we broke that double top. I'll be right back. Look at. Be right back.
Ano ang problema? Saan?
Ga je een e-mail opstellen voor Alfa Romeo project? Ik heb foto's gemaakt hoe dat alles kan afgehaald worden op de palet en dat het allemaal klaar staat voor de 15 aftaal.
Yo, Kevin, you got open mic, bro.
Oh.
Just melting up on the spot, man.
Sorry, boys.
I don't know, man. Oh.
Wow.
Big cells coming in. Big cells coming in. Watch out.
God damn.
Oh, wow. Back at my entry. Let's go. Let's see. There you go.
All right, we almost lunchtime Eastern time. Yeah, dominance is starting to creep back up a little bit. Trying to come up a test yesterday's low in the daily open from yesterday.
Well, that's good news, right? Because like after it goes for that up, you got this stopping volume wick on the dominance. So now it's going down. Let's see if it Bitcoin. Oh, it's going
Yeah,
up, and that's
Bitcoin's
good news
trying to
for the
slide
alt.
a little, just trying to slide a little bit with dominance going up. Yeah, we don't want
Yeah,
that for the
alts are
alts.
moving. Yeah, alts are moving. We good.
I mean, I guess how you depend on if you want to get in, that it might make you an opportunity to get in some alts, just a little
Yeah.
cheaper from where we're at right
Yeah,
now.
for sure.
But you know,
XRP kind of doing its own thing, man.
let's see this. Yeah, there's gonna be some outliers out there for sure. You know, we got money rolling in. We're volatile a little bit. Let's see, where's XRP? Right at 2%. Yeah, it's slow. Yeah, it's making higher lows. Except for this little toppy. Yeah, just like it's looking like just like other alts right now. It could be a little
30
topping
seconds.
structure being put
Yeah,
in.
come on, Biddy. Break that fib. It's getting stuck at this 11 1 111 and 275. Yeah, that's the line I want to break right now. Also looking good though.
This thing on Bart.
Excuse
Looking
me.
little Bart Simpson-ish right now, does it?
You gonna short it?
I got a position in from last night when we wicked all the way up at the all-time high right there. So I'm still
Yeah.
holding it.
Looks like it's got maybe a candle or two left. Let's see the decision after this. If it breaks down to a lower low from this candle, then yeah, it's producing highs every candle. So
It's
we
trying.
need a lower high. Yeah, we need a lower
Yeah,
high to prove it.
Damn,
I've
we can all.
watched the SPY. The SPY looks like it's about to break its old previous all-time high.
Yep.
Yeah, our coins moving. Okay, so a lot of okay. Look at the big
Let's go back to
caps.
dominance. Okay, still there. Total. See this? Let me look at total here.
Yeah, total something we gotta look at for this week. That's a good
It's
idea.
it looks a little weak. Not weak, but
Are you on the daily?
no, I'm just kind of like this is like I'm on the 5 minute right now. I'm just kind of the top.
Oh, okay. For
I'm looking at
total,
this topping, maybe this topping structure up here at all-time highs.
yeah.
On
I see what you
Bitcoin,
mean.
and then I'm on the 5 minute. I bet I should start clarify that more if I start speaking.
Yeah. No, for the total, it's always better the higher time frames. I understand the lower time frames if you're just looking at a coin. But for the total, I mean, like, there's just so much money going in.
Oh man, we're right. Yeah, with total, dude, we're right on this trend line that I got drawn. Oh
Exactly, right?
man,
Right?
we're
Right?
trying to like hold it.
Right? But
Oh
if we do,
man,
yeah.
yeah. If we do, yeah, it's on the popping, man.
I think someone posted the daily on TA on Discord as well. It was pretty much what
Yeah.
I saw.
No, we're at that point where we could see a breakout on total. That money's got to come in
Yeah.
though. It's going to push it, you know.
Yep. Let's see.
I'm just watching time. We'll watch total.
Come on. Come on, Betty. Show me some strength. Stop pushing down. Come on.
Someone need to pop out with another fake tweet, dog. Break this thing. Because obviously that's the only way we can even get up here is by a fake tweet
Yeah.
or whatever, fake news, whatever you want to call it.
If you look at the history of this cycle, there's been some really great runs that were initiated by a fake tweet. If you think about it.
And that's
There's some runs
that's
in
a
this
big and
cycle.
that's a big thing, man. Like, yo, Jerome
Yeah.
Powell resigning like this week, like that's no small that's nothing small, man. You know.
Yeah, for sure.
So something like
That's
that,
after the picture.
we got a good move off of it. That's for sure. It's got a stuck up
Did
top
he
here,
lay
but
out? Yeah. Did he lay out, like, even suggest what his ideas are the months before his retirement? Like what he sees about the market. He didn't give off anything again as usual, right?
yeah, man, he's gotten so kind of with me, kind of. I'm cool with Powell on a whatever, but I just hear a lot of the same. He stayed the course. That's all I can say. And for the majority of of the way he's been talking the last few years, he's stayed the course. So you know, you got to give him that. He ain't been flip flopping
Mhm.
and whatnot. You know,
Yep.
you
Give me
don't
his
want
word.
someone up. You don't want someone in that kind of position flip flopping, bro.
Oh, we don't want a crypto trader being Jerome Powell. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Getting in and
it's
out of
go.
the market, just like, oh, it's
Yes,
time, guys.
for real,
Next market
man.
target time.
Yeah.
Yeah. We
Nah,
can't have
I'm
that kind
gonna
of guy
bump
there.
interest rates up 2%. I add in a couple months. Nah, I'm gonna take those back, man. I'm gonna cut it in half. Like what, bro? Dude's all over the place.
Yeah, dude. Sounds like your local hookup. Like, yo, why this
Yeah,
bag is suddenly twice the price? Oh, because it's winter time.
he stayed the course, man.
Generations
So
bag.
I give him all I give him all the big ups, the props on that, man. He's for what it's worth, man. Okay, say that again. Oh, I'm not. Some of the fellows look like they've been doing their thing on that. They've seen like I've heard of a
Yeah.
couple of the guys
We're
like
looking
they've
for
been
that short.
geeking,
Yeah, we're looking for that short.
what they've made off of it here of recent.
Oh, that's
So,
wild. Yeah, the funding rate alone is making more profit for
dude,
me.
I bet you that funding rate's stupid right now because
2%, -2%, bro.
They're -2%.
oh my god,
But they definitely are aware because it definitely dumped right around when the funding rate shifted. So
yeah,
you gotta be in and out, and
yeah.
then you can reset your position once you've seen structure kind of thing. It's fun though. Right now I got it squeezed between 2 points and a short and a long. And then basically, I'm just gonna reverse that long whenever it gets right down to that point, or reverse that short into the long right before the funding rate switches.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. You got 8 more minutes, man. You're gonna
Bitcoin.
make some money in about 8 minutes, man.
Yep.
Okay, Bitcoin keeps rejecting at 50% Asia.
Yeah, they're stalling this joker up here right now, man. Yeah, this is kind of yeah, we got that
It's
little
kind
we got that little
of
crossroads point right now. Are we gonna do it? We gonna finally do it, or we gonna get this thing going? Like we gonna start trying to
it's,
finish this thing out? You know?
it's
Yeah,
bearish if it can't get over.
I agree. Yeah.
we need to make another high right here. Like we can't stop making this high, but if this candle closes below the wick of the previous candle, yeah, that's gonna start something.
I'm back up.
What's popping?
Chilling, man. Trying to figure out this whole central AC unit issue I'm having to redo my whole unit, my whole system.
Is it dang that bad?
Yeah.
What about a mini split?
I'm still trying to figure out the right way to go with it. But right now, I just managed to order some portable AC units for the rooms.
I was about to say, man, you down?
It's Florida. You don't play around with that shit. Yeah, I got
Yeah,
like some
yeah. I already know,
10,000
bro. Like
BTU
it's
units
like,
for the rooms.
all right.
You could literally get cooked. Yeah, what's the temperature right now down there?
Hot.
It's
It's
hot,
hot,
yeah.
bro. It's
Hey
just
man,
you look at
hey,
it, it just says hot.
Yeah.
man, you
Like
asked, dog. It's
the
hot.
needles all the way at the end.
Yeah, we in summertime down here in the south, man.
Oh yeah, I got a lot of family in Florida. So.
Dog days of summer.
Mhm.
So in the south, when it gets like summertime, is it like humid or dry hot? Like dry hot?
Where
It
I'm
depends
at,
where you're at.
it gets humid, especially when that rain's popping off. Oh Lord.
Yeah.
Swamp.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's why I'm sick right now, man.
and
Yeah,
and
it
they
got
get
me.
the like mad
And
mosquitoes in there.
yeah,
Too.
yep. SE is naturally swampy, and even the Everglades even more to a degree down in Florida area. Like it's yeah, man. A tropical kind of stickiness.
Yeah, it looks nice on paper.
But man, I tell you, man, when the winter, I mean, when the summer gets out, when the heat kind of dies off a little bit, like a little bit, it's great, man.
Oh yeah, it's perfect. Yeah, dude, I love wintertime down there. Like 70 degrees at night. Oof,
Yeah, that's why people
perfect.
travel. They come down here and chill out. They chill out. They got homes down here up north. Got their,
Mhm.
the winter home down here, so they ain't got to deal with all that mess up north. 'Cause you know it's coming.
XRP
Like
looking to
that.
take out local highs right here, man.
Beaches are different down there too. I like the
Yeah,
beaches.
lot more clearer.
Oh yeah. Nothing will make you appreciate beaches everywhere else other than going to like a beach in New York.
Yeah, the beaches up around there is like sad, man. And I when the sun pops out on y'all though.
No, it's nice. It's just the trash and like too many people.
Yeah, man.
Man. It's like being at the harbor thinking it's a beach. Nah, ain't it, bro. That water is black.
Careful on
Very
ETH,
black.
guys. Got a really strong stopping volume candle on the hourly on ETH.
Yep.
Sitting on a pretty large vector gap all the way down to 266.
Mm-hmm. Distribution.
Oh, that sounds yummy. Yep. Yeah, ETH did pretty well in a day. That's just 24 hours, guys.
Yeah.
Imagine ETH doing that for a week straight. or even a month.
Dominance is getting twitchy again here. I don't like these candles.
Yeah, it's starting to spin slowly creeping on up. They twitching up. People, I'm like
Yeah.
kicking back and forth here.
Yeah, it's like, you know, when it gets to just like spazzing out.
Yeah,
Then
I've
it'll
seen it
pop
just like
way up and just like
yeah, but like whoa. It's like
Yeah, I see what you're seeing in ETH, and it's right below the 50 EMA, right? And it's just like waiting for confirmation that it drops down into.
Yeah.
Ooh, look at that. 2700, 2700, and that's where the 200 is. Let's go. But the gap is all the way down to 266, right? 2660, 2660, or right above it, right?
all right. Well,
2665. Yeah, I'm gonna
we hitting
put
that little
some
area
stuff.
again here, guys. Let's see if we can kind of get up through this. But I don't know.
yeah, pretty clean little rooftop here.
Hey, what if it dropped? Power's resigning. Like for real, we going right?
I'm going alt shopping. That happens, I'm going alt shopping. We talked about it yesterday, right? As we were coming up on that news, we were looking at dominance. And we're like, okay, cool. Like Bitcoin went up, right? Which means that people are repricing Bitcoin with this news. But the smart money didn't react, right? The smart money never came out of Bitcoin. If that news was real, what you would see is a sharp drop on dominance.
Yep.
As people take that risk on signal, sell their Bitcoin,
You called it out
go
pretty
into alts.
pretty immediately there. Dbloc. Yeah, and you're right. Like you didn't see the transition that we're hoping for down the line here. It's not. Yeah.
Yeah, the money came in and they haven't sold yet. So if you bought this on the rumors of him resigning, for the most part, you haven't sold that position off yet. You're still holding on to that, you know. What I think is crazy is that we haven't had an official sort of denial of it.
Agreed.
Not from him himself, but from somebody.
Exactly. It's like, okay, we're just gonna throw this out there and let y'all figure out what y'all want to do with this
There's
news.
beneficial news,
We
bro.
ain't
Everybody's
no more.
holding. Everybody's in
Yeah.
position. It's too beneficial a news to debunk it. Like just let it rock, you know?
This could be this could be a very nasty trap. You're right.
It's only a trap if you get caught.
Oh, trippy. Entrapment up in here.
Otherwise, it's just an opportunity.
Just the price action here is wonky too. We've had very sort of up, down, down. Very controlled.
Bart Simpson.
And then we get here and it's like it's a fight.
Okay, come on. Okay, come on.
Hyper breaking down. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Close beneath that.
I love it, man. Close my short and it starts thumping. Gotta love it.
What do you mean? Oh, you closed your short? What?
On hyper.
I thought you had both ways.
I wasn't comfortable with it.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, the price action was a little crazy. Now I have like.
You guys just look at the 1 minute, right? We like I talked about trading momentum when we're up in these ranges. Your signal for that short on the 1 minute was up here, right?
Mhm.
You haven't. Your 13 isn't even attempting to get over the 50. So if your 13 is not even attempting to go over the 50 on the 1 minute, then chances are you're gonna get that cross on the 5. With all these vector gaps underneath, like, yeah. Would have at least let that ride to 40.
Yeah, I should have. So look for the cross on the 5.
Well, I mean, you want to when you're scalping in real time, quick. You can't afford to wait for it on the 5 minute, right? So you
Right.
want to come down and look on the 1 minute just to tell you, okay, on the 1 minute right here at this point, the momentum turned bearish on this trade. Right? Until that 13 crosses back above that 50, your momentum is bearish. Even if price crosses over, if the 13 doesn't cross, you still have bearish momentum.
Still bearish state. I got you. Okay.
Yeah. And especially if you got your EMAs facing down, everything's facing down. So then that slowly translates into finding that same cross on the 5. When you see the cross on the 5, that confirmation has the least amount of fake outs. Right? If you solely trade on the 1 minute cross, you're going to get faked out. There's going to be plenty of times where price is going to come up and keep going. The 5 minute gives you the best sort of fake out prevention. So,
Okay, copy. Thank you.
Even if you're new, just wait for the 5. If you're not new and you're willing to catch these fallen knives, or inverse, whatever, then use that 5 and that 13 and the 50 on the 5 as confirmation that your short is still valid, right? Or you can look at it as a place where you add to your position.
All right, I'll try it out. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so here's my theory on Bitcoin. I think that we're gonna go up, swing failed that previous high, put in a stopping volume candle, come back down. Everyone's moved their stop losses up. You get the old Greg Louganis, full Bart Simpson, and that news about Powell is bullshit.
At this point, it's bullshit. I don't even need the confirmation of it being bullshit. Remember, like I said yesterday, the only confirmation we need is of it being real. The confirmation of it being bullshit is just going to be the lack of confirmation that it's real.
Yeah. I mean, like, I don't even know why it's so important anyway. I mean, why was it so bullish, the rumor that he was going to resign?
Because people expect an immediate rate cut after that from the new guy. And Trump was talking all day about a 300 basis point cut. 300 basis
He's
points.
out of his mind.
The biggest cut that we've never even come close to something like that.
He's out of his mind, dude. He might be going a little senile.
So people with that news just assumed, if he's out, that locks in a rate cut for the next.
Yeah, but even that is not like that credible. Like that's, I don't know.
But when you want to believe something, you know what I mean? The most dangerous thing, because when you want to believe something, you don't need that much proof. Like,
yeah, why not go on poly market instead of crypto? Instead of like actually trying to make trades in this. I get it though. I mean, people see Bitcoin as a store of value. It's like, I guess like the long termers, like, because this is kind of how I see it. If inflation gets bad again, it's gonna make Bitcoin go up temporarily. Like it'll make Bitcoin skyrocket temporarily because it's gonna be fighting inflation, or the price of Bitcoin is gonna be overinflated due to the devaluation of the dollar. So
nobody that's waiting for cuts is worried about Bitcoin. They're worried about alts.
yeah,
They're worried about money moving, down that risk curve. The alts. Bitcoin has been fine through this whole shit. Bitcoin doesn't care what the Fed is doing, obviously.
Yeah, but sort of one of the ingredients of the recipe is Bitcoin and being a price discovery for alts to go parabolic.
Yeah, that'll happen whether you
So-
get a rate cut or not, though. The question
Yeah, I
is,
don't know.
when it happens, will alts be able to sustain the move? Will they be a sufficient enough risk on appetite to where alts can actually hold that, or are they going to do full retraces like they've been doing?
Yeah. As much as the altcoin market has suffered because of the current monetary policy, I like Powell. Like me personally, I like Powell. I don't want to see him go.
He's going to go anyways. He's out of here within the next, I think, 3 months. Regardless, 4 months. I can't remember when his
term is
term.
not supposed to end
I can't remember when
until
it's
like
over.
mid 2026.
I thought it was early. I thought it was way earlier than that.
I thought it was August 2026. Hold on, let me double check.
I was gonna lose. I mean, Trump's gonna lose this shit if he got to deal with Powell till August.
May 15th, 2026.
Okay.
Yeah. So the beginning of Q2 next year. But he'll still be on the board until 2028, January of 2028, according to this. And then I wouldn't blame him if he wanted to retire.
There we go. Decision making time. Let's see.
Yeah, we're getting back up to the
Yeah, we just made some highs. We passed that. Oh, little resistance. Let's see.
Well, in any case, yeah, I do think we need to go get those liquidations as well as my short entry, and then we're gonna swing fail. That's my theory. We'll see. I've been wrong a lot the past 2 weeks. I just feel like I've seen this this pattern is getting very clear. It looks like it's forming the devil horns pattern. Did we get a lower low last night? Yep, slightly lower low. Yep, that's the last step. Was the sweep of the low we made after the
all right, getting a little
buying climax.
little blue vector forming here on the 5-minute. So we're getting some ticks coming in. Let's see. Get a little
Somebody's defending those liquidations.
Let's see. All right, that closed. Let the little vector there. What's dominant? Is dominant still holding itself up? Yeah, still trying to hold itself up. And how long ago was that, Clive? Do you remember? You know? Yelling? So yeah, it doesn't happen. Yep. Okay, all right.
So that means she was happy with the replacement. That's why she resigned.
And it was most recent, but that doesn't happen. Yeah, like I said, it just doesn't happen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, nice fact. Put some things more, a little bit more, make a little bit more clear there. Yeah. On the probability side here, I guess. Yeah, yeah, yep. Yeah. Bitcoin, you gonna do it? Or nah, you
Come on, Biddy, make a decision, Biddy. Mm-hmm.
Nah, sir, but those dots are on the liquidation levels indicator. Those are just market buy, market sell clusters.
Does anybody think that we're not gonna fail here? We're gonna go into price discovery.
I do.
Why?
I think it's just ready. I think the spy is about to break, going back into price discovery. That's gonna be a big deal.
Christie Hyper still looks good here for a short. We're halfway through that vector. So
Yeah,
your short should be
it's
looking nice
definitely
right about now. We're about to lose the 50. We still haven't lost the 13 on the 50, so we still don't have a longer term bearish momentum shift. But if you get that 13 and 50 cross on the 5 minute, you're going to be able to ride this thing down to 30 cents, in my opinion.
No, Spy hasn't hit all time high yet. I mean, its previous all time high was 626.27. It's pushing up on its previous all time high now.
Yeah.
But it hasn't made a new all time high yet.
Wow. Let's go hyper.
Whoever caught that short when we called it at the top, that was a freaking snipe and a half. That's how you
Entry is
snipe that
at
shit.
yeah. Entry is at 465, 4655.
I
When
went
it did
long
that
on it.
retest, I did that thing that you do D-block. So I inverted the chart when I saw it retest the bottom. It was like, oh, okay, yeah, it wants to go. Yeah, did a stopping volume, did a retest.
So we take Bitcoin right now, yeah, and invert on a 5 minute.
Yeah, it looks like it wants to wants to rip upward.
You inverted on the 5 minute, you're looking for a higher low. Right, if you get a higher low here, then you've got your bullish structure to move out. If you get a lower low, then you're getting a continuation into all-time highs. Market maker is being very stingy here. Like he is holding on to his money tight.
Dominance is trying to scoot itself back on up. Okay. I swear, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna keep it inverted longer.
Come on, let's go, Farcoin.
Okay.
There we go. Come up off that bag, market maker. Retail did their job. They got through that gap. You can pay for the rest of this ride up and still have a nice payday here. There you go.
Here we go, baby.
All right, dominance is creeping on up a little bit more.
What you think, Drew? New all times? New all-time highs or Bart Simpson it?
Yo, Drew's quiet. That means he sees it. He knows where it's at.
Dude, if this plays out, I am turning everything off. I am drinking like a large Red Bull, playing guitar, and going and buying myself a steak.
Large market buy bubble here at the top. Retail is buying in.
Nice.
Come on, buy it up to my short entry.
Yeah, just be careful because
DJs.
they don't ever get it right, guys.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Let's see. What is it?
This is free lunch at this point. Market maker could literally send it to all-time high, clear these liquidations, and only had paid for like 25%, 35% of the move.
He's got news. Robinhood officially launches ETH and Sol staking in the U.S.
Oh,
they already did that.
Yeah, I thought
did
they
that last
did.
week, right?
But I guess it's now official.
Hey, Dbloc.
Yeah.
Are there any breaks in liquidity at around 112,230? Like where it would, or 112,240? Where
There's
there's no
nothing from
liquidity, just a little
112
gap?
to there's nothing from 112 to 112 and a half. There's a dead gap. Let me see what we're looking at for sell orders here. $600 Bitcoin for sale at 112. Another 400 at 112.5. Nothing in between. So there's a gap also in liquidity. So liquidity and liquidations is basically a gap between 112 and 112.5.
Thank you very much for that.
All right,
Again,
Also
another
lost
large
from
market bubble buy up here.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's what I'd like to see. That's what makes it worth it, baby.
Don't get too excited now. Don't get
Yeah.
too excited.
I think he's close to his exit anyways.
Oh, he's trying to take profit all along.
Well, yeah, because I had this long yesterday, and I
The
slept
rescue
through it,
play.
and I woke up this morning, and it came up.
I saw a market order for over 2,000 yesterday on that run up that we had on the tape there yesterday.
Bro, there was a time where I couldn't even. I was trying to keep a running count.
It was,
I lost it, bro. I just
boom,
couldn't.
came in.
It was just a lot. That's how much
Oh,
it
the
was.
yellow streak.
It was a lot. Yeah.
I saw one.
I
Just
want to
one
go
little
back
bar
and
was
clip that.
2,000.
I want to go back and clip that because that could literally be like a 3-minute short of just yellow tape.
You'll see that 2000 over 2,000 Bitcoin order in the midst of a bunch of other yellow greens.
You know, it would be funny to go back to major events and then record the tape and then compare them. Like, look, this is what the tape looked like when we got the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve versus what the tape looked like when we got the fake Powell resigning news.
That's actually pretty cool.
That'd be
We have
cool.
that.
It's like more people bought into the Powell resigning news than a damn Strategic Reserve hype.
One of the few times you see Dbloc excited. Look at the tape. Look at the tape.
Nah, that shit was crazy.
I'm keeping my Bitcoin chart inversed.
It's crazy when they announced the Federal Reserve. I did like 1,500% on ADA in a few hours.
Somebody just bought 60 Bitcoin up here. Exit liquidity for this guy that sold 36.
Okay, let's see if it's a double top. 7 minutes.
We flip the chart. Stopping volume candle, green vector. 2 minutes to close. Can't be biased about these things.
Yeah.
Come on, it needs to do just a little bit more. Just get the rest of those licks. Get the rest of those licks and then do it. Ghost, are you in on this one with me, or are you going the other way?
Yeah, I'm long. No, I'm long. I'm long. The only short I have is on Hyper, but I'm long on my big
There you
caps
go.
and meme coins.
What price
I have so
point
many
you guys
trades.
gonna reverse at? Or if you're gonna reverse or get out?
Well, the only thing I'm looking at is the top. Like, if it's either we break this top or we don't. That's it. That's the only decision. If we don't break this top, that's a lower high on a double top.
I'm trying to short, and I'm gonna target 97K.
At least wait for the close. Wait for the close.
Well, I have a limit order, but I mean that's the thing is that like I either limit in or I never catch it.
Why
I
don't
always
you,
trigger.
don't you worry about 106 before you get to 96?
Yeah. I mean that will be a target as well. I'm just gonna play it level by level, but if it was one that I was planning on holding for like 2 weeks, then that would be my target.
Here we go. There's some
Come on,
aggression on the
Bitcoin.
tape. 165
Push,
Bitcoin
baby, come
bought.
on.
Couple
New
more
all-time
licks.
high, and let me exit out of this. Reverse that. Boom, new all-time high.
There go the
Flip
licks.
it and reverse.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, a little more.
Let's just
A little more.
Woo,
I called that.
Woo, baby.
Called it. 100% called it. From the move down to back up. I'm so happy. I'm
Feels
out,
good.
boys.
Yeah, take a
Come
profit.
on, one more. One more.
That measured move is done.
Taking 50 off on a bit. Taking my initials on a few of trades. All right.
One more candle. Come on. One more
Come
candle.
on. I'm good on my meme coins. I got my initials out. I'll profit from here.
Tape is still lit up.
Wow, look at that. Let's go.
This one's gonna be big. This one's gonna be big.
You're getting it on both sides though here.
1.618 is at 114. I'm taking profit on my Hyper short. I think Hyper wants to join the party.
Yo, high def, you need a Xanax, bro.
Where the bears at?
not medical advice, but next time you go in for a checkup, you need to tell them that you got anxiety issues, bro. Man said it's just rich people scamming you.
Push through that swing fill. You know you want to do it.
At this point in time, nobody in the history of Bitcoin that has ever bought Bitcoin is underwater. Everybody's in profit. Even the guy that just bought right now. Well, now he's screwed. Now he's back in profit.
Yo, we broke all-time high again?
Yes, sir.
Yep. Oh my god.
All right. I think that's it. We're getting weak. Losing volume. Stopping volume right here. We gotta go.
Stop trying to wish
Well,
things to happen and just watch them happen.
All right. Maybe we'll
You
go a little
trying-
higher.
Yo, man, I'm driving. Did we break all time high?
Eyes on the road, sir. Eyes
Yo,
on the
we just-
road.
Yeah, bro, I
I
just
did it,
broke
Drew.
too.
I finally got a call right.
That's
All right,
crazy.
112, maybe 112.5 is where you get the stopper. I'm already
Nah,
in the.
It's going to 115.
So we broke it, huh?
Hold on, wait. So we're not going down anymore?
I think we are, but I'm gonna have to start praying for that in a minute.
You're gonna have to start waiting for confirmation, bro. You keep doing this at the tops, respectfully. Like your stress comes from you not waiting for confirmation. I promise you.
I know, but then when I wait for confirmation, I miss the trade.
You don't miss the trade.
but
You
you're already
miss.
in the
You don't
trade.
miss the trade. You miss the high dopamine hit from the pico top of the trade. But what's better
pretty
or
much in
what's
the trade.
worse? You know.
I mean, when I wait for confirmation, it's like, okay, I'll wait for it. It confirmed that we're gonna reverse. Now I wait for it to do a bearish retest or something. That's my short entry, and then it just drops and goes down and down and down and down, and I never get my short.
This should look beautiful, and it has for some time, man.
Def
Not much
says
has
he's
changed.
being counter traded. It only moves when he posts bearish.
Look how beautiful she looks.
Are we not? Are we not losing a little bit of volume here? No.
Bruh.
So what happens
This,
if you sell
good
everything
sir,
and then come
is
back?
FOMO.
This 5 minute. Come on,
Get
stop
back
it.
on
There.
5. Just
533 Bitcoin sold at 112.49.
Damn.
That's a payday.
I'm gonna get this one.
Feed the ducks, exactly, Serbo. You know how hard it is to sell 530 something Bitcoin without getting any slippage? You gotta do it when the ducks are quacking. He waits for these candles to
sell
go
at the
red to
strength.
try to sell that off.
Ouch.
You gotta sell it when the ducks are quacking, quack, quack, quack.
I'm about to
would,
start spamming the duck emote whenever we're pumping just to remind people. Here comes the next sweep.
Alts are moving. Let's go.
Target 4 is at 113.8. Target 5 is at 15.1.
I would pick up
These are
cigarettes during this time.
larger. These are larger daily pattern targets.
Look at her go. Mm-mm-mm.
Hey, Dbloc, you still messing with that hyper?
No, 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 no. I know
Oh,
some of
man,
the
it
guys are
blew up
shorting
last
right
night.
now. Oh yeah, you mean from before? Yeah, but I had already taken profits. I was already
Oh,
off of that. No, it went nuts. We were
See,
looking at
maybe
it
hitting
earlier.
something that. Oh, sorry, I was just gonna say it. So I think I see like Bitcoin just reaching some resistance at 13,201 if it keeps on going up that high.
How's the resistance up there if it's price discovery?
Don't know. I'm just showing where I see my resistance at. This is where I draw my lines, and the lines showing clear resistance.
Well, technically, there could be resistance if there's a lot of orders on that order block. Then you got some Fibonacci's. Then you got your angular resistances from past resistance. You know, inclining angulars.
We'll go take a look at the spider lines now in a second to see what we're looking at.
The fib extension is 115. That's
I think what matters most out of those things is just the order book. If there's orders to be sold there, that'll tell more of a story than anything else. I mean, I love fibs, and fibs are important, but personally, I think the orders mean more than that.
It's where it gets tough to jump in shorts when you're just melting up and there's nothing really to the left. You just kind of shoot.
Sometimes you gotta ride the ride, man. You guys gotta stop trying to buck the bull.
I don't want to short the price discovery, but if this is a swing fail, then I'm catching it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
Do your thing, G. Do your thing. Don't be blowing nothing up like a dumbass, though.
Dumpy.
So I think we are at, if I'm not mistaken, that gap up. Yeah, so here's our spider lines that we're looking at. Let me... This was our overlay that we were following on the macro. Right? So far it's been playing out good. Gave us our drop, gave us our double bottom, popped up. We haven't looked at this chart in a long time. A lot of this is filled out since then. But as far as our spider lines go, 13.6 is our next spot. Not a lot above us at all, except for spider lines, fib extensions, and orders on the book. Yeah. So let's go check our orders. At 112.8, there's about 420 Bitcoin, and nothing really significant to speak of past that. 115, there's like 130. That's nothing. That's negligible. So let's look at our magnets. See what our liquidations look like above. Those, for the most part, have been swept. $113.4 has got a hot spot. The difference between the damn 5-minute chart and the macro chart.
I'm starting to get a little scared because this doesn't look quite like a rejection just yet.
Nothing says rejection here yet, guys. Even on the
saying rejection right
even on the 1 minute. Just follow momentum. Look at the gaps that we got here. You want to, if you don't want to wait for that 1 minute, take it down even further. Right, on the 10-second, you're just right now threatening the 50. So even on the 10-second, you haven't even locked in bearish momentum yet. Going that way, but then that 10-second has to roll into the minute and the 5-minute. High, super high, extremely high level of fake outs at these time frames on when you're following momentum. Why we don't use them. But it is the first like canary in the coal mine that lets you know that you're starting to get a flip.
Come on. Big cells. Let's go.
Let's go, Quiet. We're going back down to 77K. You ready?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you need
Yeah,
to
I've
worry
got a
about
short.
making that left.
I've got a short entry, so yeah, if we go there, I'll be.
You in
terrified, but-
you in the Jeep, Drew, or you on a bike?
How'd you know I was making a left there between the left and the right?
I don't know. That was a 50-50. I heard the turn signal and I just went with the vibe.
That's fine.
I figured knowing Drew, he's not gonna slow down to make rights. He's just gonna take that right.
Yeah, if the blinker's on for a certain period of time, it's bound to be a left.
Yeah, exactly.
No cop, no stop, baby.
Even on the 10-second here, price came down under the 50, but your 13 did not cross. Right, so even on the time frame as small as the 10-second, you haven't locked in bearish momentum here.
Oh, it needs to go ahead and do that because getting antsy.
Dude, don't tell me you're doing Uber Eats. I'm kidding.
Hey, Dbloc.
Yeah.
Just have a question. If we do retrace, and we're like going far deep down to get all the liquidity, what would that look like? Would it be kind of like a fast move down? Would it drag out over several days? Well, of course, it would drag out several days, but are we talking weeks?
That's
Like
a matter of
weekends?
sentiment, right? If sentiment is bullish and the targets are down, it tends to be a slower move down, right? Because you have to slowly weaken that sentiment, or you'll get something like a sideways consolidation that's just time-based capitulation. Take all those people that don't want to sell and just wear their nerves thin until they're finally like, okay, I'm done with this shit. But your fast moves down happen when the sentiment is bearish, right? Sudden news event, tons of liquidations underneath, bunch of orders come in, market maker matches all of them immediately because its targets are low. But a fast move up, right, like we had on Bitcoin, doesn't leave a lot of room for support on the way back down.
Right, to be
So,
like building
yeah, you
a
would have,
house, but with really crappy wood or like really crappy structure.
yeah, you assume you would fall through those gaps pretty quickly, right? We have structure here, obviously, where we built, but coming down through here would be quick, and then losing 110 to move down to 109, 108 would be quick. But again, we're way ahead of ourselves. We haven't even gotten bearish momentum on the.
Yep, we're breaking through again.
Yeah. So
Right there on
don't
the
fight
50.
the trend here, guys.
Yeah.
What's up, everybody?
There's no trophies for being first.
There
What's
you
going
go.
on, Zusi?
What up, Zusi?
Hello, good evening. I mean, afternoon over there. Well, we're back in price discovery. This
I know,
time
right?
beating a real higher high. But just a
If
week.
I'm right and I have the highest entry, then I expect a trophy.
You're not getting no trophies, bro. Even if you tell us, look, I'll tell you even crazier, bro. Even if you tell us and show us a screenshot, in a week we'll already not be thinking about it. Like,
You think it'll be a whole week?
nah, probably less than that. But you know what I mean? Like, nobody, like, we make it such a big deal because of the dopamine hit that you get from getting it, and the, you know. But at the end of the day, it's not worth all the stress.
No, nobody cares, and I'm not trying to impress anyone.
No, not that. Yeah, I'm not saying that's why you do it, but I'm just, you know, it's a thankless job. In other words, like,
yeah, I just want my money, and I just want someone to talk to about my theory. Generally, if more people disagree with me, then I feel more confident.
I could be your therapist. 500 an hour though. I'm a little high.
All right, well, if this trade works out, I might be able to swing that.
A little high.
This thing's strong.
You can charge for therapy? Shit, I'm about to start sending out some invoices.
I should have been. I should have been charging all my bar customers the whole time, man.
They're doing that thing again. They're not making it easy for the Bears. But it does seem like a little bit of weakness is showing there. Tiny bit.
Yes. Bitcoin is very weak.
At all-time high.
When does everybody start believing like $1.30, $1.35? When do we jump back into positions that we sold? Now we buy higher. What's that number?
Oh, I hope you
It's happening,
guys. I hope you guys aren't out of positions. Like this whole up down shit that we're talking about is scalping, and you know. But yeah, if you guys aren't in position for long term, then I've completely failed my job.
Shout out to
My
the
sponsor
long
looking
term,
good, but
baby.
my long
Hey, it's about time, huh?
Oh no, Rick.
Oh, Rick's awake now. It's definitely gonna drop.
No.
Rick's about to take profit and go get that yacht.
You still got some positions open, Rick?
Somebody put 100x
Yeah, man.
long, please.
Still got that XRP open, yep.
Rick, do you mind adding ETH to your charts?
It's exactly what's happening.
Whoa.
People who sold below 103 are now starting. They're barely starting to buy, actually. Yeah. Above 110.
We absorb the
It's been only
supply
a
will
few
pop
days, right?
up to 13, guys. Just heads up here.
Yeah, 113, small level though. 115 is the bigger one. Up next. To the upside. And to the downside, there's nothing before 108. That's kind of expected.
Don't do it, Bitcoin. I'm sick of you making me look stupid. That's an ascending triangle.
Yes, not a wedge.
Institutional FOMO, let's go.
Yeah, it's getting that little structure up here on the 1 minute. Like it's gonna go higher.
Spooky, spooky. Stop it. I'm sick of you making me look stupid, Bitcoin.
Nah, you ain't looking stupid yet. Don't worry, you're gonna have your time. Did you take your entire position out, or you just took your initials out?
No, I'm shorting.
There's plenty of time to look stupid.
Why do I feel like this is deja vu for me though? Seeing you short, just melting up candles.
Because he won't wait for confirmation.
It's not melting candles, people. We're up like 2-3%. That's all. No, actually 1.2%.
We're on the 10-second chart right now, Zusi.
The remarkable part is
picking
that
on you.
is how small the retrace after that week was, right? Like we couldn't even retest 110. Right? I mean, actually we did, yeah. Yeah,
we retested the 886.
110, 500, right? It didn't come to 110 around.
Guys got to
but
slow down,
100.
man. We're at the apex of the move now. You know, when you throw that ball in the air and then it stalls a little bit before it. We're trying to catch the tops of this because people are trying to short. And some people are trying to figure out when's a good time to take profit. Right? We're starting to see that move now. Right? So this 10-second will move its way across, but we still got to wait till we break some of this demand. We weren't able to get above that supply. That's going to be our go-to right now. Getting above that changes things.
The bigger picture is that we broke out 112, right? Like it's trading above it pretty nicely, like by 1% only, but you know, it broke out. So.
It keeps taking back every red vector that it throws.
Yeah. You gotta wait for confirmation. 13 cross, you need one candle of confirmation after the 13 crosses, And remember, you're on the 10-second, which is the highest level of fake outs possible.
Yeah.
And the
I just
lowest
wanted to-
probability of anything carrying through.
Yo, Pepe is going straight up right now.
Dump it. Yeah, dump it. Come on. Let's get those tweezer tops. Even though it's barely a tiny tweezer.
It might be a
No,
slow
I
death,
think it's gonna.
but I have
It's
faith.
faking out. It's gonna go back up higher. It's faking out. Like that kind of move with like 13 minutes left. Come on.
Can
Price
you get that
discovery is
volume?
good fun.
Where's your volume?
I'll put it up. Let's try to have reasons attached to why we think things are happening, just so that we can all work this out together since we're doing this in real time.
By losing 112,000 flat, 112,000 could be, I guess, a short entry. But right now, I think we're pumping. I don't know where it's going. I don't care. It's just going up.
Yeah, I kind of feel you, bro. I'm in the same spot.
Like, as long as we're above 112, it's potentially a breakout. We'll probably come back down to retest 112 later, but it could be next week. It could be in 1 hour. I don't know. I don't know what I'll do at 112, though.
It's
Measure
trying
move.
to.
Measure move
But
for the bull flag on the weekly is $1.45.
It's on the way down, not
Yeah,
on the
that's
way
macro.
up. Currently, we're on the way up still. Yeah.
That's where our macro targets are.
It's trying to invalidate my 97K thesis. It's trying like hell.
Your
But I had
97K thesis had holes in it, bro. I have to be completely honest with you. That
And your
was a
trade stick to
severely
the plan.
bearish bias.
It's alright. I'll
Wait.
admit I'm wrong if I'm wrong. And if it doesn't validate, I'll know exactly when.
What was your plan? You said 97K thesis.
Wanted to short it from here to
Yeah, I think
97.
it's gonna. Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense once we are below 112. Oh,
There
yeah.
we go. Now we're starting to break some demand.
Stopping
All right,
volume
let
can't
me
hold
check.
on.
No, Bitcoin right now, it's just noise. It's just noise what's happening. The big picture is we broke out 112. The rest is scalpers, panic buying, selling, whatever they're doing.
It's
They'll
kind of
defend
what,
112 when we
kind of
get
what
back
we
down
do
there.
here is scalp, though.
Oh.
Can't poo-poo on
Good
it.
luck with that. I gave up the idea of becoming a successful scalper long time ago. Good luck to you.
A lot calmer on the other side, isn't it?
Well,
yes.
I guess a scalp is it's cool because you once you're out, it's pretty calm, right?
This is just the only way I know how to make money when the price is going down. I'll go back to spot when, going long.
You make money when
When we
price is
did-
going down by rebuying the asset at a lower price that you took profit on.
Yeah, when we dip like hell, I'm going back to spot. I'm just gonna stay there. But yeah, when we're ripping, I don't do that.
Yeah, nothing about
did
this.
it like you, Dbloc,
Nothing
yesterday,
about this is bearish yet. What happened?
You know, I remember you said you were just holding Bitcoin when you TP alts, right? And
Yeah.
like typically I don't do that. I hold some USDT on my leverage account, right? But I don't know why yesterday I did that. Yeah, like the whatever little TPs I took here and there, I just put it all into BTC.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? Set it in dollars? You know what I mean? Like,
I hesitated between going into alts actually because I have some spot alt positions that could welcome some feeding. You know, even if it's to DCA upward.
Yeah.
But nah, I didn't. I just stayed with BTC. But
All the alts that have pumped for the last week or so that I took profit on, I took profit into Bitcoin. So now with this move, it's like profit on your profit, you know? And then I'll TP this move and then look for some strong alts or whatever. And I'll just, you keep the merry-go wheel going.
But actually, it's not even to make dollar. It's not even to make money. It's just to keep Bitcoin. Yeah.
I was already wrong about one thing. We didn't swing fail with a stopping volume candle.
The SFP is once the candle is below 112, and I guess on the 5-minute, 15-minute, you can catch it above that. But like, you know, if the daily closes below 112, maybe we'll call it a daily SFP. But
well, yeah, I guess we have to see bigger candles, but so
but even
far
on
I
the
haven't
15,
seen.
it's hard to call it a rejection or a top. But
It doesn't look like it yet. No.
Maybe on the 5.
Not even. It wasn't like a really
Cypher
like
still
harsh
rolling
sell
over.
off with producing a lower low.
But no, because nobody is nobody is providing cells so that we can buy them. Let's put it that way.
ETH has got 7 minutes to invalidate that stopping volume candle that we had on the hourly. So if ETH can close above 279 in the next 7 minutes, that'll be bullish for alts.
Yeah, but notice lower high on ETH while Bitcoin is making higher high right now.
Yeah, I don't think there's any chance that Bitcoin even puts a stopping volume on the 4-hour.
It'll catch up later. ETH right now it's about Bitcoin breaking out into price discovery. Who cares what ETH is doing? Oh, actually,
Just
I
watch
do. I
the
have
tape,
some.
guys.
No, wait,
Watch the
I'm
tape. If
wrong.
the tape
4
doesn't light up, if the tape doesn't light up and stay lit, then they'll come back and clear these vectors.
4-hour just it has 3 hours left, so actually, like, I guess it could be a stopper on the 4-hour, but definitely not the 1-hour. One hour only has 6 minutes left.
Oh, I want to see ETH move for sure.
I want to see Bitcoin go below the 50 on the 1 minute. Also, I might have to reconsider my life.
Wow, it's just one winning or one losing trade now.
Yeah, but I've been getting my ass kicked all week, so or for like 2 weeks now. So I need a win.
Yeah, unfortunately, market doesn't care what we need. that's a bit the issue.
Let's go, Biddy.
All right, fine. Back to the 10-second we go. Make another attempt at that supply. That'll be our bullish trigger if we can get above. We can absorb that supply. Literally no resistance, no sell orders, not a whole hell of a lot of anything above us.
We have 114. That's the same size as 113.
Yeah,
Both of them are pretty small.
113 is sort of the move I'm looking for. If we get through this, I think we clear liquidations to 113.
I think for me the question is already about 115, and well, maybe we won't get there, yeah. But then we'll have to drop below 112.
Being shorted pretty aggressively. You gotta remember this is the 10 second. This is crazy.
Oh yeah, cool. But like as long as we're above 112, I think it has a chance of going to the big supply here, and that one is at 115, at least on this exchange. Actually, even 115 isn't that big. The biggest one is 120. Maybe front running 115 could be a good plan, though.
I think it's just gonna keep grinding, dude. Just slow grind it.
Very safe approach at the breakout, right? No big FOMO, no like, I don't know, it feels a bit slower.
Yeah, no, it feels it feels good. It feels good. Not rushing to take profit, not rushing to short.
It's Wall Street breakout. This is like a Wall Street breakout.
But that's what I'm saying. If you look at the
It's not a
SPY,
crypto breakout.
the SPY's coming up on its previous all-time high. It's at 625. All-time high is 626. See what happens there.
No, but typically you'd see limit orders appear, support price. You'd have big sellers hopping in. I want to see like 80 Bitcoin market sold.
Yeah, we
but
need a
there's
market sell.
Well, it would just get absorbed. I mean, I don't know, but I guess it would get absorbed because bulls had no choice but to buy whoever was putting orders to sell. But the resting orders got filled.
What's the disbelief level? Like a $1.18?
On what?
Bitcoin. Like, what's the level where the disbelief sets in? Like a $1.18, a $1.20?
Probably
mean
like
120?
120. 120 would probably be like, holy crap.
Yeah, I think that's a good number.
Well, it's just 10% higher high, but I mean, I guess that's a good number too. Yeah, I agree. Actually, 6% higher high.
I love the moves that turn the bears into bulls. It's like a conversion.
For version 7.0.
Yeah, if you've ever played Age of Empires, where the monk comes out and goes and converts the enemy into your team.
Dude, I remember that game. That was pretty fun.
Yeah, man. The priest.
I mean, I love this Bitcoin move, but who's still sitting on their alts? When Bitcoin prices when Bitcoin was at 75K, my alts are still looking like
Yeah,
Yeah.
garbage right now.
They got a lot of catch up to do.
Catch up is good.
Which is good. That's an opportunity right there. Like if they're gonna
I
come
like
up.
mustard. I like mustard better.
But you figure if retail does come back, right? Like Dbloc was going over like Google Trends being an all-time low and everything, and you can just tell on Twitter like retail really isn't even back yet. And normally when retail does come back, they usually don't go into Bitcoin. They do go into these alts. So for them, it's still a chance to make some money.
But for retail to come back, retail needs to be rich. And right now, with high interest rates, everything is going into housing mortgages and stuff like that. And the buying power, even of Americans, is pretty low.
That was zero stopping power.
Nothing happened for me, and I'm not even joking. Am I too zoomed out? Damn. People,
No, we're just super zoomed in.
It's not even $50.
Well, no, the fact that it looked like it was gonna do a tweezer bottom.
Come on, that's what I need. That's exactly what I need.
There.
Come on. No, stop it. Stop it. I'm gonna stop talking to it because every time I talk to it, it does something different.
If we go to like 112, 300, then okay.
Now it looks like a tattoo needle bottom.
A tattooed needle.
Guys, stop trying to get in front of it.
I like it.
Stop trying to get in front of it, man. There's too much money floating around right now.
Yeah,
Oh,
man.
I'm
It's
already. Yeah, I already flipped. I need switched. I'm technically in a short right now.
Nice.
it's incredible to see the amount of money that's like sloshing around
Mm-hmm.
just on the buys and sells. Like it's amazing. Every time there's a new number, it's like, wow, that's a house. That's another house, a house, a house. Like it's just all this money. It's crazy.
Thing is, now that we made this higher high, you kind of know that there's going to be buying interest at 110 more than last time we went there, right? Like more than this morning, for example. If I
More
was a whale, I'd take
people are gonna
advantage of
come.
that.
More people are gonna come to the realization that their chance to buy Bitcoin under 100K is gone. They should have already been at that realization, but this will help speed that along, I think.
Well, before the end of this summer, maybe.
Yeah,
but,
for this
you
run.
know,
For this run.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys are familiar with Philocone, but he's eating his words now. He was so sure that it was gonna bear market from where we were.
Dude, where do people get that? And
I don't know.
like at this time of this in this time of the cycle, where do people go? Yep, just randomly it's
Because
gonna
they
go
don't
into
respect
bear market."
timing. They focus too much on market structure and not enough on timing when it comes to the 4-year cycle. Remember I told you
I
guys.
think he was too.
Remember I told you guys if
He
we
was too
don't go down
confident.
to 100K and we pop up, we're gonna put in that higher high, and that's gonna bring all the bear market people out of the closet because it's gonna look exactly like our last top. As soon as we built that structure, it was just automatically, bro.
Yeah.
That's it. Bear market. It's over. Everybody was doing their overlays and their fancy charts and their beautiful,
Yeah, but how
Do you
that,
think
we ignored that price action, but I mean I ignored it, but it's crazy when you think about it.
Do you think that part of it is that like some of these folks literally just don't trade macro time frames, so they
They
never
haven't been
like
here.
actually take a look?
They haven't been here.
Okay.
Most of them haven't been here.
Absolutely.
The ones that have been here long enough are just feeding the crowd what they want to hear. People are scared. Watch this. Hold my beer. But people said goodbye to their communities on Twitter. Literally, like the message goes out, guys. Guys, it's been a good run. We did it from the bottom of the bull market. We'll take a couple of months off. And we'll come back and go spend time with your families. And I'm like, what are you doing?
It's because all of them got smacked by that meme coin explosion where every meme went to zero. All them boys got washed.
That was mostly retail. Like retail got washed hard.
But they were right, these YouTubers, but on alts, not on Bitcoin. They left Doge at 50 cent, right? Like they were right in the end. Or no, they left it at 40 cent. No, I forgot. 35 cent maybe.
What if it goes to $3 though?
Well, they'll probably come back at 30 cent.
So what are we hitting here? Are we hitting euphoria or belief or hope or optimism or all of the above?
Not euphoria yet. I think optimism for the most part, in my opinion.
Yeah, optimism. I think we're still in optimism.
They just popped that supply.
There you go.
I think a lot of people are short and they're getting smacked around. That's what we saw on the liquidity heat map. There's a lot of people short.
Give me a second, guys. We just popped that supply. We'll take out this gap now to 13.3. And then we'll go back to build. 13.8 is target 4. Excuse me.
The market maker is a psychological magician. He knows exactly how to make you feel at the right moment.
All in profit. Let's go.
Market maker's not getting in the way right now. He's letting it come up, I guess.
He
can't get in the way.
Oh, he's eating right now. Everybody paying the bill. He's
just
going to
taking
lunch
his
on the yacht.
Yeah, man. He doesn't have to do anything. Yeah.
Everybody else paying the bill for him.
Filling the tank.
Everybody signed their name on the line.
Man, isn't it funny? Like, after all this time, all this speculation, it's like, yep, we're still in a bull market. Just keep it simple. It's
Oh,
like,
you have little
well,
faith.
yeah.
Amen.
Just keep it simple.
Just a downward ABC. And a small one.
These
Abracadabra.
moments are very rare.
Right. It
Like,
took.
if you,
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, if you're talking about like moments in the market, like breakouts and markups are like the rare event. Hitting resistances and like doing range activity is the most common. Like, we know this, like, it's so common to have that. So this is a rare moment. This is like where it's actually marking up,
Yeah. Yep.
because I guess it lulls you into a sense of expectation that, oh yeah, we're just gonna go cap the resistance again and then turn around, or swing fail at best, you know.
Think about the psychology of that too, right? A long
Oh
time
yeah,
where it does nothing, a short time where it does a lot. It just
yeah,
kind of
exactly.
psychologically programs people.
Yeah,
You just need that one time where it breaks through, you know, right? Like you talk about the
yeah,
box, like in a big
The
range, hits the tops, hits the bottoms, being there for weeks, maybe months,
yeah, exactly.
and keep trapping people on both sides, above and below, and then we finally have that time, that one time we break, like we're doing now. We're just breaking, and
70.
Yeah, this is the very rare moment where you're rewarded for like FOMOing, like breakout trading.
yeah,
It's not common,
Top
but
blasting. This is what I was saying. I was saying this yesterday. Like, we haven't had like a top blasting
to-
reward in a while.
Bye bye
yeah.
113.
Oh, here we go.
Hey,
we
shout
gotta
out to
we
the
gotta
people who
clip
got
this.
longs from the bottom of the range, man. Shout out to them guys who stuck it out.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
man.
We gotta
Kept
clip
their
this
head down and
people.
been quiet.
We gotta clip this for like the past maybe 2 hours.
It
Clip
might be
entire
a good time for those people to take profit.
Yeah.
I say let it rip.
Not
Let
yet.
it
Not
rip.
yet.
Let it rip.
Let it rip.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, you got alts just completely melting up, man.
Yeah,
Everything,
man.
everything melting up. Beautiful.
XRP gunning for $2.50. Come on.
Yo, Pepe's out of here, man. Let's go. Pepe popcorn. Everything. All
Woo. Yeah, all the ultra memes.
Is it doing better than Bitcoin?
well, the big
Oh yeah,
caps
we got
are
Fed,
doing a lot
Fed
better
Waller's
right now.
talking right now.
It's just a beginning. Beginning to flip, kind of curling. Like the big cap, Swiss, or ETH. It's already
Whoa.
curling.
Oh, here we go.
What have you guys done to Hyper? What's that thing at 300% in 24 hours? What
You
have
saw
you
that?
done to it?
You see the funding rates on that shit? All right, we cleared that liquidation.
That's gotta be it. That's gotta be it, or I'm definitely wrong about this.
Well, maybe it's it. I don't know. But next level is now 113. Actually, there's some cheating going up there. Like the level was 114, but someone is 113,
Yeah.
900. There's something happening
I
100
just
bucks
it goes
lower.
up like 50 more. So like
Fed,
three
there's a
but
Fed
300,
speaking right now.
13,300.
But with enough time, not really on this impulse. The question is already 115.
How many YouTube viewers do we have right now?
331 YouTube viewers and only 89 likes,
Hey.
guys. The likes are free.
Smash
Come
the
on,
like.
smash that like button, guys.
Smash the like button.
You guys can do that.
I'll give
Now
everybody
this,
who took this range and printed and was able to take profit. Good on you guys.
this is definitely a stream Dbloc that you want to make sure it gets uploaded.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was telling Dbloc, I clipped the past 2 hours. It's amazing how everybody was talking about it and the sentiment, the emotions leading up to it. It's nice. It's a nice progression.
Yeah, what a beautiful candle.
Hello, guys. Shout out to Bitcoin, man. That's all I got to say. She never needs nobody's help.
It's the big beautiful candle.
Thursday evening pump.
What's going on, brother?
Bro just said BBC.
What's your thoughts on XRP?
I haven't looked at it. I heard everything's going up right now, though.
Not Nasdaq, not Germany.
I don't care about those dinosaurs.
SPY is up though. And Russell is outperforming SPY.
Hey, man, that's what we want to see, baby.
Yeah.
When the Russell moves, alts move, man. Russell is like the altcoin.
And dominance is still below 65.5, so it's not invalidating that high.
You're at resistance right now on XRP, but your measured move hasn't hit yet. Measured move that we were running for was 254 off a higher low fractal here. So you still got a little bit more to go with that, but you are up against resistance. So this is on the hourly.
He finally made a higher high here locally, right? But
Should hit it by the end of the day.
Cool. Okay, thank you, man.
Yeah. Not without a retrace, though. Be careful. These things can't just go up and to the right.
Let's go, Pepe. Pepe's been printing for me. Let's go.
Yo, Pepe's always been my confirmation, dude. When it goes straight out, no things are cooking in the background.
Yeah. Yeah, because the ETH maxis are ready with their bags. When they know it's ready, it's time. Yeah, they load up on that.
If your alt portfolio looks nice enough to screenshot, it's nice enough to take some profits.
Yes, sir.
Just a quick reminder that that money's not yours. Unrealized P&L is just that. That's our money. So...
Oh, there's a button to hide it. It's kind of good to hide it, not when it goes down, but when it goes up. People tend to not care once they've lost a lot. The opposite is true too. Well, we shouldn't care.
You
when
are
won a
right.
lot.
It's time to shake off that euphoria and like think logically here, as logically as you can. About
We need
what to do.
post price clarity.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm making a sandwich, you guys. I'll be back. Yeah, this is looking good. Yeah, I'm gonna sedate myself a little more. When we get to 1.618, which is 114, 150, I'm gonna be taking a little nibble.
Yeah, front running that 115 resting order.
Yeah, and we're already in extension, guys. Remember,
Oh, shoot.
right? Our measured move.
Here we go.
Measured move was right to there. We are in hardcore FOMO extension here. So
let me get that.
I don't go that far because if you look at total or we haven't even broken out on total. Last time Bitcoin broke out, it pumped 30% higher. It went from 74 to 100 something, 105. Took a while, of course, but if this is really a breakout and we hold above 112, then last time we did 30% higher high, not just like 5-10%.
yeah, but we haven't confirmed whether it's a breakout or a deviation yet. We can hope.
No, of course not. But as long as it's above 112, I think we're like attempting something or something.
I'm taking a scalp here. Scalp short.
Don't stay in that too long.
Yeah, good luck, buddy. Godspeed. Careful.
It's like House of Cards, right? It starts with a scalp, but then
not yet.
Once you lose 112, you might be willing to hold it for a while, no?
True.
And then at 110, you'll have a question mark. Are we retesting the breakout? Like, should I just TP my short or not, and if you pass that test and we then start trading below 110, well, once you lose that January high, well, you've lost the high of 6 months ago. That's pretty big structure. Like, it could take a month to play out before you TP, you know, for like a swing down, yeah. But I guess
I'm not gonna.
better to stay with the scalp, right?
I'll be honest, and I don't know what this means, but about right there, that's where I had my line going across diagonally. I don't know how to explain it exactly, but I tracked something with my extended line a little yesterday in the early mornings, right before the jump up, and those lines that are correlating, I think, with that end up showing this as being, I guess, the resistance or measured move that I had. I don't know why, but now when I hit that, it's starting to go down. So I'm just gonna keep an eye on that. 'Cause I'm not calling anything at 12 minutes and 26 seconds remaining of the candle. But I'm just saying I did find
I gave a little volatility right there, though, where it hit on your line.
It's an old fib level from the previous all-time high at 104. 113, 456.
Ooh, this thing like to pop a little.
Remember when I was saying it's going to run into resistance around right there? That's the resistance that I was talking about. Wherever the line was, how you said it was previous fib level. That makes a hell of a lot of sense.
Let's break it then.
No, I need to go down.
Nah, we're gonna break it.
Yeah, we're gonna make one more move up. I think probably to 114.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, Dominus is in the green.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not even joking. I believe that's what's gonna happen.
Can you go into why?
Yes. So the first breakout we had, it came out and did that little, where it makes like a backwards 7, I guess. It comes up. It's like a flag, essentially. So you have the pole and then the flag, and then the next one has the pole and the flag. So if you just get your trend line, and then the length of the flag, and then I'm sorry. The trend line, the extended line, the trend line, you have your ray line and stuff like that. And then just, I guess, measured the pole and the flag, and then pole and the flag, and then put the pole and the flag on the next one, and it brings you out of there to about 14, all the way up to 14,200. But that's just, I haven't gotten specific onto it, but that's where it's at right now, where I show it.
I got you.
Yeah, I'm putting a 10%. I'm putting a 20% TP right here at 114, 150. Oh well, I'm gonna front run it. Wait, let me move it around. I'll put it at 114, exactly at 114. Get a little bit. Let's see.
I think we closed the daily above 112.
Oof.
Oh man, I'd like to know the result.
That'd be crazy.
Yeah, and then you could get like a red Friday to retest 112, and then maybe continuation during the weekend. The whole idea of buying a Thursday is it's a bit thinking already about the weekend, and it's French Revolution this weekend. 14th of July.
Hey, nice. What are we burning
So,
down?
last year we've had a pretty bearish 5th of July. This year it was fine. It was like sideways weekend, right? A bit upward even. Well, Sunday it was a bit upward. But on the 5th it was a red candle actually, like last year. And 14th is a Monday this year. So you could get like false. I don't know why. I'd bet more weight on a false green Monday than on a false red Monday, but just because of what happened last year. I guess it's a bit stupid thinking, but
So for the highest daily close, well, that's not bad. We could do that. 111, about 111 flat, and we'll have the highest daily close. And then on the weekly, yeah, on the weekly we're super good.
yeah,
This should
it's
look
gonna be
so
hard
beautiful.
to close
Yo,
back below 108 by Sunday.
these spider lines have really come in clutch during this bull market so far as our tops and our retracements, especially on this one. Right, when we were looking at that big gap between the spider lines, and we're like, oh, that's gonna be rough when it comes through there. We drew our overlay. So far, it's been following fine. The reason I bring it up is because we've got another pretty big gap coming up between 114.2 and 121. So for me, that 114 level is going to be pretty crucial. Almost works the way that our volume gaps work, right? When you get into one of those big gaps, there's like not a lot of resistance on the way up. And depending on how time goes, right? These are our new spider lines from this season. Depending on how time goes, if I'm right about our November exit. I haven't done this in a minute. If I'm right about our October, November exit, and we stay within our spider lines, then we're looking at just about 150 on the dot. Again, I know it's just foo-foo TA, but enough people with big money follow it to make it worth looking at.
Yeah, 140 would be 30% new high.
So let's take a look at our M3 real quick. more foo-foo TA, right? More pseudo TA that shouldn't work, but it does.
TA is bullshit, but it fits my plan, so.
So we were in our pause zone. What will Trump say, right? We figured out what Trump was going to say. He said there's going to be a pause till August 1st. The 9th was the bottom of that dip, and then we have our uptick. Right? And so far, I don't know what we're seeing. This green zone for us is our area of sort of pause, right? This is the next time we have to worry. So we're going to move Trump into this zone here.
Yeah, put him 5th of August, please.
The 1st of August is when we're gonna hear. And he said no more extensions. So unless he's gonna go back on his word, which I mean politicians wouldn't do that, right? But unless he goes back on his word, then we'll have news on the 1st.
Politicians?
And what's really interesting looking at this overlay, even though it is offset, is the volatility in this sort of comes to an end there. Right? The volatility that started when he announced the pause and increased as we went into the announcement time and then picks back up after the extension sort of dies off. Keeps going up though, but it's interesting. Yeah, it's just interesting that there's a change of character there.
There's a change of character right now. This current pump on the 1 second is on negative CVD. Like,
damn, did I get you down on the 1 second? My bad, Zeus.
no, on Bookmap I see it like it's
okay,
a different
okay.
pump than the previous one. This one is people are selling into it this time.
Yep.
But
Feed
I
the
mean it's
ducks while
nothing
they're
huge.
quacking.
But we're down $100, 100 Bitcoin. on the bullishness.
It's hard to tell somebody who caught the dip at 79, or even worse, somebody who caught the dip at 49, that they shouldn't take a little bit of profits.
Oh, target isn't reached.
Well, target for long-term investors isn't reached for, but target for mid-term swing traders is. That's a long trade.
I'm just joking.
Like
I love a
time-wise,
conversation, but
time-wise, that's a long trade, bro. From 49K.
Yeah, you're right.
And
But,
especially at a time where
you know,
traditionally you should be looking to turn some of those satoshis into something higher performing. Right? It's not a bad time after reaching all-time highs, which we know that usually signals alts to go crazy, to start thinking about taking some satoshis and rolling them into some alts.
But if you think at the time it took you to catch that trade, you know, that's why sometimes I'm not in a hurry. I'm like, wait a second, it took me 6
You just don't
months
want
to
it to
catch
end,
it.
bro. You just enjoy it. You're like, once I take profits, it's over. I'm having such a good
But it's,
time in this trade.
yeah, there's a bit of that, of course, but it's also, I know that like it's gonna take 3 months to catch the next correction or retracement or whatever you want to call it. Like, so, you know, it's a long time, yeah. But in 2024, it even took us a whole year.
Yeah.
Like, you know, to end up with an entry that holds, basically.
Look at Bitcoin, man, all grown up.
Would you buy the next dip though? That's another problem, right? Because
I think that's going to rely heavily on if you missed the last one. If you're not in position right now, you're 1000% buying the next dip.
yeah, that's why we're not dipping currently.
Yeah, basically.
People are giving up the idea of even buying a dip. They're just buying.
Davey boy,
Whatever's
what
left
for
available.
the top of the bull market? Yeah, my base case is 150. 150 at about a $6 trillion market cap, right? $6 trillion total. If we get to about 8 trillion total, then we're looking at like 175, 180. And then if we double digit trillion, which is just serious moon boy shit, then you can start talking about higher numbers. But I'm trying to keep it realistic. I'm looking for a double up in market cap. So from 3 trillion to 6 trillion. And that puts us around 150 if dominance stays within historical boundaries.
Hey, you told me to TP more or less, right? You know what? I'll sell one contract.
Wait, I did
just
what?
For the screenshot. Just for the screenshot.
Well, if you took a screenshot, then I mean that's just my rule, bro. And that's my rule that I have because the biggest regret is having a screenshot in your phone that you never TP'd on. Having a screenshot of a round trip to just bear witness for the rest of your life every time you open up your phone and scroll through that. Yeah. So a good rule of thumb for me is if I'm excited enough to screenshot the portfolio, I need to take some profits.
Last 30 seconds.
Yeah, but in this case, it's to tell you that I TP'd while not TPing.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You want
Just to
proof.
be able to...
Proof that
Yes.
profits were taken.
I listen to Dbloc, but...
Dbloc, you talked about moon boy stuff. I have a chart that I kind of like played out for a really long term vision where we had like a historical range established, and it looks like kind of back when Operation Choke Point 2.0 was implemented.
Yeah.
It kind of seems like we broke down out of that range, and to me, it's starting to seem like we were in a diamond for the last couple 4 years, which we just recently broke out of, and my measured move there takes us to right under the historical range, which is around 250, which I'm just gonna say that's up there unless we see what they've kind of been planning where we can automatically get like those banks and everybody putting trillions and trillions of dollars. What's the
Just
probability that
spies
you
push.
see for that to like kind of happen drastically and very rapid?
I mean, it's gonna come down to, like I said, total market cap, right? So for total market cap to get up to 10 trillion from where we are now, in the amount of time that we have until this cycle is over, it would take a lot. I mean, banks are gonna come in. They're gonna come in slow, though. I mean, we saw how it happened with institutions, right? It took 2 years for them to get fully allocated for the most part. I don't know. I'd like to see it. It'd be cool. I mean, there will be signs if that sort of liquidity starts to come in. But as of right now, I mean, with the time constraints that we have, it's a big ask.
Agreed. I just kind of saw it and I'm all like, well, if the stablecoin regulation gets printed fast enough,
Yeah.
There she goes.
I can see like a violent upheaval, but that kind of like makes me feel that it is possible. One reason and one reason only is because they want to lock retail out of a move like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm grasping at a straw right now, but I see something that's kind of a little bit plausible, which is why I've been in.
$20.
Yeah, I've been in Bitcoin since like '79, and I've just been watching it like uproar. So for me, like the fact that I had that diamond drawn out on my chart and just seeing recently that breakout and the retest of it kind of like cemented my idea. And if this is really going to happen, they're going to do it fast.
Well,
SPY just broke out into an all-time high.
The good news is that
you go.
whether it goes to 150 or 250, our positioning at this point is the same, right? You want to be in position. We have time to figure out, is this thing tapering off? Is there still liquidity coming in? But yeah, if you're not in, then it doesn't matter whether it goes to 150 or 250. You're going to be looking sick. Target 4 is within reach. We're almost there. God, how long have we been waiting? This target's been there for at least a month, 2 months.
And I've been loading up on my alts the past 2 days because I don't know. I think we're gonna see a transition into ETH very soon.
Yeah.
And alts are gonna, especially like smaller alts under. I know you guys probably don't mess with under 200 mil, 300 mil, but they will, especially ones that are like 50, 100 mil. They will 2-3x like in 2 days. Stuff like that. And I've been accumulating. Obviously, not financial advice, but
The right
I just
ones
think we're in
will.
a transition.
It's my argument isn't that lower market cap alts aren't going to move. My argument is that you better be really, really good at choosing them because they won't all,
Oh,
20
yeah, no,
in
100%,
2021,
100%.
all you could literally just buy anything and it would go, but we're not going to have that type of alt season. But yeah, all it takes is a little bit of research, man. That's why I say building conviction is the most important thing. If you don't have conviction in the coin that you're holding, if you just bought it because somebody else told you to buy it, the first red candle you see, you're going to get shaken out and left behind.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, what's your view on it, Dbloc now? Are you going to start putting some of the Bitcoin profits into alts soon enough? I know you're still waiting for Bitcoin dominance to drop, but
I mean,
with
at this point, dominance dropping is going to be the last sort of sign. I'll move a little bit further down the risk scale once we get a cut. But the projects that I'm interested already in, I've already started to nibble. But that rotational play, see the way that these things go is right, you got Bitcoin and then you got ETH. And then you got your top 10. And then your top and your top 50. And then the rest of the alts. And then your super micros. Right. So the way that it flows once it starts going is that the Bitcoin will flow into the ETH, right? And as ETH pops up, that flows into top 10. Top 10 then flows into the top 50. Top 50 flows into the lower cap alts. That flows into the micros. And when the micros are running, that's when we're about to get a correction and all the money's about to come back into Bitcoin. Right? So at this point, I'm here. Right? I'm starting to go into my lower cap top 50s. And then I've got maybe 3 or 4 positions that are sitting in these categories. But slowly that rotation is happening, right? As profits get taken, they get slowly rotated out. So ETH profits get taken into ERC20, Solana profits get taken down into Solana. It's all going to depend on what's outperforming what. Until those micro caps start outperforming their parents, then it just makes sense to sit in the parents. Unless you have high conviction in the micro cap. Like I've been feeding guns since 25 mil. You know?
Me too.
How do you keep
Me
track
too.
of all of that?
Me too, boss. Me too.
Yeah.
Me too.
But I just want to know that I just want everybody to know the suggestions that I give are generalized, right? I'm speaking to people of all skill levels here. Right? So if you have the skill level that it takes to research and build conviction in certain coins that are lower market caps and have faith that these coins are the ones that are going to have mind share and move them, by all means. But for people that are brand new and are just throwing money at stuff that they're hearing about, and that there's a way to do this safely where you won't get burned as bad.
How do you keep track of all that, Dbloc?
My brain is weird, bro. I don't know. I can't remember family members' phone numbers, but I can remember random market caps on zombie tickers.
Yeah, I've been looking at it. It's the same thing. I'm ready for it to just pop up out of here.
3.4 on Sui. I took a little nibble.
Sui's a perfect example, right? Every time Sui pops, I take some profit, I feed deep.
Yep. Took a little nibble off that. 3.4. It's great. 3.5 next target. But if it passes 3.5, that I'm not selling anything.
So what is that target for based off of Dbloc?
Target 4 is based off of a higher low fractal on larger time frames. Let me see if I can find it for you.
Like a W measure move.
Nah, it was this flag. Very old target.
Sorry to interrupt you. Stay
Yeah.
Trump stay.
It was
and we
the
need to put
target
that on
that
the shirt.
the original target was from a flagpole, but that flag got invalidated but turned into a higher low fractal. So the flag is still the same size because it's the bigger side of the W.
Gotcha.
I mean, the next 3 months, 4 months are meant to be the craziest, right? So like,
Yeah.
I I can see this the next couple of weeks just being pretty crazy. I mean, and when we see that transition into ETH, that's when everyone will just be going crazy and stuff. But because I think that's where like the X's are made, right, with some of the alts.
I've been watching the Treasury narrative. It kind of seems like that's like as much as I want the gaming to be the one pop off, I've been noticing that a lot more companies are building like their treasuries and just the amount of funneling that those funds into Bitcoin and ETH. It looks like it's gaining an extreme amount of momentum. Which makes me feel like even smaller family companies, driven companies may start to see like the same thing where they'll be, all right, let's just take our residuals and hold them in Bitcoin. Or
Pudgy Penguins up 32% for no reason.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I saw that. It's weird. I don't know why. I mean, I see what they're doing though. They're trying to bring in the new generation with their toys. They're getting kids into this thing and stuff. It's pretty cool. I mean, in terms of utility and stuff, they will that Pudgy Penguins will probably pop.
We've got to separate these companies that actually have revenue versus the ones that don't. You know, like, yeah, Pudgy Penguins, they've got shelf space in Walmart, right? That's IP. That's non-crypto people knowing what it is. You know, and that's completely different than just speculation on what this company could be if A, B, and C and D happen.
Yeah. No, that will pop. I think Pudgy will pop.
I also think if they're smart, they might kind of take on a bit of that collectability that you saw of like.
They already have them.
Babies
They've got
and that
limited
stuff
edition
now.
Pudgy Penguins that are reselling for
Oh yeah.
stupid prices.
Word. So yeah, that was kind of what I was hoping for, which just makes me just even more bullish about that narrative in the long term.
Indy, there's still too much bullishness right now. The FOMO is, you know, remember the vectors will get recovered once the FOMO dies down. But if price keeps pushing, the market maker will keep matching orders. Because why wouldn't you take the advantage of setting shorts in this position if you're market maker? You know you've got some vectors to recover. Retail wants to keep going. I'm going to give you more opportunities to set your shorts. It's not like they have liquidation risk.
Yeah, so I was thinking about that. Is like, are they basically just on 1x short? Like, I'm sure that even if they were on higher leverage, they wouldn't be. Or do they
There's
have
some
to match
sketchiness.
whatever?
There's some sketchiness when it comes to that. There's been 2 market makers already that have been caught having deals with exchanges. The most recent one was Alameda, where they had a 0 liquidation risk account. And now most of them do, but they're backed up, right? They're backed up with large margin. Basically, they're having a 200x 0 liquidation strategy, right? But they didn't make Alameda verify their funds, and their funds were commingled. So it's basically like it's all one account with FTX.
Approaching 50 minutes left on the 1 hour. Let's see. The 1 hour still looks hella bullish.
Nah, Andre, it probably won't drop as much as it should. We go to 150, a 75% drop, 85% drop like we're supposed to get would take us down into the 40s, 30s. I'm thinking maybe 60s. They'll try to front run us. One thing I can promise you is at the bottom of this bull market, they'll try to front run us. I mean, at the bottom of this bear market. Question is by how much, right? Which means we can't be too greedy when it comes to re-entering.
Yo, Dbloc, do you mind checking that ETH chart real quick?
Yeah, still trying to get above this resistance. We invalidated that stopping volume candle at least, so that's good on the hourly. But this resistance that we're at is pretty significant. Let me it's this top that we're trying to take out. We're almost done with that measured move. The measured move for ETH would be like at about 3K. 3019 from this yellow higher low fractal that we were playing. This shit was nerve-wracking, bro. Literally came all the way down to the invalidation, but didn't close under. on the W invalidation right before it took off. What a move.
Come on now, shake your sillies out.
So, the most important thing that happened today, in my opinion, is structure-wise, this range that we've been in, right? From this range, from right here, from that resistance to this support, right? We've been here since middle of May. Right? We basically came up, came down, came back up, came back down.
Even a bit in December, January 24.
Yeah, came up. Then we had this deviation, right? Oh, speaking of deviation. So we had this deviation here. This is what I want to focus on. Because you know how I feel about ranges, right? As above, so below, as below, so above. So if that's our deviation out of the range, then this potentially is our deviation, our matching deviation to the top, right? To be able to lock this in as a breakout and not just a deviation out of the range, we have to hold 110. If we come down underneath 110 and start closing, 4-hour, 12-hour daily candles underneath, then this is just going to end up being our topside deviation. And we're back into the range. If we can come back and hold and not fall back in, then we're looking at something good. Right? Then we're looking at a move that can sustain and get us to these targets that we're talking about.
110. Okay.
Yeah, 110. 110.2 to 110.4 is the resistance.
Well, we should go back there, right?
You would assume that we would at least retest it. We retested it once, right? We broke out, retested it, and had a continuation. But this wouldn't be enough to be a matching deviation to the one that we had on the bottom side. I would expect something more of this sort of size.
Last breakout was when Trump got elected, right? We retested that level, but it took 6 months. Right? But in April,
Yeah.
we retested the breakout at 74. We came very close to 75K. Right? So it's a bit the same here. It will retest. It's a matter of patience. And I don't know if you'll be willing to buy it when that retest actually comes. Because if it's in 6 months, then maybe it's a dip not to buy, right?
Yeah.
But the worst case is that you'll get your retest in like 6 months. Yeah. I'm just looking at a very bullish example where we just pumped 30% and didn't retest really
Yeah.
much.
For long-term holders or for the long-term part of your bag, none of this matters. This is just what's supposed to happen. We're good money. For your midterm swings, depending on when you took your trades, you're thinking about taking profits. For your short-term scalps, you're definitely paying attention as a opportunity to relocate, reposition, or to short. So it just depends on how you're trading. And some of us are trading 3 different styles in the same, at the same time. You just got to make sure you keep those bags separate. I've got midterm swings that I'm running. I've got daily swings that I'm running. I've got long-term swings that I'm running. Each one of those has a different bias, obviously.
And yeah, sometimes what's the probability of having the retest? Do you have a metric for that? I'll ask Quack.
If you're a long-term holder and you bought that 49 and you bought that 79, or if you were here from the bottom of the bear market, your feet are up on the desk right now, chilling.
In the last 4 years.
Last 7 minutes on the 15. Let's go. Last 7 minutes on the 1 hour. Sorry.
I'm not saying that I'm in a super duper great position, but I did go to the store and had a little smile on me. I was the only one smiling.
Here we go. Things are busting higher.
Guys, what am I missing? Did we get a new all-time high?
Right. Doja's pushing. More my orders.
Yeah, and it's a real one because Dixie is also a bit up today.
Come on, baby, hit my target. Give me some
I can
monies.
afford pizza tonight. I can afford a pizza tonight.
Clive has that 7 topping for $9.95.
We
That's
can
crazy.
do better than that.
Homie wants the Supreme.
Yeah, I'll stick to Hawaiian. And if anyone complains about Hawaiian, remember there's people that put poachers and fish on their pizzas.
Anchovy pizza. Sardines and anchovies.
Yeah, I was about to say I agree with him. You putting sardines and anchovies on that pizza. No
To
thanks.
be fair, the people who put the fish on their pizza were the original people who invented the pizza versus the people who put hot pineapple on their pizza. It's kind of weird. But that's a personal thing. I'm just giving you crap.
Yeah, I still pass on the fish though.
A good deep dish pizza.
Meat feast.
Come on, baby, push it.
Any idea what's causing this right now? Why all of a sudden now?
FOMO.
But why now? Could have been FOMO on Monday.
Because of
114. Let's go.
It's because the news hasn't
Actually,
been
it's
debunked
late.
yet.
It's very late. The stock market has been in price discovery.
Look, you guys don't listen. Just because the news was fake doesn't mean the walls that were keeping us didn't get blasted. Right? Problem is that everything that was above that was keeping us down, all those sell positions that were defending their longs or defending their shorts, they all got wrecked, whether the news was real or not. They're gone. There's nothing left up above. Just blue skies. I just think it's interesting that nobody rushed to debunk it, right? That's when you know that the rumors come in and they're beneficial. If it's a bad rumor, there would have been 1,000 people on Twitter debunking this shit. But price goes up and to the right, so everybody's like, yo, chill, who cares? They'll figure it out. Maybe it's true. Who knows? maybe they just haven't announced it yet, you know? You don't ruin the party
Just didn't
here.
see this one coming.
No, yeah.
Did not see this one coming.
It's hard to. I mean, how can you?
Dbloc, guys, what's the rumor? The one about Powell resigning?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it could have turned into a BART. You know, it was borderline until you know, it didn't wait for the 200 EMA on the 15 and the 12 and just turned around there.
All right, guys, in 3 minutes, party's over. Last call for alcohol. In 3 minutes, party's over.
You're the man.
Sounds like you're gonna say clean up in Alt 5.
Still got orders up to 18.95. Come on.
Well, Grok answered 87% probability of retesting.
Sounds like we're still in the elevator to me.
Playing that.
It did with the Tom.
You hear that elevator music? It's not done yet.
That's hilarious.
Clever. Don't know how you got it that fast, but well done.
But you're still with us, Drew.
What's that, Joe?
It just sounded like you were like in an elevator. So.
Going up?
Yeah, here we go.
Next stop, the penthouse.
Drew, you're always positive. How far are we going up before we stabilize?
Party's over. This is it. We're going down.
No, Drew, come
Let's
on.
go. Let's go, Drew. I'm with you. I'm with you, baby. I'm with you. 2.5 minutes.
Quai's like, please, Drew, please.
There's still people with money out there, dude. Gotta get them.
The Bears.
Drew, I'm with you. I'm 75% out of my bag, dude. I'm 75% of my doge. The Bears.
Yeah, Dom is taking a decent little hit here.
This is where they swipe down, right? With their claws, Drew.
I guess now we wait for the alt. Our money's gonna go into the alt. That's what I'm waiting for.
Yeah, this is where we figure out and we see why they're called bears.
Yeah.
I thought money was already flowing into the alts. Ethereum's at 2,800. XRP's at 250.
Can be more.
I'm just waiting for that big mama bear candle.
Oh, she's coming.
Take everything out. Take out all the FOMOers.
Now stop whispering in my ear, please. Like, get out of my ear, yo.
It does sound like you're whispering.
Yeah, it's like you just snuck up behind me and start whispering in my ear. Like,
All right, the bears are gonna come in massive market sells, and they're gonna freaking wipe out everyone that just FOMO'd. And then those people are gonna panic sell, and then it's gonna be another bear claw down.
Real question here. So if it's a green candle, it's high volume, and isn't that more likely to be a market maker?
yeah, it's high tick volume. It's not regular volume, right? It's increased tick volume. It just means that trades were matched within that candle. Right? Market maker was active within the candle. The act of matching a trade automatically doubles the tick volume because it's a counter trade. So that's the sign that we get in the candle itself.
And we knew it would happen at 113,800 because once we broke out 113, the order book flashed there. Like it was a bit food for bots, right? Like they act on it.
Yeah.
So they got trapped into pumping it there. to get a bit
Yo,
absorbed there.
can we say we technically hit your target?
No,
Come on, D. Come on, man. We're right there.
can't do it.
Don't be a dick for a tick.
Why are you such a perfectionist?
The best I could do, bro, is put that on 4.
Oh man,
And
you hit
just
it. Come on,
and
that's a hit.
just why?
We did on futures.
What is
BTC
this,
UA.
Pawn Stars?
I thought, yo, Zusi, I thought you were gonna say, well, if you take inflation into consideration.
No, because it's
Top
negative.
of,
Today is deflation for you guys. You just earned 0.3% buying power. Today is a deflationary day, so we're not
Yeah.
pumping because dollar is collapsing. Dollar is also pumping.
Somebody wanted me to invert the chart, so we invert the chart here, right? Would you be going long? Looks like it
All
could
in.
be the start of something, but no stopping volume candle. Do we have increased volume at least at the bottom of the dump?
Yeah,
Where it
with a
looks like
higher wave
buyers came
fractal.
in. No, doesn't look like any buyers came in at the bottom.
Inverse perpetual filled me at your target.
And
So
the sellers are doing it undercover. They're splitting their sells up to go below your radar. They're like, Dbloc got the
Trying to be
radar. We got to go
sneaky.
below it.
Gotta keep the FOMO strong so we can sell into it.
Exactly.
Dbloc will never do it. He's got OCD, major OCD.
Bad, bro.
Like when you invert the chart, like what would you put in your head to be like pretend would be the 800? You know, because when you're at the bottom, you look at 800. So if we inverse the chart, what would be like where you think the 800?
It wouldn't, because if you invert the chart, you
Right.
also got to invert the targets. So your
Yeah.
800 is now above, it's not below.
Okay.
So it has that same pull, right? It's still the
Alright.
same, right? You're going to get
Right.
mean reversion to the 50, 200, 800.
Okay.
What you're doing is looking to see if you have trouble seeing this as a top.
You only put
You know,
four
you're
five
trying to
dollars?
see if it looks more like a bottom. Somebody's got an open
What
mic.
did you do?
Los, you got an open mic,
Los.
brother.
Okay.
Crypto babies.
Los.
Los,
Give me his
Los.
toy back.
Turn it off.
Your microphone. Los
I got him, I
Cryptos.
got him, I got him. Big
Hey,
shout out
question,
to all
guys.
the crypto babies in the chat, though.
Big ups.
Big shout out to their dad stealing their ice cream.
How is the Russell doing? Do we ever follow that for relation to breakouts?
I glanced at it
Tipsy
just to
said
look,
Russell was up.
just to check
Well-
risk on sort of appetite, right? Russell going up is like the alts going up. People are going out of the majors into the mids.
2100 on Russell was a bit of a key SR, and we built an inverted head and shoulder that's very clean, I think. Below that number, it went all the way down to 1700 and all, and you had the breakout, and we came back down, retested, found support. That was time to potentially, enter into some shit coins, in my opinion, and now it's gone, man.
I think I remember last season the Russell was like there
People will-
for the altcoin breakout.
Now the question is 2200 on Russell, if it's able to hold that as support or not, and we've done that these last days. On the beginning of July, you hold it 2200 roughly. It's the 200 MA on the daily. It's back in a bull market already, so we're not too far from having the bearish play become more interesting than the bullish one.
Yeah.
But there's still room for that, right? Like you have another 10% before you go into price discovery. At which point, alt season over, potentially. I guess it could last 6 months before it's over, but
Skelly, what I'm talking about waiting for confirmation is momentum, right? Waiting for that momentum to give us the confirmation that it's flipped bearish. Right now, all of our EMAs are stacked above each other as they should be. Me personally, I wait for the 13 to cross the 50 with a couple of candles of confirmation to make sure. That's when you know that you've officially have bearish momentum, that you're looking at bearish momentum. It's just a way to keep you from taking profits too early while you haven't lost momentum yet.
180 million liquidated in shorts in the last 4 hours.
Moment of silence for the bears.
Says one of my exchanges.
GG's.
Yeah, big buys, some buys coming in. Let's go.
I'm gonna sell some Solana. Reposition.
I wouldn't sell Solana just yet. It's still got some strength. Look at the 1 hour on
Probably.
the big caps. The 1 hour on the big caps, it still has room for like one more 1 hour.
Not financial advice, of course.
Yeah, I
I'd
was
rather
gonna
sell.
say,
NFA,
stick to
NFA.
your plan. Don't get
Yeah.
influenced by others. You have to.
Yep,
You
yep,
need
yep.
your own.
Even if it does go higher, I'd rather sell too early than sell too late.
I agree.
Yeah, that's
Understood.
that's. I mean, it doesn't matter what price does after your play is done. Right?
Dump it.
You took your share and can do whatever it wants.
USDT dominance looks like it's going to get clapped over the next few weeks. Could get bloody.
Yeah, and then the beginning of August could be pretty red, no? With this tariff announcements. Maybe.
Sorry to bug you guys, but quick question. He said USDT is about to take a hit. Does that take into account like all stable coins, or is it just strictly USDT?
Just USDT.
It's just one, but it's the biggest.
We're gonna have to, once this stablecoin bill is official and those pipelines are open, we're gonna have to start changing the way that we use USDT and USDC dominance to see what's going on with the crypto market, because their dominance is going to increase by a lot, and it's not going to have anything to do with people trading in and out of alts, right? It's just going to have to do with the amount of stable coins that are going to be coming in. So it's going to be interesting to see. We'll have to change it a little bit, but we'll still be able to use it.
Completely different.
Yeah, but
Completely
it's going to be different.
You might as well throw it out the window at that point, because the amount of money that's going into stables is going to be more than the market has in itself in multiples right now.
For USDC maybe, but not for USDT. Why do you say that for USDT?
No, for
most of the leverage
stables,
contracts.
for stables period, it's going to be the regulations that are coming in give clarity. What's going to be interesting is watching total market cap completely blow up because of the stables. We're going to have to separate it. It's what's going to happen, right? You know that. We're going to have a non-stable total market cap. We're basically going to have to exclude stables from total market cap to be able to really see what's going on.
What's going to be hilarious is seeing that all the inflows from the stables get funneled right into everywhere else, because that's why it's entering the marketplace. It's not entering to stay in stables. Some of it is, but
Not necessarily, right? Because if it's about tokenization of Nasdaq and Wall Street, then that money will just stay there. Right?
Stablecoin staking is way better than the bank, so you're going to see a lot of people move wealth into stables just for staking as well.
Yeah, and the more people do that, the less the reward will be, right? So
it's the way I see it is it's equal to the injection of liquidity and stocks reacting. It's the same for our market. They're injecting liquidity into the market, and the assets that are denominated in that will be affected by it in one way or another. It doesn't mean all of it will go into things. It will. Some of it will stay in the dollar, but it's inviting that new liquidity to the marketplace.
Well, our job is to figure out where liquidity is flowing into, right? Like as traders, that's especially if you're if you trade across different industries, right? You have to, like, money never stops flowing. It's always going to go from one asset to another to another to another.
it could just go to government bonds, right? Like it doesn't have to funnel into anything. It could just go to government bonds.
It's going to be interesting. Yeah, it's definitely going to. Some of it's going to go there for sure.
But it's already there, right? When you buy USDC, you're actually buying.
Well, that's when that money comes into USDC, they're gonna, by the end of the year or by the end of next year, I expect them to be number 1 and 2 bondholders. USDC and USDT.
That's good, man. Bonds are cheap right now too.
It's funny how we go into crypto to avoid the next bankruptcy of the government or of a bank, when in the end our money is going into government bonds, right? Like, so what happens if government goes bankrupt? Well, you've lost all your crypto. Right?
Denominate in Bitcoin. If you're denominating in stables or fiat at this point, you're taking that risk.
Yeah. Yeah, but people are gonna TP into stables at the top of the bull run, right? And
Or they
well,
can collateralize their Bitcoin. They can take debt and stable. They can take debt in fiat, which is fine. Remember,
you mean like
debt.
open a short?
No, like collateralize your Bitcoin. Take a collateralized loan on a couple percentage of your Bitcoin, and then you use that to live. Like something on Aave, right? Aave has infinite payback. It doesn't have a time limit where you have to pay it back. You just have to keep your account healthy. So what you do is you take collateralized loans on your Bitcoin, you keep your account healthy, you use that to live, and then you pay back your loans as the price of your collateral appreciates. It's almost like the collateral behind the loan pays back the loan for it if you keep it at a long enough pace. And the good thing about that is that the debt that you take from a collateralized loan, there's no capital gains tax because it's not income, it's debt. So it's a way to extract value without losing your asset and without having to pay capital gains on it.
Don't forget about all the ETFs too with the 60-40 rule. People, you talk about tax breaks. That's what ETFs are big on that. So you got altcoin ETFs coming in. We already got Bitcoin and ETH. You're inviting that 60-40 rule, which is very attractive in many, many ways to, you know, big players and smaller players. It's just an attractive avenue.
What you're basically doing by doing that Aave sort of thing is you're turning your family into a Bitcoin treasury company.
Damn,
right?
I'm
You're a
sleeping
little
right now.
mini Michael Saylor.
Ever since Drew said if the party's over in 3 minutes, it hasn't gone any higher.
Man, use that Dogecoin cheap. You
We're
might be buying it a little
resetting,
bit more expensive.
resetting indicators a bit. Don't worry.
That's why you only collateralize a percentage of your loan, of your, what you call it, high def. It's not for people that don't have a lot of money. It's for people who can afford to just collateralize 10% of their Bitcoin and have that still be enough to live on.
All right, we lost the 50 on the 1 minute here. Let's see if it holds true. We don't get any fishy business. People buy back above it, or market maker buy back. Did they leave any red vectors?
This freaking Dogecoin chart, man. What a spectacular looking chart. I have no Dogecoin. I have no open position. But man, this chart is spectacular. I don't know. I should have an open position.
They didn't leave any red vectors above the 50.
These ETF filings are about to come in hot and heavy, guys. So, like, while everybody's looking at their portfolios, now that we're starting to think, you know, forward, I would just, not financial advice, make sure that you have some exposure. You don't have to have them all, but at least make sure that you have some exposure, because when that ETF narrative comes, they're going to go. You're talking everything that has an active sort of ETF filing. Doge, Litecoin, Link, Sol, XRP.
Got about 70 of them on XRP at least. I don't know. There's a ton of the freaking ETFs that are coming out on that.
Yeah.
I
So
got all of them
what's
except
good
for
is
Chainlink and XRP.
what's good about the narrative is that you don't need the acceptances, right? All you need is one acceptance, and then what happens is a speculative phase kicks off for every other one of them.
Right.
And that's
Same
what
with
you
Bitcoin.
want. That's the real sort of, that's where the real money comes in.
All right, as I said, party's over. It's been over for 10 minutes. Now we're gonna have to clean up on aisle 3.
I was just saying that, Drew. I'm like, ever since Drew came
Yeah,
in and
but
said that it hasn't gone any higher.
I think it's likely that the party will manage to reset itself while holding structure here. You know, like even we're already down half here.
Okay, so how about this? We got the weekend trap early last week. Could it potentially be that we get it early this week too?
I'm not trying to get in front of anything right now, guys. I told you for the next 2 days I'm playing it. Well, now this day, I'm playing it by momentum. You can't count on the weekly swings at all right now. We're dealing with FOMO, and we're dealing with FOMO leaving and FOMO entering, and emotions, sentiment. You gotta
the
just
consistent
lean on
things.
momentum at times like this.
I'm not sure
Just
it's
make
FOMO,
sure,
honestly.
as long as you make sure my trophy is nice and polished.
Yeah, this doesn't feel like FOMO, like in terms of the Bitcoin price. It just feels like a
It's like I said,
grind.
it's FOMO. It's FOMO leaving. FOMO is already in. People that bought in because of that shit yesterday, the majority of them haven't sold out. Like I said, nobody's making a big effort to debunk any of this. So the one good thing that we love, the one good thing that big money loves is if the sentiment is to hold, then we can push. But if the sentiment is to hold, then we know we have a floor. We can push from there. We can make moves from there. That's what we're starting to see here. People take advantage of that sort of indecision. Now, we haven't seen shit, bro. We haven't seen shit.
Yeah, I was
People
gonna
are
say
starting to make fun of people now, at least. They're like, hey, guys, where'd all those posts go about?
yeah, I haven't seen anything at all. It's crazy. It's almost like it never even happened.
Yeah, but you know what's
Not gonna.
interesting? That in any other circumstance, there would be 1,000 people on Twitter debunking it, right? Because they want to be the first ones to get credit for debunking it.
Oh Lord.
But when there's a rumor that's beneficial, everybody's quiet, bro. When it's a rumor that makes liquidity come in, everybody's like, shh, let it rock.
Let it go.
Not gonna lie, I'm having a little bit of FOMO being on the sideline.
I mean, it's understandable, guys. Think about. I mean, we're not even just forget about the news in general. We're above all-time highs, right? If you hadn't got into position yet, or if you were, people were telling you it's gone
Just took
down
profit.
to the 100, and you could still get it in for $20,000 less, and you're waiting, and you're not feeling so good right now. Maybe you thought
Or
it was
people that
going
took
lower.
profits.
Yeah, maybe you
Even
thought it was going lower. You took a little bit of profit and you wanted to reposition and you didn't get to reposition that. That's also something to deal with. But the big pain, I think, comes from people who haven't loaded their long-term positions. That's where the big pain comes from. Because now you're looking at it and you're like, well, damn.
So if that's the big pain, that means it's gonna adapt. They're gonna slowly jump in, and then max pain will be the floor falls from under them, and we go straight down to 88K.
Well, we know how this works. They will all eventually decide to come back in at the high, and then it'll retrace, and every one of us that got in early will be taking profit at those points. And they'll be like, damn, my mom was right. This is a scam. They'll go away for another, 2 months or whatever.
Yeah, what happened? The thing that what happens if you have to buy it higher? You know what I mean? That's always the question I ask myself. It's like if I'm wrong here, what
It's
if I have to
fine.
buy it higher?
For me,
Yeah,
there's
It's
always
fine.
other things to buy. That's my thing, right? Like if
Absolutely.
I have a position that goes, then I just immediately go and start looking at, what's still low, what I can still go into. Excuse me.
The FOMO thing is crazy though, man, because you be thinking it's the same people, but you'll see some really intelligent people all of a sudden start FOMOing, and it's
Oh
like,
yeah.
oh shit, FOMO isn't just for idiots, man.
No, it's humans,
People
bro.
become FOMOing idiots, even the smart people. It's something to watch.
It's just human
In a
nature, bro.
in a bull market, breakout trades are amazing and they are very profitable. And like, there's nothing bad about buying a top. Quite the opposite. The top doesn't stay at top for a while. And
What
if you
about
look at,
buying a top with no risk management?
yeah, no, of course you wouldn't stay in that trade
That's the
if it
problem.
doesn't.
Most people don't have good risk management.
Well, if you know what, even if you don't have risk management, oh, imagine you bought the top last year. Imagine you bought the top the year before. Like, you're fine on Bitcoin still. Right?
I'll be
Of
right
course,
back.
you
Give me
could
a
have
second.
done better, but it's. There's nothing wrong about buying. Like, price doesn't matter. What matters is the potential, right? And in a breakout trade, you're buying the top, expecting it to continue upward. And if you see like a 10% pump, a 5% pump, or you see a 5 or a 10% pump, right? It's not less good than having bought 100K and sold 110. It's exactly the same thing. If you buy 110 and you sell 120, it's exactly it's almost the same percentage, right? And the probability of your trade working is actually better in a breakout trade than when you're fighting the trend, right? When you bought 100K here, you had the trend against you. If you bought 110 yesterday Well, you had a bit the trend with you, right? So the probability of it playing out was actually probably higher than the 100k to 110 play.
Yeah, but you sacrifice percentage.
Now, of course, the best trade we try to catch is to buy 110 and 100 and sell 120, I guess. But that's asking a bit too much, I guess.
I lost some serious money trying to predict the lows and selling and waiting for a reposition. Next time I think there'll be certain positions that I would just hold. I won't do that again. Trying to get in and out of the market to
But it's
to
balance
gain
between
more.
the two. You need to.
The best people are the people that are going to be on Robinhood at their 9 to 5 with their $10,000 account and just dwindling it to nothing, being in and out 7 million times a day. It's going to be a beautiful thing.
The fees are gonna have them for lunch, bro.
I've been there.
I thought maybe we was going to get a bounce at 13.1, but maybe they front run that. I guess I don't know.
No, everything is valid as long as it's a plan, right? Like, there's nothing wrong about buying right now at 113,500 if it fits your strategy. I wouldn't do
was
that
already
though.
wrong about. I was already wrong about where I thought the pivot was going to be. So I don't know. Let's see how it plays out here. It might if it does hold above 112, then it might invalidate my bearish theory. It's going to be a painful, like, sit and wait type of situation for me.
You see anything at like 112.5, 112.6? Some power coming in there, get a bounce, possibly.
I don't know. We kind of shot right up through everything, so there's not a lot of support was built. It was just a bunch of vectors put in.
Oh, sorry, Qui-Gon, sorry to cut you off. We got breaking news. A couple minutes ago, the Fed board member Christopher Waller says the Federal Reserve can consider cutting interest rates this month.
They've been
4
saying
minutes
that for
ago.
like a week too. Yeah, absolutely. That's awesome. They've been saying that for like a week. A lot of the other Fed members, not Powell.
Yeah. I haven't heard of this guy
Yeah.
before, so.
Yeah,
No,
Waller.
Waller said it first. Waller was the first Fed to say it like 3 weeks ago.
Well, there you
was
go.
that
We
long
have
ago?
something to blame the pump on.
Right, exactly. That's all it'll be. Bitcoin needs everything to go up. It needs all of these things. It's crazy. It's very needy, Bitcoin.
It doesn't need help going up. It needs help going down.
Those times are coming too.
There's always a bear market. If it's not tomorrow, it'll be the next day, right?
Sorry, for the guy who just spoke right now, the guy who said he was in the AVAX community thing.
Yes, sir.
Is that you say? Do you
I'm
know
looking at the
about
chart right
Arena?
now too. What's that,
Are you into
Arena?
a coin called Arena? Yeah, do you know what that is?
No, I haven't heard of it.
Oh,
Is
okay.
it
Oh,
small
never mind.
market cap?
It's basically a SocialFi app on AVAX. It's like a meme coin launchpad for AVAX. Pretty
Gotcha.
interesting. Has a cool model, yeah.
Let me check it out, brother.
I
Thanks
thought,
for bringing it up.
yeah, no worries.
Yeah, the AVAX chart, that whole family is going to wake up here, it looks like, according to these technicals, in my humble opinion. I'm in a
Yeah,
long
every
as well.
meme coin, every new meme coin in the last month that popped off on AVAX were like 10, 50 mil runners, all came through the Arena. It's kind
Damn.
of like a launch pad. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's kind of like X. It's like a Twitter SocialFi app / meme launchpad. Pretty
Yeah,
cool.
I'm long as hell on AVAX on spot through many different avenues. I'm invested in one of their biggest exchanges too. It's called
Black
Pangolin.
Hole? Oh, Penguin, yeah.
Pangolin? Yeah, I'm
Oh,
invested
do you know
heavily.
about Black Hole? Launching
No,
tomorrow.
I've actually never heard of that.
No way. You haven't heard of
Is it
Black
another
Hole?
one? It's another DEX?
Do you know who Elio Trades is or Alex Becker?
Yes.
They're both of them are the creators of Black Hole. It's coming out tomorrow. Launches tomorrow.
Oh,
It's
okay, so it's
another
new.
major DEX. Yeah, it's a major DEX for Avalanche. Kind of gonna have like a hyper liquid kind of system. They make money on
Oh.
fees.
Is it going to be on Coinbase?
I'm pretty sure it's gonna get
Probably
listed
not.
everywhere. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it might actually go to the
Because
centralized
those
exchanges.
guys, yeah, because those guys are huge on Twitter. They have like
Are you
millions of followers.
are you getting some, or are you gonna wait till it gets listed on something that you can get it at?
No, I'm not getting it. So right now they said they have no allocation. It's just gonna be free for the community. Like they're airdropping a bunch of coins for
I've heard
community
that one
use.
before.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'll wait for it to jump on a centralized exchange, but hey,
Yeah,
I
like
mean,
obviously it's gonna be a sell off right away for
yeah,
sure.
probably,
People are gonna take
probably.
profits. Yeah, but
No, it's good
it looks like a
information
cool
though.
concept. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Because you know when them meme boys come in, I don't do memes really at all, but I'll definitely invest in
Yeah.
the picks and shovels. So when everybody gets all freaky and horny about meme coins and NFTs, I'm
Oh
just
yeah,
breaking it in.
Any
because they're
word on
gonna
that
provide
pump?
all the.
Any word on that
So they're
pumped up one coin?
it launches Saturday, no? This Saturday.
That's what I'm asking. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I
4 billion
I think it's
valuation. I ain't
I think,
touching that.
I think it's tomorrow.
Not touching that shit.
No, I think it's Saturday, July 12th.
I like to watch it to study it and see how hard it drops and like do a quick dead cat on it.
Over a $2 billion valuation is ridiculous for that coin.
Yo, Dbloc, you heard about Black Hole?
Yeah, that LEO
It's
trades and
yeah, it's coming out
Alex
tomorrow.
Becker shit. Yeah. It's gonna be another liquidity
They're
suck.
gonna-
Be careful with that one on launch.
Alex
Yeah.
Beck.
They're basically gonna provide liquidity for all these memes on AVAX and stuff.
You got the AI index of crypto here, kind of leading this push for alts. You look at your AI.C, that's your ticker for your crypto index for AI. That, and then you got Polkadot ecosystem right below it, and then RWA right there as well. These new indexes are cool, man. Anybody who doesn't have them, I highly recommend putting them in your watch list. Why not?
Notice how Bitcoin gave you the low before starting this rise? I just
Yeah,
noticed.
it
Because
took all the
yes,
wicks out. Yep, I saw that too on the hourly, and you swept all the
yeah,
liquidity and got out of there. Beautiful market maker.
yeah.
It's a freaking deviation. It's the name of the or it's the word of this cycle for Bitcoin is deviation, man. Deviation
No,
after deviation.
well, it's just a downward ABC on the 5 minute or the 1
Yep.
minute, but you got the low at just $50 low, right? Very tiny low there.
Yeah, we got 350 people in the chat and 169 likes. Let's get those likes going, guys. If you're new here, hit that subscribe button. We're here 24/7, 365. Bullet Bear. Join the family.
Come on, guys.
So
Where else are you going to
maybe
get great technicals, great conversation? Zeus with his French accent. Come on. Hit the like
maybe we
button.
can just
Subscribe.
repeat the same stuff, right? Pull back a bit here, then go for a double top. Well, maybe a lower high. Because yeah, in the end, we've come pretty close to 115,000, and that's another big level resting order there. So it would be kind of cool to see a consolidation form below 115, yeah, to attack it with strength and not fail the 115 breakout this time. And then after that, it's about 120. Well, 119 to 120. You might see a lot of people, market sell around there. Because I think there's confluence. There's many targets that line up just around, just a bit below 120. And if that doesn't stop Bitcoin, as long as we're above 112, I'm considering it's just pumping. Which might become wrong quickly here, right?
You guys remember James Wynn? Apparently he's back and he's in a short. His liquidation's at 113,990.
Oh my god.
That guy is just he's been full tilted for a minute.
He's
Wait, what?
asking
You said
for
he's
it, bro.
short where? Short from where?
He's short from
His
111.
liquidation is at His liquidation is at 113,990.
Yeah,
Does he have a
he's on.
stop loss?
No, usually. Do you know what I'm talking about? James Wynn, this guy that like.
Oh, okay. You're talking about a Twitter guy. I thought you were talking about somebody in
He
here. My
said,
bad. I was
"Stop
listening.
loss." James Wynn in the same sentence.
That dude's a crackhead, man. That dude needs to get off the drugs.
I'm gonna do some research a little bit here while this retraces, guys. I'm here. I'm just on the side screen.
You know what's crazy? There's a big ass bull pennant on XRP that nobody's talking about with a measured move to like $10.
Oh, I'm on that one, brother.
Let's go.
That's my main squeeze.
Well, yeah,
Oh yeah, you told me.
yesterday,
You got a big old bag.
Yeah, but that'd be a pretty big market cap at $10. I
Oh
mean,
yeah,
if
it's gonna be
the
massive.
market goes up though, it could happen.
It's gonna be a massive market cap. It's gonna make people shit bricks.
It can
No,
happen, but it
not as
won't
far.
last, right? It won't be sustainable. So it depends if you want success of your project or if you want to make money, right? If you just want to make money,
We want to make money, Sus.
right? Well,
Oh, I'm not waiting until all the way up there to get out of all of it. I'll be taking profit the whole way up. I've already taken
Yeah.
some. My average is 33 cents, so I'm doing
Yeah,
very well, and I'll continue to do well as it climbs.
Yeah, I would probably start taking profits at $7. That's
I'm
kind of
starting to
spending
feel like
time, but
the timeline's already too bullish on a lot of these alts.
yeah, but then it's gonna go into a 2-3 year slow downward retrace where it'll be a bit dead out of the media space, right? So
Can't wait for that
the
either.
way-
That'll be fun. Time to accumulate again. Get back on the train again. We get to do this every 4 years, man. It's beautiful.
thank you, sweet little baby Jesus.
Amen.
8-pound, 16-ounce baby Jesus. Nobody? Talladega Nights?
Shaking.
Shake and bake, sir.
the whole
all right,
point of
guys. Well,
pumping.
See, go ahead, Zeus.
I just wanted to say the whole point of pumping an asset a lot is to make traders interested in it, right? Like when you see a chart do like 3x up, like XRP did, or like Bitcoin is doing, and all, then people are really interested in buying the next dip, right? So you're creating liquidity to be able to sell the next low, and I guess that's how big traders do it, right? Because they need our orders to be able to enter and exit. Because if you add up all the small people, they kind of represent a lot, no, on Bitcoin. Actually, I don't know.
Yeah, I think I like that. I like that theory, Sus. I just think that you have to wait for it to reach critical mass to have a sustainable pump.
Yeah, Bitcoin's pump has been sustainable.
But yeah, Bitcoin's already mainstream, bro.
We did like 30% correction, and lately we did like 12%. I wonder if next one is only going to be 6%.
All right, could this be a bearish retest of the 50 on the 1 minute? Stay tuned and find out. He
Right.
already dropped the Ishimoku flag.
I figured there'd be some fight coming at 13-1, but whether this stands up or not, but whatever.
I don't know. I mean, I think that the momentum has already been lost, at least on the 1 minute. But the 5 minute, you still got a ways to go because the 50 EMA is down at 112.5.
Right. Like that's what I'd just say I'd be tempted if we get to 112.5 today real quick. Like a quick wick down there real fast. You know, that'd be exciting.
I mean, we'll see what this all-time high is really made of at that point, I suppose.
It may be like 112.6, 112.7, 80, you know, real quick. As long as it's real fast, not slow.
Yeah, I might be able to close out on my short and get a better entry.
Well, you know, while Bitcoin is pumping, I'm getting emails of my assets being delisted on some exchanges here and there.
That always sucks.
I wouldn't have betted 4 years ago that my alts would be delisted while Bitcoin is making price discovery.
Right, me neither. I thought we were gonna be flying by now. I've got like frickin' 15% of my portfolio got delisted. I'm like, are you serious?
What the
Well, there's a
hell
lot
were
of
you investing
delistings
in?
right now. Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah.
I am the 5th largest holder in the world on something that has a $16,000 market cap, right?
And how much is it? Is that a lot of money that you're invested in that? I hope not.
But it's significant if it's in the top
lunch
5.
money. But yeah, that thing's probably never gonna come back. I'm not even gonna say the name of it. But if it does, I'll let you guys know because I'll crash the price. I don't think it's ever gonna get popular enough though. Maybe. You never know. Stranger things have happened in crypto. It's a meme coin on Binance Chain. It's a meme coin based off of a meme coin that's based off of a meme coin.
Big styles coming in. Big styles. Watch out.
And that's why I stopped. That's why I stopped investing in meme coins altogether. I don't care if they're going up. It's not my cup of tea. Except for Dogecoin. Dogecoin will always have a place in my portfolio. Except for when I sell it.
Mudang for me, not because of some of the gains, but just that learning, that journey on the chart. You know, watching the 200 and 800 and hanging out with Moo and drinking cold beer at the bar. But after about 5 weeks, I had to tell him I can't do it no more. But, you know, learning that, like, and when we lost to 200, when I was talking about it earlier, we lost to 200, you know, get out because the 800 was real far down there, and it went to the 800 and further on down.
Yeah, you can't trust these new guys.
But Doge is below the 200 on the daily. Forget the 5 minute. That thing is still relatively cheap, right?
Yeah, let it cook, Zeus. It'll go down to where it's supposed to go,
But
and then we'll.
20
then
cent
we'll
would
rocket.
be, at least get to resistance. Like, we're not even at resistance here. Like, it's a bit.
Yeah, well, it's notorious for falling short of resistance.
It's nowhere. What's up with 80 cent? It's like in the middle of nowhere.
What's going on, y'all? My bad. YouTube, TA's the same. Vector's up. Retail had the opportunity to jump in. They haven't. Market maker will pay himself on these vectors unless that tape lights up. Right? So obvious retest would be all-time high to see if we support it. If we can't, then we're gonna come down, clear these vectors. Daily open retest is 111, 186. You can throw that out of the window if you start seeing some aggression come in here, but we're not seeing it right now. Right?
There's that third option, is that we just go sideways, right? Now that we pumped, maybe we can just go sideways a bit. Cool off while going sideways.
I don't think it's likely. I think people's stops are going to get hit and then liquidations shortly after that. But that's just what I think. Probably not what's going to happen. It is like we're approaching 3 p.m. on a Thursday afternoon though, so and it's mid-July, almost mid-July. I don't want to be reaching too far.
Hour?
It would be better if it was late afternoon on, mid-July, on a Friday instead of a Thursday, but I'll take what I can get.
People are still at work in America, right?
Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
Work? What's that?
Oh, so maybe there'll be some FOMO later, no? Well, that's true every day, though. They'll probably
Dbloc.
FOMO sell because price pumped. You come back home, you look at your chart, you're like, wow, I'm in profit. And your natural reaction is, let's take that profit quickly.
Yeah, but then who's going to buy?
The guy
Most
who
guys
wants
just
to...
say, we're going to the moon, and they just hang on.
Mike, you still
Whoever
farming
has been
those?
buying since 15K.
You still farming those funding rates? RH with the 5 gifted memberships. WRH. Yeah, there's way too many gray names in the chat. Yo, where are my green names at?
Whoever is
gifts
buying
RH.
here.
What's a green name mean?
You remember?
Oh. Let's see if I'm a member.
I just remembered that I keep telling myself I'm going to become a member. I'm going to do it right now. I forget all the time.
Remember.
I'm putting an official countdown on the flip of the Discord to the premium, guys. We've waited a long time. I've had 2 people this week get scammed by scammers for real money. I can't. I wanted to keep it free for as long as possible, but it's starting to cost people money now, and we have to make it harder for these guys. So there's a 7-day countdown starting from today. Right, so next Friday will officially be in the premium section. So if anybody hasn't got their family roll, you've got a week to do that.
What the hell?
Copy that.
I'm not green. I had a D next to my name, and I'm pretty sure my name was
Yeah,
green.
it's every month. If it runs out, you probably got a gift. You probably got it gifted by somebody.
Yeah, I def got a gift. Guys, give me a 1 in the chat if you're bullish, and a 2 in the chat if you're bearish.
Yeah, I know, bro. I warn people, but it's like, I guess you know what it is. The people that are new. Some people come in like times right now. There's 350 people in the chat. Some of you guys are about to get Discord invites from a fake me. I will not reach out to you guys first. I will not send invites out. I will not send friend invites, and I won't message you first. Yes, sir, bro. Just message me in Discord. And if you want to pay through crypto, we'll just do it. We'll do it live. We're doing it live.
Yeah, I know it. Hey, I saw that news anchor. Mm-hmm.
Doing it live.
We'll do it live.
Something about people getting
Hello,
fed up
Ramsey.
is so
I
entertaining
remember
to
this.
me, bro.
Oh man,
Like
so
when
funny.
like when the reel comes out You know, you're just so frustrated that you're like,
Well, like when you see a lot of those anchors, they're so composed. You know what I mean? They have to be. They're so composed. So to see them like how they actually are, it's like watching someone take off a mask.
guys, look, if you want the invite to the Discord, this is the Discord invite. Right now, the entire thing is free for now. And if you already have that, if you're already in and you want to get your family roll, then this is the link. Hold on.
Visa. What kind of crypto is that?
Yeah. The shitcoin.
Imagine somebody explaining, like somebody who knows a lot about credit cards and stuff like that when they barely came out, and explaining that to somebody who had only used cash and stuff, and then like try explaining crypto or Bitcoin or the blockchain to somebody who is like, oh, credit cards, that's the new wave and stuff like that. Like, how do you think that would be?
That second link, guys, is the one that takes you directly to the WAP store for the family roll.
We WAP.
Yeah, Mar. I've been trying to. I mean, everybody knows I've stretched it out for almost like 6 months now, which is good, right? It's sort of like the reason we were able to stretch it out for so long was that chat's been okay. We've had a couple problems in Discord, no big deal. Chat hasn't gotten too out of control, but people are really starting to fall for these scams now. So we need to keep them from being able to see our member list. And if they pay $50 just to get in the Discord to scam people and they get kicked out, then I'm pretty sure they're not going to do that too many times before their masters tell them this isn't worth it.
Hey Dbloc, I just paid for my roll through WAP.
Appreciate you, brother. Nah, nobody's gonna get kicked out, Robo. It's just the rooms are gonna move into the premium. There's still gonna be a chat room and there's still gonna be a text room. But YouTube chat, all the trading rooms, the chilling lounges, the AI rooms, all of that's gonna be behind the paywall. You guys are gonna want that, trust me. The last thing you want is being down in the trading room making some trades when this thing goes crazy and having 37 brand new people come in to troll and all that shit. It's not productive.
So it looks like we got an overwhelming amount of twos. There was a couple ones in there. Somebody said that they were one for the alts. But I think I saw 6 or 7 twos and I only saw like 3 ones, so.
Oh, ya voy, ya voy. Ya mismito.
So it looks like chat is more on the bearish side, at least the people that answered. Thank you guys for participating.
You think this is going to go into a double top?
I mean, technically
Um,
speaking, you're in price discovery.
It often does, except in tweezer scenarios, or
We're technically speaking, we're in price discovery until we go back below 112. So really anything could happen at this point.
but are people done TPing? That's the question, right? Simple.
That's cool. Like my roll, I showed up automatically. I didn't have to ask her anything. It's cool.
I'm going to say double top to get all the late FOMOers that are like getting off for lunch or getting their lunch and sitting down.
It's to be provocative, but Bitcoin hasn't even pumped here. We're up 3.5%. I mean, it can do much better than this. We've seen it pump 8% in a single day.
Oh,
Many
it totally can.
But
like,
on average,
I'm
it's a
just
small
praying.
breakout.
It's 2 or 3% a day, on average. But
Lately, it's
like
been
you do have
slow.
those outliers where it moves like 10, 12, 15% in a single day, but that's not as often. The thing is, now we're above the previous all-time high, so that's where you kind of have to factor that in too.
Yeah, people are very cautious. Wall Street is cautious, right?
Well, I'm saying that just simply there's no resistance above us. We do need buyers to step in.
JC speaking.
But like if they if buyers don't step in, then my opinion is it would probably likely lose that previous ATH and be retraced. Market maker going short that whole time, he's gonna pay himself. Or better yet, maybe he holds on to the position and goes to liquidate all the longs that have been long for like the last week or two.
I see a chunk of liquidity from 113,795 about to about 114,364, and then there's a pretty large gap. So if he wants to get it, they can come up and get it, eat, or fake out.
Yeah, but is that going to be too expensive for them or not? Because they already just pushed it a lot. The market maker just pushed price up a lot. So, and it doesn't appear that the market maker is going along. This is kind of just looks like retail FOMO and like
Retail,
outside market
yeah,
participants.
that's what I'm saying. The second like wave of FOMO, like so these like we're at the computers, we're at our phones, and we're ready, and we're looking at it. You know what I mean? So anybody who wanted to jump in when it was going up right there, but then you have the people that like are at work and this is their secondary thing. You know what I mean? Like I think they're gonna FOMO in for like a second time. That's gonna give like a double top possibly. I don't know. That's just what that's my logic with it.
If you
I
look
could be
at
totally. That's how.
Previous
don't
all-time high is
underestimate.
right where the 50 on the 15-minute is right now. So that seems like a logical target. But I mean, I don't know. It's just like let me look at volume, because if we're still dwindling on volume, then that's probably a sign that the push or the momentum is still dying off a little bit.
No, yeah, here on the small time frames, momentum is dying off and all. But when you look at the bigger picture, don't like. I made the mistake of underestimating a few times how long the order flow can stay like this, or something is changing these last weeks. We are able to have bullish order flow, and
yeah, I mean,
price is also being allowed to pump. Market maker is not interfering. He's not absorbing all the buys to prevent new all-time highs, or to prevent it from pumping. And with bullish order flow, well, price was allowed to reach new all-time highs today. So I guess his interest was to pump it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed it. And when you look at the delta, the difference between how many people bought and sold, it's not that huge today. Like, it's not. Market maker could have prevented this pump from happening if he wanted to. He had to put like, I don't know, 2,000 Bitcoin on the table, and he would have prevented it.
Push.
The question is, how long can this bullish order flow remain like this? And the answer to that is a bit how long it remained bearish. And I mean, I don't remember seeing bullish order flow. But I'm a bit biased, I guess. But honestly, I don't even remember seeing bullish order flow. Even today, we'll see how it ends.
It looks like there's more.
It's not that bullish. It's half bullish.
There's slightly more sells above us than there is buys below us, and the buys below us are further away.
But the buys are still at 108, right? They haven't moved. We haven't seen FOMO from limit buyers where they mark price up. We haven't seen, because there's no one selling huge amounts.
I'm talking about way more local.
I'm on the 15-minute
Yo, Zusi,
order flow.
you're talking about like the order flow? Does
Yeah.
that
Check it
does
out on
that
the
include
5.
does that include ETF inflows at all?
No, it doesn't. It's just by a Binance Spot I look at. So I don't know what's happening over there, but I should look into it because it's 30% of the volume now. So it's probably significant. There's probably a lot of FOMO going on ETFs and all. I don't know. But on Binance Spot, like, yeah, I guess it does some FOMO going on, but it's not like, it's not, I don't know. It's not
All right,
like
so
real FOMO.
also
What
take
are the
this
big
into
limit, guys?
consideration.
Oh,
So, over a $500 million. So we got 650 million in liquidations in the last 24 hours. 577 million of that was shorts. So over $500 million in short liquidations in the last 24 hours. On top of that, right now, our long short ratio is 51.77 long, 48.23% short. So there's way more people longing than there is people shorting at this point, because
yeah, but
I think that's
that's just
because
back
the
to
shorts
normal,
got
right?
taken out. But I
Yeah,
think that's because the shorts just got taken out. But if that's the case, it would insinuate that the next target is long liquidity.
yes,
Yeah,
once
but
The
those
long
those
liquidity
shorts
has
were
been building
older.
up. If you look at the
Those shorts have been
liquidation
there
heat
for a
map.
while though. Like those shorts were sitting pretty for like a minute, you know?
Yeah, so if we go down, it will let shorts build up again, and then, like, if there's a shit ton of people shorting, then it might push for a short squeeze into price discovery. I mean,
I'm saying like
that would be the
those
bullish case.
shorts those shorts that you're talking about that got taken out, they had been sitting in profit since May 22nd. So for the next move to take out longs, it could take some time, you know?
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. And
I mean,
this
that's
bullish order
kind of what I'm
flow
counting on.
could stay the whole month
Right.
till August, where we might see a shift in what people are doing.
August
But that
5th
doesn't
is
mean
when we
price is
have
just
that
gonna
big
go up, you know.
capitulation event.
It just means that even dips will be on bullish order flow. Price can go
Last
down
year,
while people are buying. It can.
Last year, the final capitulation event didn't happen until August 5th, right? And I
Yeah.
know there was other fundamental reasons that had to do with that, but still, August 5th of last year, that's when the final capitulation event happened on Bitcoin, down to 48K. Now, the year before that, 2023, the final capitulation event didn't happen until September. So September 11th of 2023, that's when the real final capitulation event happened back in that year. And it went from 31 all the way down to 25 again, below 25. So, I
Yeah,
mean,
and
there
then
is some sort of seasonality to this. I don't know if it's too predictable at this point, but that's part of my theory, is that the August, September area is fishy. There's always something fishy that happens. There's a big, like, long liquidation,
it
liquidity sweep,
depends.
capitulation event, and then we go up another leg for the rest of the year.
It depends how you come into that month a bit, right? If you come to September in a downtrend, it's not the same as coming into September with everything in price discovery in an uptrend. Right?
No, we were sideways both years. So, well, kind of. Like, we were sideways in 2023, and we were sideways slightly down in 2024. At the same time of the year.
Actually, I
We were
looked at
pushing.
21 and 22 also, and 21 was interesting, yeah. But yeah, you're right. There's something with August, September, back to school season. People who sold in May kind of buy back in September, and it creates a bit October, November push, right?
Yeah. I mean, like, usually by mid-September, there's a push back up, and it pushes to a new high. And it puts this big ass new leg up that takes out all the previous highs, and it goes up to that level, and then once that level is set, it comes down and never reclaims the previous level.
So
That's
it's a
what's been
4-year
happening.
cycle,
Except
right? So
it did happen when we went back down to 70K range, but I mean, that could be a possibility again if we do something very similar to what we did in 2023, which is what I'm kind of expecting, that we should go back down to the 70s even if it's the mid or high 70s. But I'm
that
really
scenario,
only targeting the mid to high 90s. So
why not look 4 years ago, since it's a 4-year cycle? Right? Maybe the probability of the same thing happening is a bit higher if you look at 4 years ago, and that's roughly August, September 2021, and
we were down. We had a summer low then too. We were
yeah,
freaking down at 28K. So that was
yeah.
that
So
was
the
right.
down to
It took
28
until
is the down to 98 we just did, which unfortunately was only 10% down, I guess, or fortunately, depending on. Fortunately,
whatever happened back then. I forget whether it was July or August, but I remember the B Word conference with Elon
Yeah.
Musk, Kathy Wood, dipshit, what's his name, Jack Dorsey, and like they were all talking about Bitcoin. So Bitcoin freaking shot up right off 28K, but it stayed down there for like 2 or 3 months. It was ridiculous because that was like right after the whole big 50% drop. I'm not suggesting that there's going to be a 50% drop this time because I don't think it's the same
But it happened. We got
sort of market.
32. It happened, right? We got 32% from 108 down to 75. I mean, it wasn't 50%, but the equivalent kind of happened. So it happened in April and not in May. 4 years ago, it happened in May. Well, this time it happened in April. I mean, I don't know if it helps to expect the same pattern to play out, but it kind of played out.
My two scenarios are very simple. Either we hold above 112 for a couple days and we bust into price discovery and we go up and there's nothing holding us back, or at that point, if we don't do that and we fall below 112 and we spend a couple days below 112, then I don't think that the 50 weekly EMA is out of the question, which is at 88K.
Yeah, once you lose 112, it's a very bearish ABC, and we took like a whole year to create it, so it could take a while. Yeah, that's probably a short to just hold for like 6 months, right?
I mean, maybe not 6
But
months. I would.
Well, it's the short for the bear market, right? At that point, like.
Oh no, hell no, hell no. We're not done with this yet. We got another year left.
No, well, no. Well, maybe, but not according to the 4-year cycle. Right?
No, but I think it's going to deviate a little bit. I think this time everyone's like, oh, this time's different. This
Okay.
time's different. But I actually do feel like this time is different. Like I really do.
Yeah,
I think it's
yeah,
going to be
but
extended a couple months.
but yeah, it could, of course. But instead of topping in October, we could like actually you could average when we topped off last time, right? Because we had an initial top in April and a second top in November. So take the midpoint. Yeah. You could say that for your like you could line it up to July, right? So then you would expect plus or minus 3 months around July for the top. So maybe we're witnessing bull market top now, and yeah, I guess I want some people to go short so we get paid to stay long, but that ain't gonna happen anymore.
Maybe by the end of quarter 2 of next year, it's gonna be done and over with. Because I don't see it going too far past that, to be honest.
It's about Wall Street now, Bitcoin, right? So when they stop pumping, we'll probably start our bear market too, and that's linked to rates and this and that.
Time will tell. I'll just gamble until then.
It all lines up. Trump needs to postpone again, though. So earlier you said that he said he wouldn't postpone again tariffs. That's kind of bearish news for bulls because it puts an uncertainty in August, which I guess lines up with a bit of the last dip to potentially buy. Yeah, for September, October push, and then after that, the sell you'll do there, you probably won't be willing to buy the next dip. And it'll be a self-fulfilling prophecy because if no one buys the next dip, well, we'll just continue dipping, right? You just have to spread the word not to buy the dip.
Hope you guys enjoy the free membership, guys. Cannot express my gratitude to this community. I'm very thankful and very grateful. I'm super sick right now, but I'm making money, so it makes up for it.
All right.
I guess whatever
So
makes
is
you
it building
happy.
that double top?
Yeah, dude, like 114. It's still my target. 114 is still my target. Or at least, okay. Okay, my scenario right now, if we make a higher high from here than 114, if we cannot do that and we do an engulfing, then I take profit. Well, not
Bitcoin
everything.
could be at 130 in 48 hours. Okay, maybe
Yes, sir.
not.
No, I'm not
48
gonna
hours.
take the entire bag out of the play, Zuzi. Right? Like just like take a nibble, man. Enjoy the profits, right?
Yeah, as long as those profits cost you less than the profits itself.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, the chart looks. I mean, this is a great looking chart.
Yeah,
This is
some
the chart. This is the chart we've been waiting for a couple of weeks. I mean, the ranges that the Bitcoin's been giving us since that last all-time high. It's just it's just a reason for the market maker to take your money. This is the kind of moves we've been waiting for.
You know, the long to
I
short
don't want him to
ratio.
take my money. Let him take someone else's money, not mine.
It's the same money moving hands. Right? The long to short ratio is typically positive. Like it's normal to have more buyers than sellers in these exchanges because most people just only go long anyway. So
I think it's normal to have like 50-50, but
what?
anything above that
No,
is
no,
like a
no,
huge.
no. Well, on some good exchanges, I guess that could be the new norm now because there's so little retail that still leverage trading, I guess, on Bitcoin. But no, that's not true. I don't think it's true. I'll ask AI. But like the average, if you average funding rates,
Yeah, Zeus, why don't you go ask AI about it? Don't take
no,
my word for it, just ask AI.
Most of the liquidity above is 25x leverage. That would be.
Well, you got some 100x up to 114.3.
Oh yeah, no, totally. But the chunk, the majority that goes to like 114.3. Well, actually, I'm showing my 236 being the end of this move. Like that's the total range. But right under it, that's where I see the last bit of liquidity before there's a gap. So that might be an interesting price point: 114.412 or 114.439.
Don't forget, there was a time that you just couldn't do the 100x move because like we had ranges last year that we were liquidating people on 20x, because the ranges were big enough. We just got so used to this like 1 to
The price was
3% range
lower.
every week. Yeah, so we have such small ranges and people just going into 50, 100x's. But we had ranges like that. We had ranges where Bitcoin would do 5% up, 5% down, and we didn't really care about the 100x guys because we were taking liquidity from the guys that over leveraging at 20x. That's the reason why like a lot of people like the real big the people who have stayed multiple cycles, that's why they don't go over certain leverages like 3 to 5x.
Yeah.
Because right now we're seeing the range that we used to. We just like kind of we're kind of foggy in our memory because we've been in a very tight range for a good while.
for a year, even I mean, since
No,
April.
when the last high that we did, the last all-time high, and then we just ranging and just like we went down all the way
Well,
to
damn.
100K, and then just like screwing around like 2 to 3% every week.
Well, you had like volatility increase on events. Like I remember that Trump
Oh, yeah.
conference where I remember, yeah, some events helped
sure.
increase volatility, but
Come on, Biddy. 114.
Yo, I just want to say sorry for interrupting, but my auto fib just changed. That move that was up there is actually gone to the 382 now. So yeah, Bitcoin's making some moves right now.
Those auto fibs are garbage, man.
Yeah,
I was gonna say
usually
something, but I didn't want to sound like I was picking.
Nah,
Yeah, no, I
those
know.
auto fibs, they're straight garbage, bro. I wouldn't trust them.
They've worked for today. They've worked for today, except for like that part. It was they lag, man. That's the real big issue with them. That's the issue I have with them. Is
I
they
would
lag
start.
so bad.
I would learn how to draw them. Like they're entirely unreliable.
I know how to draw them. I draw them on the exchange I'm on, but on TradingView they just have one, and I just have it there to you know to check every now and then when I go to it. But yeah, no, I understand. It's I'm lazy, and that's my downfall.
No, just to some degree, you're still just these are kind of beginner things. I mean, I used it for a while until I realized it wasn't helping me, and I stopped using it.
It's a completely different concept from drawing them locally.
If you're gonna use an auto fib, the only thing I would suggest is at least get a multi time frame one, because that should have a little bit better confluence with reality, right?
All that does is it freaking when you jump to a different time frame, it changes. That's all
No,
the
I'm
multi-time
talking
frame.
about one that actually checks multiple time frames and repaints.
I don't even know what strategy you would apply auto fibs to. Really, I don't.
It's not. It's more or less just
It's
having your
mostly
levels very
scalping
quickly.
and
But
just like if I look at it right now, like it flipped right when I saw like if this was gonna be a double top. That's why I was asking, and when I was looking at it, I got zoomed in and I zoomed out and I saw it change. So it does work for me most of the time. I would say like a good 80 to 85% of the time. That's the
But then
only reason I still use it.
aren't you constantly changing your targets and stuff then? If it's constantly,
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I used to use them too, but like looking back, it was like, man, what a waste. I don't know. I don't even buy it.
Goes
Yeah,
with the
well,
5
it
gifted
switches the time frames.
memberships.
You can go you
W
can use it on the
gifts.
3 minute, 5 minute, and it still works. I use it. That's like how I was looking at that move today. But for some people, I guess they don't like it. I like it, but I've only been doing this for like 6 months. So
yeah,
Did I get it gifted?
they're just known to not be accurate and to move on you. All right.
Yeah, I gifted about 10.
It's just a
gifted
separate. It's
memberships
an entire different idea than
as soon as we
actually
had that
drawing
bounce.
your own fibs locally.
I was like, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't get one.
Yeah.
No, I didn't get one. But thank you, Ghost, for gifting those.
Best
No,
suggestion is
as soon as we bounced, I was like, I'm gonna give some memberships. And I bounced some more. I was like, I'm gonna give it a little more.
my best
Let's see if we
suggestion
hit
is
114.
when the market's slow and there's not a whole lot of opportunity for scalps, take a little bit of time and draw fibs on some macro time frames and some a couple of maybe like a 15-minute or an hour time frame, and those fibs will last you a long time. And then you can always draw them locally. It doesn't take long. It's most of it's like 2 points or 3 points, and they don't have to be exactly perfect, right? If you're just trying to figure out a quick location or a quick target or point of confluence, but yeah.
Oh,
right on.
Floor
I
Crypto
appreciate the
X
information.
Floor Crypto X4 also sent 5 gifteds. Shout out to
Yeah,
Floor
Oh,
Crypto
did I miss
X4.
another 5 gifters?
Yeah.
W
Yeah,
gifts,
me and
man. Y'all are
Crypto,
killing it right now.
yeah.
Appreciate y'all. W gifts. My bad. I'm like multitasking over here. And for some reason, I can't get the alerts. I try to fix it. I can't figure out what the hell's
Dude,
going.
it's
Like
been
I can't
months.
hear it. Discord can hear it, but I can't hear it. Usually, if I
Is
hear
it
the
because
noise,
like
I'll stop all conversation. You know what I mean? But
maybe your OBX is
I
out
don't
of
know.
play
I
right
checked
by
it. My
your
OBS is
Discord?
set right. The mic is set right. Windows is set right.
Yeah, let's give it a wait.
Dojev, welcome back, bro.
Come on,
Thank
come on,
you for
Biddy.
the super chat,
114. Don't give me
Dojev.
that.
Is
Cool
that a
face
super
emoji.
chat? What is
Call
that,
me hand
yen?
emoji. Call me hand emoji.
Super
Thumbs
chat.
up emoji. Thank you, Dbloc.
WRH.
Yen.
W super chat, brother. Appreciate you.
300 yen, baby. Let's go. I think that's what that is.
Yeah, I want that 114 right now. Let's go.
I like it. All time high brings out the super chats and the gifties.
Let's
Yeah,
go.
man.
Except for the crazy people like me that are shorting.
What?
Yeah, I'm trying to short this move because I'm a madman.
Yeah,
I was
you get your
already
short.
wrong.
You get your short. It's coming. Not just now. Yo, ETH is moving, man. ETH on the 5-minute doesn't care about the AMAs. It's just like, let's push.
We're seeing
You know what?
ETH
I'm gonna have to
slowly outperform Bitcoin for longer and longer spurts. Right, like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, hour. That'll stretch out to a couple days. And when it's outperforming Bitcoin for weeks at a time, that's when we're in alt season, baby.
Yeah, we need an overbalance in time and price for the ETH BTC chart.
XRP moving nicely.
I don't think you can pay with crypto on WAP. You can only pay with like PayPal, Cash App. Just message me on Discord if you wanna pay it in crypto. Message me though, because if I message you, then the scammer. You just make sure you find me in the Discord and message me directly.
Do you have a list of favorite coins, Dbloc?
Not really. It's usually whatever people have. That's what I usually ask them. Like, what do you have? What's the cheapest thing that you're already holding? True Earthman with another 5 gifted memberships. Nah, y'all are killing it right now. W Gifts, appreciate you, True.
Come on, Biddy. Come on.
I'll tell you how stubborn I am when I take profit sometimes. And I know it's not right. And my suggestion is always to not be this way. But am I wrong for wanting that pixel touch on target 4? Like,
Being a dick for a tick.
Like, am I?
You're being a dick for a tick. It put, like, in my opinion, it basically hit. You know.
Well, if
I
we're
don't
gonna be technical about it, it's 0.02%.
I don't remember exactly when it was, but I remember there was a point. I think it was probably when we were first kind of getting up to like 99K or something. And I remember you set the target and they didn't hit the target by like $800. And but then if I remember correctly, we had like a really sideways trap after that then took us up above that target, and that was like a big pump around that time.
Yeah.
So
It happens.
sometimes that waiting pays off, right?
Yeah, it happens. It's not advisable. Like, definitely don't miss taking profits for a couple bucks. Just because you didn't hit your shit. For me, this is long-term bag. I know eventually we hit 113.8 anyways, so it's not really that big of a deal, but I do have to mandatory take profits when these targets hit. So this is me just avoiding the mandatory take profit, basically. But it's a long-term bag. I already took profits off of the scalpity scalps.
Yeah, well, it's definitely different in spot too, right? Like you have a little
Yeah,
bit
for
more.
sure.
Yeah.
Where is that? I will put 100x short at that spot, or right above that spot, so it comes to get me. Actually, I'll do 100x short right now, so it comes to liquidate me. How many?
On which one? At what price now?
What do?
On BTC?
Yeah. What's one?
How many times did it
1%
take you
down
to get
from
that?
there?
How many times did you have to get stopped out on a 100x short?
The idea is not to get stopped out. The idea is to get liquidated so that Dbloc's target can hit.
Damn, I'm done.
What the hell? Bro, don't worry about me, bro. Use some stops.
Damn, what a hookup.
That's the homie for real.
Yeah, that's
what you call taking one for the team.
And there goes the double top.
Yeah, nah, don't
What's
worry about
1%
me. This
down
is just
from
gonna put in a really nice M pattern that's gonna take us through these liquidations. So
Yeah, that was nice. All right, took profit.
Dbloc, you must have like a guy that runs your laundry bag, one that brings you lunch. You got like
Man.
what, 4 or 5 interns, one guy shining your shoes, one guy make sure your
Nice.
car's outside ready.
Get some of those
One dude that holds your
Optimus.
hand
You get some of
tells you
those
sweet
Optimus
things.
I
robots.
don't know about all that now, crazy, but you know, I didn't. But I'm sure it's easy to, you know, anybody would want to be like, you know, yo, what's up? Let me do something for you and get some knowledge. You know,
You would think that, bro.
that's every day.
Most of the people I know in real life, well, you know how it is. I don't gotta tell y'all. You know how it is when you talk to family and friends about crypto. I promise you, this doesn't change no matter how successful you get. You will always be that kid that was in the corner trying to eat his Legos whenever you try to talk to somebody in your family about crypto.
Selling the pyramid schemes, man.
True
Selling the
that, bro.
pyramid schemes.
True that.
Luckily, my friend circle, my friend circle have all done pretty well in their own sort of lanes. So it's always that argument of what's the best. You know what I mean? Well, you could have done this or you could have done that. So there's no convincing these guys. They're locked in. They've already made it. So
Yeah, but I don't know that anybody can be crypto when it comes to returns, man.
yeah.
I mean, that's hard to beat.
Some people just have a passion for other shit. Like my one homeboy just has a passion for real estate, bro. You just can't.
Yeah,
He just loves to buy and flip houses. Sitting
that's
in
an easy
front of
one
the
to follow.
computer all day would be like a slow death to him.
Unless you're sitting in front of the computer talking to the homies, that makes it all the much better.
Right. But I've at least gotten all of them into long-term Bitcoin investing. Like, okay, you made all this money, but you know, then I do the whole debasement thing, and they're like, all right, I get that part. But as far as trading, you know, actual day trading, it takes a special breed, bro.
What is exactly 1% down from that target for?
Wait, there's actually people who want to sit in
112.6.
front of the computer. That want to sit in front of the computer every day for multiple hours for the rest of their life.
I'm gonna mark it
Guilty.
into 100x short right there, and then that'll put my liquidation at your target.
Nah, nobody wants to do this. We just fell for the lies. That's all. Sleepy with the super chat.
I think the best part.
Block. Will
The
you
best part
look
is
at
you
a
don't have
stock
to
for
too.
me?
You know what I mean?
LMND on
Yeah.
deck.
Like I did a bunch of shit today. I was just kind of monitoring it. I got the station at home, but I'm not sitting in front of this mother effer for extended periods of time. Why? It's like prison. You don't
Different
need to do that.
strokes, different folks. All right, Sleepy, give me a second. I'll take a look at it. LMD, LMND. Got you.
We got some
Lemonade.
meme coins doing almost double digits. These are red flags.
The bottom of the rotation usually. And some of these stocks are looking like cryptos, bro. That's a decent chart. Hold on, let me start. I need to get some history on this before. All right. Decent double bottom. Broke out of the accumulation. Retested accumulation. This is a beautiful chart, bro. Double bottom accumulation. Retested the accumulation. All right, let me go lower time frames now.
Which traffic is slowing down. Seems like the euphoria is wearing off a little bit.
Dopamine drain.
When was our last all-time high? Like 7 minutes ago?
Yeah, it's too long, bro. We need another fix.
I know, dude. Bring the drugs in. Let's go.
That's what I'm saying.
All right, so on the 1 day, you got above resistance, held support. This is going to be the main thing to watch here on the daily is your 50 EMA. You can hold your 50 EMA, then this is the beginning of another push out of here. Of liquidations, we can't see liquidations on here. Let me go short time frame. Short time frame, you're holding your 800 pretty solidly. This is the first time that you retested since you broke on and that was weeks ago now. So short time frame, you don't want to come down underneath 39.7. You're going to test your 50 daily open here. If you can get above, you'll chase these vectors. It looks good though. I like the chart. And you've got a session gap in here too. You got a big vector gap split up by a session gap. So honestly, this whole thing is a vector if you slide it down. I'd be comfortable long and into there with tight stops underneath the 800. I like the chart on the macro though. Just the chart. Remember, I don't know anything about what's going on technically, but the chart looks good. You're welcome, bro. Appreciate the super chat.
Yo, Dbloc, while we're doing this range, is it okay if I ask if you can? I already have my own TA on Palantir.
You're
I
low
want to see
again.
what you see. Oh, sorry. I don't know if you're so
Say it with your
Palantir on
chest,
daily and
Ghost.
weekly.
I can hear him all right.
Wait,
You can hear him normal,
wait.
normal volume?
Yeah. Yeah, it sounds normal to
Right
me.
there?
Hold on,
Right
hold
there?
on, hold on, hold on. I'll fix it. Then let me fix it on my side then if it's not.
Yeah, he's a little quiet to me too, but not super quiet.
All right. Say something now.
How about this? How about this?
Okay,
Is
wait,
this
wait,
louder?
wait. Now I gotta put you down. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, that's like totally.
Secret well.
Yeah, you're good. You're
Thanks,
good,
sir,
money.
for this and all the knowledge.
Did it go back low?
Just went back to normal for me.
Hoover with the super
Yeah.
chat.
Like daily on Palantir. Like, what do you got?
All right, give me a second. I'll take a look at it. Let me look at Moonwell real quick, and then I'll do Palantir next.
How do you draw the
Thanks, man.
take profit lines block? What's the formula? Thank you.
So Moonwell looks good. Structurally, it's sound. Double bottom. These double bottoms are kind of you're seeing them on a lot of these assets actually. So double bottom, you ended up turning your resistance into support. You're holding your 50 on the daily, which is bullish. 200 would be the next sort of point of interest, 378. Or coming down underneath. Let me get rid of this and make it a range because this is more of a range. You don't want to lose this SR flip. The goal of that is to eventually lock this in as the right side of your higher low fractal, right? Which would be your W here. If that's the bottom of your W and you caught it, then you're good money. You just got to hope to stay above that 50. If that 50 breaks, everything changes. And that's for all assets. If your coin's doing good today, it's probably above its 50 at this point. The next 2 days, the goal is going to be to stay above those 50 EMAs. Yeah, measured move takes you back above all-time highs here. If this plays out. Not really tons of vectors on the way back up, so it's going to take some mind share. Again, I'm looking at these charts, merely looking at the charts. I'm not speaking to the mind share that the coin has. I'm not speaking to the probabilities of it, you know, outperforming other coins. Just technically what I'm looking at on the chart. Make sure there's a reason that people are going to want to buy this. All right, and Palantir, you said?
Yeah, Palantir. Daily, weekly. I have a TA. I just want to kind of cross check it.
Done. Rocket ship. I almost feel like I'm looking at the wrong Palantir chart. This is it, right? 142. Ghost.
Sorry, yeah, that's the one. Palantir Technologies, yeah. NASDAQ, yeah. 142.27.
And you say over
Bitcoin's
we
getting
hit,
close to these licks.
yeah, we did a double top on the high at 147, but we did this like lower high. I don't know if we're in like a distribution mode right now.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
To say what I like what I have to say about this one.
If it's redistribution, I'm going to take a little more profit on this high right here.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna find out here soon enough on a daily, but I think you gotta go way down lower time frame.
Yeah, because the 50 MA the 1 day of the 50 MA is just right here at 128, and I don't want to. I want to maximize my profits. When we didn't make another high, and I saw this.
What I don't like about this move, excuse me, is how steady it was. You can tell that this. I don't even have to look to the left to know that that this was a vector recovery. I would almost be willing to bet, although I'm not a gambling man, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm feeling that way. Yeah.
So look, this was the vector recovery right here. And then look at the reaction you got off of that.
Yeah, perfect.
So for me, this just tells me that the intentionality of this was to recover the vector. I'd have to see something more to make me feel like it's going to continue to push. I mean, you do
Look at
have.
that bounce on the 50.
Excuse me.
The
You
bounce
do
on the
have.
50 just tells me it's done.
You do have vectors above to 147. But it's gonna be momentum here, right? If it doesn't lose its 50, then it'll track up into your top vectors. If it loses its 50, then it's gonna start to come back.
Yeah, that's why I wanted someone else to look at it because that's how I feel also. Like when we didn't push to take those vectors up there, and now we're looking like we're kind of closing on a lower high again on a double top. I was like, okay, I'm done. I'm taking a little bit more profit. I'm sub 100, but I'm not gonna take the entire bag. Maybe take like
No, I hear you.
all in all. Yeah.
Who else? Somebody else tried to super chat. RH, how do you draw the take profit lines? It depends on the target, right? This target 4 is drawn from a higher low fractal that happened maybe like a month ago, month and a half ago. Our target right here on the first arrow, so our local target came from the measured move of our pattern, right? We had our triangle, we drew our pattern, we waited for the breakout, we drew the measured move. But each one of these targets is attached to a macro pattern. Target 5 is one of our older targets. But yeah, these are, so we chart on lower time frames on this because, you know, we're doing our daily scalps and shit like that. But I keep my macro targets up just so that I don't get lost in the sauce.
Hey Dbloc, sorry to interrupt. There's a member, his name's Crypto Futures TA. I just want to let everyone know he's like, it seems like fishing links in some of the other channels in the Discord channel.
What's his name again?
Crypto Futures TA.
All right, give me a second.
Posting like scammy Steam gift card links.
I got you.
In
I
the other
appreciate you.
groups.
Let me
But
see
I
what
deleted one, but he made another one.
I will delete him.
Yeah, I'm about to. I appreciate you, bro. Thanks for bringing it up.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks again, bro.
Yeah, man.
Appreciate all the work.
Oh, that's a scam link. It says. Yeah, don't click on that. Ooh.
He's got a pink profile picture, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's giving me a warning by his name and everything. Engaged in suspected scam activity. Ban, and then here it should let me delete all his message history. Delete message history. Be gone.
Good riddance.
Right. Appreciate you, bro.
Oof, be gone.
It's getting bad, man. It's getting bad. That's why I said in 7 days we've got to go paid. I'd say 80% of these people won't even bother if it wasn't free.
You griefing, you getting yeeted.
It sucks because if you just came in here and listened, you can make way more money than doing this little scammy shit.
That's a good point. That's a very good point.
That's how you know you made it, Dbloc. You got all
Very
kind of
cool.
scammers now. You made it, bro. Next thing you know, Eminem's gonna be talking about you in a song.
No, I don't know about all that. It was cool because everybody was on their game and shit, but more new people are coming in, and I can't stand those stories of people getting wrecked. Whether it's their fault or not, like that's besides the point. So we got to try to slow that down as much as possible.
There's a special place in hell for those people, let me tell you.
Yeah. Not all money's good money, man. I learned that early on.
Yeah, but if you look at why they're doing that, you know, it comes from poverty. Like these are poor people you're talking about.
Yeah. No, listen, I don't knock anybody's hustle. I'll never knock anybody's hustle. Yeah, feed your kids, bro. You wouldn't be able to tell me shit. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, and being a scammer is probably a hard job, no?
Not all of it's poverty.
Imagine.
Like some of it's just greed.
Yeah, but you've given up your soul, right? Like, if you're a scammer, you're like a bad
That's hard
man.
to come
Yeah,
back from,
some
bro.
people are not
That's a hard one
educated
to
that
come
way.
back from.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, that is true.
It's
Some
probably
people
a
are
hard job, like.
some people are born into families or communities where that's normal.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
just a way of they
It's
just
culture and
you know,
education.
yeah.
If you're educated enough to
I'm not
know that you're
justifying
harming
it.
other people.
I'm not justifying
Yeah.
it or anything, but
There are also a lot of people that are in situations where they don't really have a choice. But
those are
there
the
are
ones that
people
should
that
be
have
in
a
here
choice and
listening
still
and
do
not
it.
scamming. Those are exactly the ones that should be in here taking notes instead of scamming.
Oh, for sure.
Lost the 200
Tia's
SMA
still
on the
in
1
bad
minute.
place?
We are
Thanks.
approaching the
Waving
200
emoji.
EMA on the 1 minute. Already lost the 50 for the second time after a lower high. So this M pattern you were talking about, D-Block, might actually be playing out pretty
Yeah, it
soon.
looks like it. Super chat.
Yeah, but it's a high
Tia,
low,
I'll
even
take a
on the
look
wall.
at Tia for you. Give me a second. Tia, I can tell you right now, is not looking good. It hasn't been looking good. So unless it's done something in the last 48 hours.
But it's still listed, no?
It's just broken so much support. I mean, bear market lows were just recently at 1.3. You've broken out of that accumulation, but you haven't put any real distance between you and price yet. It's just not good looking. It's not good looking. I'll draw out your structure, but it's not very promising. Super weak, breaking out of the right side of that. And it's a bad pattern to play because your invalidation is all the way back down at 1.3. People get into trouble with these sort of coins because it's a popular name, right? People know Tia when you say it, they know what you're talking about. And then they come at the chart and they look at how far they are from all-time highs and they start to do the math, right? They're like, well, even if it just gets back to all-time highs, you know, then I'm looking at a 13x. It's like, guys, chances are this coin will probably never see its all-time highs again. Just my opinion. Unless something happens, you know, technologically, unless people start caring about modular blockchains again. And it's just been steady diluted for the past 2 years, right? So to get back up to all-time high, your price per coin would have to, it's rough. It's rough.
I personally don't have any invested into it. I've got like almost every coin on the planet.
Out of all of them, so we're gonna talk Cosmos ecosystem, right? So like let's go to the daily. This is the problem. I'll show you what the main problem is with Tia. First of all, if you held Atom during the bear market, you received Tia, Osmosis, Injective, Dimension, received a bunch of airdrops. All of these coins ended up doing well, right? So this is the Tia chart. And then if you look at Atom, right? This is the Atom chart, right? Same sort of deal. If you look at Dimension, that's the Dimension chart. Like, well, where has all the money in the ecosystem gone? All the money in the ecosystem has gone to Injective. See the difference? So they all came in together. Everybody in the ecosystem received all the coins, but it seems like Injective sort of became the winner, right? Or the favorite. So just be careful with Tia, man. Tia was good in the beginning for staking to get involved with airdrops and shit like that. But even then, if you didn't stay on top of the airdrops, it didn't work out that great.
Yeah, it was just a lot of work after a while. You get so many airdrops, you can't manage them, you don't really get to sell the tops because you have to like
Isn't
be up
Injective?
every single one.
Was it Mark Cuban behind Injective? I think I remember reading that a long time ago.
He might have been an investor, but he wasn't like on the team
Yeah,
or
I don't
anything.
think he was. Yeah, I don't think he was like the guy for that coin.
It suffered. The whole Cosmos ecosystem suffered from the meme coin run. Once utility was taken off the table for speculation, they were screwed. Because all you had really was just tech, good tech, modular blockchain technology, infinitely scalable. Sounds great. You're putting retail to sleep. There's at least 5 or 6 people that fell asleep just during that sentence on YouTube. The most boring shit ever. Nobody cares. Remember at the beginning of this bull market, everybody was like, ZK roll-up, snark technology, and that. Bro, nobody cares. What was the news for Altura, RH? Oh boy. Yeesh.
Ouch.
I didn't hear what the news was, but the chart tells me it was bad.
Just said that shit.
I mean, it had its runs, but it definitely didn't do a good job of sustaining any of them ever. This doesn't look good, though. This is not just normal. This is people lost. I don't know what the news is. This is people losing, just from the chart. This is people losing faith in the team.
No, they posted it. Their founder is missing. I remember reading this like yesterday. Founder is missing, and then one of their engineers was able to mint the token and like at an unlimited times and was
That's what it
extracting
looks
like
like. Yep. That's what happens when the team falls apart. When people no longer have faith that the team can sustain a coin, it'll look just like that.
This is the one I think. This is one of the ones I think Alex Becker was backing big time.
Yeah,
I think he was.
This was big in the gaming circles. I had it on my list for gaming early on.
Yeah,
If we
same
look at
thing.
my,
Oh, when gaming wasn't just it, I left all the gaming coins.
that might be. I'm gonna go out on a ledge and say that the gaming run is gonna make a lot of the other runs during this shit look kind of minuscule, because of that fact. Because of gaming not having a run for all this time. We need to look at some of the dead narratives, right? Some of the dead narratives, the ones that are dead and people are like, screw this. Those are some of the ones that are going to run the hardest. Me, it falls on a couple things. Nintendo 2 Switch sales are going absolutely crazy. So Web 2 gaming is already picking up. This buzz
I think the gaming run is it's GTA. GTA is like the biggest.
The problem, that's the biggest news for Web3 gaming was the delay of GTA 6. So one of the other things that I'm saying is positive for this naming run is the fact that GTA 6 is delayed till after the bull market. This would have killed any of your gaming projects. Anybody who doesn't realize this doesn't understand gaming. I don't care how good Off the Grid is doing. GTA launches, it goes to 0 daily users. Okay? 90% of people are running to GTA when it comes out. So the explosion of Nintendo Switch, which I think is also related to the GTA sort of delay, and the rules that came in over Apple for games being able to, for not taking that tax of games listing their shit on the Play Store, and the news that came through the SEC of in-game economies not being securities. Right? These things are all huge for Web3. But that's just my degen. My degen play is that gaming comes back.
Oh, I didn't
Wait,
realize the
wait, so
way
Dbloc, are you saying GTA
started that.
GTA is gonna when GTA releases, gaming is gonna pull back? I would think it would pop off when it releases.
So gaming, the interest in gaming will pop up. The daily users that these games are going to have are going to go down to nothing. And that's what sort of sustains price, right? The revenue that comes in, the buy burns that are happening. So yeah, it'll be good for the industry as far as hype. But for me, it would be a blow off top scenario. Like I already want to be in my gaming project, have it come out, have the hype come out, blow off top, then get out before everybody just goes to play, GTA 6 for the next 2 years.
I feel like it also depends on how solid the release is. Like if it's a really fun, if it's a true GTA game on release, right? And it's not extra overtly monetized, like it's not aggressively more monetized than the last game, then yeah. But if it's aggressively more monetized, you might still see that. It might be a quick fall off.
Temple said,
You
I
know what I
guess
mean?
it's off your list now. Yeah, look, bro. It's literally not even on my list anymore. And this is before looking at the chart right now. But I took Altera off the list a couple weeks ago. I didn't like how it was reacting to these dips. I hope you're right, Isnar. From your mouth to God's ears, bro. Yeah, I'll take another look at hype to see how that short is working out. Yeah, still sort of consolidating around that 50. Shrunken that vector gap down, but haven't taken all of it yet. No, Marcos, I definitely do not believe that. We are 1000% in a bull market, Bitcoin. Yeah, we took a look at a couple alts galactic. For the most part, the 50, right? 50 EMA on a daily. If you're above, you're looking good. If you're below, hopefully you're attempting to get up to it. If you try to get above that 50 and rejected, then you're looking for higher lows. No, I didn't see anything bad in the Fed meeting for Circle. Circle gapped up. Hold on, let me bring this chart. We'll take a look at some of the legacy play. So Circle gapped up and then came back and took it. Okay. Right here. Came back, took it, sort of settling in now. Game did sort of the opposite. Game gap down, then came, cleared the gap, and then started to retrace. I'm still looking to come all the way back down to like 160 on game. And then on Circle, my main thing is holding this SR flip. Right. So we've already made that expanse. We had our W that played out. I don't know where my stuff is on circle, why my TA isn't here, but so this is the W on circle. Right, that was our measured move for circle. What we want to do is come down and retest the top of that and put in the right side of a larger W, right? Like on the hourly. So we're slowly just trying to fractal out of this thing.
Yo, I'm loving the funding rate money I'm getting from Hyper. I have a long on it, same as Mike. And
Are you just
the
doing it
funding rate
right before payout, or are you riding the trades?
Yeah, I got it. I got a new trades. I did that short from the top, but I saw it bounce on the W on the 50 EMA on the 5 minute,
Mm-hmm.
and then I just took along and I saw how much Mike was making. So Mike made, I think, like over $700 already on
Yeah,
realized.
bro. You just gotta go in like 5 minutes, 10 minutes before payout, long, and then limit out.
Yeah. Yep. That's what I'm doing right now.
You running it too slick? That's what's up. But I'm saying we used to do this shit on the regular. Like people would have timers set up just to remind you, and it was like 10 minutes before payout. Whoop, timer went off, guys. Go
Is it
farm these
better
funding
for
rates.
doing that? Is it? I'm assuming is it better or worse to use leverage? It's probably worse, right?
Just low leverage. Don't
Yeah,
go over
it's all about your total, right? It's your your position size that it's based on. So
Copy that. I appreciate that.
What is Biddy doing? Look at this.
Consolidating at resistance.
Yeah.
Welcome to everybody. If you're new here, hit that subscribe button, guys. We're here every day. Rain, sleet, or snow. Flood or famine.
I have a long on Launchcoin also. It seems like it's not listening to Bitcoin right now. It wants to do another run.
See ETH. ETH is still at resistance, man. This is going to be a difficult resistance for ETH to get over. I think better to concentrate on ETH just sitting still until Bitcoin decides to make that move. Because I think it's going to take Bitcoin making a new ATH for ETH to make this move up. It's nice, though. I mean, it looks good. We're getting close to double top range on ETH, though. Right, we can push up to like 286, right about to where this red line is, and we'll be at double top range. Sort of equal to the last deviation out of the range that we had on Ethereum. But, you know, it's about getting above. Hold on. It's about getting above and holding it, staying above. Right? Because getting above and failing this right here and coming down is just going to cause us to eat these vectors. Right? Then you're going for mean reversion. Yeah, let's look at ETH BTC and see where this is. Let's see where we're at on our overlay. So this is ETH. This is ETH BTC. This is our overlay from the last bull market. Let's try to get this perfect here. Or as perfect as we can anyways. I guess just matching up this last section, right? Just to see if we got to those tops. It looks pretty good. We're right about where our top should be. I'm so glad that you guys were here from when I first dropped this overlay. So that I don't have to be like, nah, trust me, you've been there for a minute. And for those that weren't here, this is an overlay from the bottom of the last bear market, or the bottom of the last alt season. Right, the last time that ETH BTC bottomed out and went up into an alt season. Now, it's important to point out that even the accumulation, right? Even the accumulation we had with the drop out the bottom. The most impressive for me has been this last move. This clean drop down in one candle, right? With the slow staircase up. But what's important to realize is that this is COVID. Like, this happened during COVID. So even though this is followed great, I don't expect it to come all the way back down. So from here on in, the predictive nature of this overlay, in my opinion, is weak at best. But it was fun while it lasted. And honestly, for me, it gave me a little bit more confidence staying in some of the higher market cap alts for that push up on ETH BTC. No, Limitless, we can't do that. If we let one person promote a community, then another person, then before we know it, this is just show central in here. Yeah, I mean, I would like to test all-time high at the very least. I'm down to be as bullish as you guys want at this point. But we've got to come back and at least test this all-time high and prove that we meant to be above it before I can, like, put my feet up on the couch and chill. It'd be really nice to get some confirmation on Powell resigning one way or the other, though. Because the only thing that's keeping people from selling right now is the possibility of that being true. In my opinion.
Yo, Dbloc, your coin Jasmine. Jasmine looking.
Jasmine.
Uh-huh. It's looking strong. You're on the 5.
Yeah. Nice solid right side of that higher low fractal.
Mm-hmm. It's about to break out right now.
Good.
Yeah, I'm in it. I'm in it. Let's go.
You're in what?
I'm in Jasmine. Bunch of new coins that are kind of flying right now. I think we're going through the mini cycle right now. Money moving into the different alts. And this hyper farming is fun.
Yeah, you guys have had a good run on that, man. Because if you were farming funding fees on H, and then you started doing it on hyper,
yeah.
you've been eating for a couple weeks for free.
Oh man, I missed on H. I was just kind of more fixed on my spots that during that time. I was kind of I didn't know where Bitcoin was headed, so like I kind of missed on H. But I'm keeping hyper here. If it went up this much, it's gonna have a correction, a pretty substantial one too. So I'm gonna wait for it. Oh my god, look at this. Let's go. 114. One more try. One more try. Let's go.
Man, it's nice to go through the profit and loss on the Discord sometimes. Like sometimes I just come through and I just scroll through the P&Ls. Yeah, I've been killing it out there.
You know, I thought about sharing some of mine, but I've seen some of Sinlos's, and I'm like, nah.
Sinlos is the leverage monster. Hold on, let me find one of Sinlos's. Yeah, his are hilarious, bro. Hold on. So there you go. 20,344%. And then the comment, peeling off a little more profits. That's the best part. I think it's safe to peel off a little profits when you're up 200,000% or 20,000%. It's a good time to maybe take a little something off the table.
Fart coin breaking out.
That's great.
Hard. Yeah, man. Looking good. Looking good. Nice to see like Jasmine and Farcoin side by side, just not listening to Bitcoin right now. Oh, there we go. Took my words right out of my mouth.
Yeah, it's good to see us sort of come back into correlation with legacy, especially since we're, or at least I'm expecting some more blow off tops on the legacy side. So that's always good. Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah, Hyper's back to 1.7%, 1.8%. Let's go. All right.
I mean, it's there. That's one way to look at it, Sinlos. But what I'm like I said, I'm looking for one more sort of push out of legacy, and then I think we see that flip where Bitcoin starts to outperform. Right. So if you like overlay the charts, you know, they come in and out of each other, right, as a sort of like inverse sometimes, and then they go back into correlation, and then they re-invert. So I think it's our turn. You know what I mean? Which means that some of that money coming out of legacy on their pullback should feed our pump. They should FOMO into crypto. At least that's the idea.
Global liquidity, baby.
Gotta go somewhere.
That's right.
A quick question. Why does Bitcoin want me to draw a symmetrical triangle on the 5 minute?
Because it's one
Screw
there.
that.
Give me answers. Tell them 50-50 is not good enough. Give me answers, damn it. All we need to get is a bit of a lower low here, and then the bull flag brothers are going to come out and be like, you know, which is good. We need to give retail a little something. I mean, this is if you want price to sustain itself, right? You've got to give something retail to something to bite their teeth into. Sink their teeth into.
But it's been sustaining for 4 hours now.
No, I mean so that we can pop. So we're building the sell side liquidity above, right? These shorts. Every time that we come down and we put in a lower high, the bears say that's bearish, I'm shorting. And then it happens again, and they're like, I'm bearish, it's shorting. But the whole time what you're doing is reclaiming vectors in a structure that keeps bulls intact, right? Even though the bears are attacking this, bulls see a bull flag. Higher highs, I mean, lower highs and lower lows sounds bearish until you draw it out on the chart. But I'm good, man. Cool this shit off. Cool this shit off, come back, solidify the breakout, cauterize the wound, build the scar, and make the next leg up. I mean, technically it didn't hit sample. 0.02%, I think it was $18 off a target for. But I gotta try not to be an animal on this one. Gonna depend on ETH BTC. If ETH BTC can break out of this, hold on, where are we at? If ETH BTC can continue this move up, let's take this overlay out of the way. If ETH BTC can continue this move up here and break, then it's gonna give the floor to the alts to continue their moves. If this overlay plays out even somewhat and we reject, then the alts are going to give back some of their gains. Right? Look at ETH BTC as the floor that holds up alt price, right? Because ETH BTC pumping is the floor that holds up risk on sentiment. ETH is putting in new highs locally, then people will be willing to take risks. If ETH puts in a lower high and rejects, people will take profit on some alts.
What do you think about bonds right now, like TLT specifically, the 20 year?
Let's see, man. What are they at?
This thing to me, I think, not financial advice, but you looking for a safe play? This thing's been grinding down since the bull market top, essentially in November of 2021, and it looks like Wyckoff accumulation here at the floor.
I try not to TA too much on bonds just because they rely so heavily on monetary policy, but are we flipped? 2-year, 5-year, 10-year, 20-year. Wow. We actually uninverted, huh? Interesting.
Yeah, we bended that.
The 20 and the 30 wasn't that long ago.
Not that long.
Yeah.
Just within a year, I think.
No. I mean, even less than that. Even less than that. We just recently had issues when we went into that bond scare, but it seems like it's worked itself out now. Yeah, I mean, as long as everything's in order, I'm not too worried. You know, people always look at the uninversion of the bond yield, of the yield curve, to signal the start of a recession. They love that little data point. But they never tell you how long after, right? It's usually 6 months, 6 to 8 months, which takes us past the top of anything we're concerned about, at least in this investment cycle, so that's good.
Yeah, we'll have a bear market at some point. It ain't right now.
And then I will welcome the recession with open arms.
Amen. We get to do this every 4 years, man. It's a blessing and an honor. But yeah, I got some in that TLT. I think it's a low risk, high reward deal there, man. I mean, they drilled at that thing, and the bonds usually run when things get a little bit more optimistic. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
You just had every fear narrative in the book thrown at you within the last 8 weeks, incredibly. So we'll see. I just loaded into some fresh altcoin longs this morning, and they're all in the green.
Give me a second,
been a
guys. Let
while
me go
since I
grab my
opened
food
new
from
ones.
outside.
Been about probably 2 months since I opened any altcoin positions. I've had some run, but these new ones are the first in a while.
Yep.
I got some chicken
Yeah,
fingers and fries coming up my air fryer in about 10 minutes.
good.
got a
Everybody snacking. Yeah, we all need to snack, bro. I'm gonna get some
I got-
meds, man. I need to get better. Ooh, Jasmine's out of here. Let's go, baby. Oh, I got it right on time.
I got a New York strip in the pan right here.
Come on, Jazz.
Little baby New York strip, little 8-ouncer.
Oh, that's nice. That's perfect. Not too
Hell yeah.
full. You know.
Exactly. Just enough.
Yeah, I love that. That's why I like those. I like the smaller cuts that butchers are doing now with their ribeyes. You know, none of that crazy stuff. Just like enough to like, oh, that was good. You know,
For sure.
you can continue your day.
Yeah, I like having bigger cuts and smaller cuts depending on how you're feeling.
Yo,
you know
guys,
what I
check
mean?
out Jasmine. Jasmine's out of here, man. Let's go.
Is that crazy fool?
There's my boy. What up?
I've been waiting to talk to you, man. I've been listening to you. How have you been, brother?
Miss you, brother. I really did miss you. I'm good, man. I hope you're doing good too.
Yeah, we should talk not on this platform, somewhere around.
Yeah,
On
yeah,
your
we
channel,
can.
maybe.
We can whenever, brother. Whenever. Just DM me. You already know.
Yes, miss you, man. And your TA.
Yes,
Yeah, you
sir.
said you've been ghosting them on the DMs.
Well, we settled that out. I just said he hadn't answered me. It felt like I was being ghosted. That's only because I care for Harangue, man. That's my guy. Me and him got a bond, so that's my guy.
Just to talk to you, I'm wearing headphones. Otherwise, I don't talk here much because they tell if you don't wear headphones, don't talk.
Yeah, I hear you. But yeah,
Well,
I mean,
crazy. If somebody would stop leaving my server, then they would always have that outlet to talk to people. But
yeah, well, send me an invite. I'll get back in there. I don't know why I left. It was probably because somebody might have wanted me to leave. I don't know. I don't even remember. I try to whenever there's drama, I just move it out of my brain.
yeah, it was old drama from one of the other ones.
Yeah, it's not important, but the market gets difficult, and I know people start freaking out. And yeah, man, there's a lot of emotion.
Speaking of which, are you still in there with Donnie?
No, that's another person I can't get a hold of. I hope he's good.
He kicked me.
I heard he's around, but Donnie likes to stick to himself, man. Like he gets in a mode where he's kind of just tunnel vision, and he doesn't really want, you know what I mean? So, I mean, I don't have any beef or anything with anybody, man, ever. If somebody has a problem with me, it's usually a one-way street. I don't beef on the internet at all, typically. I mean, that's not the objective, at least. But Donnie, that's another one, man. I mean, I hope he's good. I reached out to him. He didn't answer. Maybe he's going through something. Maybe he doesn't feel like answering people. I don't know. I hope he's good though.
Oh man, Trago ditched my page too.
I was in everybody's though. I went one day. I remember going through, and I just got out of a few of them just because I felt like there wasn't anything happening on them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We kind of are at the mercy of the crowd here. I think that's why I'm here too, because this is where the crowd is on Discord right now. It looks like. And it seems there's a little bit more logic in here as well. And shout out to Mr. Dbloc for that, for at least planting the seed of that. It seems I haven't been here long, but it seems that there's at least a little bit of that, which is great.
Yeah, man, there's no drama here. That's the big deal. And it's
Yeah, it's good
very
leadership.
it's very simple and straightforward, man. This is the perfect way to be.
Yeah, for sure. Not a whole lot of emotions either, it seems, which that's important as well.
Do you have any SEI?
No, I almost bought some, but it didn't make the cut.
I do.
I got a
I got
piston
a
FEI
bag.
right now. Been going pretty
You
well.
were longing it from like 13, 14 or something, right? You're still in it?
Yeah, I'm holding it from like 14. Or like 15. I got it like around 15, 16.
You want to exchange with mine at 40?
But I think it's gonna get there soon. It hasn't really been moving with everything else. It always moves inverse. It seems to always move inverse. Like if Bitcoin does get a pullback, it will start popping.
I mean, it just started moving. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah,
Again, it started.
I know Mouse
Do
in
you
the
see
other
anything?
channel. She got in that a nice entry. Mouse in the other channel. She was crushing it on that thing. She like scalped the floor, or not scalped, but entered at the floor.
Talking about Say?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. If I'm remembering correctly, this is like earlier last week.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was either Say or T. Or it could have been both.
Yeah, it could have been both, I think.
Dude, she low key, she's a sniper. For real.
Yeah, she's nasty, bro. I watched her grow like alongside. I've been growing too, obviously, but just everybody over there that's stuck around.
Yeah,
These people
and the
grew a
worst
lot,
part,
man.
she thinks she sucks, but she's actually really good. You know,
She's
always
got,
like, oh, no.
she's got one of the most important traits, humility, man.
Yeah.
I left all channels, man. After not taking profit, like breaking even, I left. I got so dejected, I left everything. And then on YouTube, I was browsing. I came across Dbloc channel and heard quiet. And I was like, what is that thing?
I figured that was the deal, and I think that it's an appropriate response. You know, with what you've kind of been through in this market, you know, sometimes you need to just get away from it for a little bit, and I think that that's good, man.
Yeah, I rage quit once. I was back up a week or two later.
But I think a lot of people are in my position in this
Oh yeah,
environment, the way it's been going
100%.
a lot.
100%. You were part of the. You were not the only one. I think, dude, all of these. Well, I don't know about over here, but from what I heard from other people, it went silent in a lot of little pockets here on Discord. People left, man. They were sick of it. After that meme coin meltdown, the sentiment went through the floor, man. You could feel it in the air. It was tangible.
It wasn't just meme coins though. It was all coins except
No, the
Bitcoin.
memes went to zero, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And a lot of
yeah,
people were in
yeah.
the memes, so it seemed that was
Even
the
the
focus.
altcoins in general, just been taking
Yeah, it was just like all coins in
Yeah,
general.
I mean,
Even the ones that
like
even the ones
a
that
lot of
weren't
the
playing the meme coin
influencers.
games and the trenches games,
Yeah.
the ones that were just sticking to like the fundamentals and like maybe like even ETH, man.
No,
Look, ETH went all the way down to like
no, it's
1300.
also the big
That was
influencers,
brutal.
man. Like for the big influencers to call out a meme super cycle and not call
Right.
and not actually tell people like, okay, this is called a top. People don't know
That
what a
shit was
top is.
Yeah,
embarrassing, man.
yeah.
That
I
shit was
was like,
embarrassing.
oh my god, when people are coming on Twitter saying like, oh, meme super cycle, these meme coins like Whiff are gonna have $100 billion market cap. I'm like,
Yeah,
are
and
you serious?
it's just a
So I'm
meme.
like,
It's a meme.
stop
It's
doing
part of the
that.
cycle. Yeah.
I'm like, you're straight up like you're straight up jinxing us.
Yeah, and if you are gonna call a super cycle, at least give a top for the entire meme trade, right? No one gave a top. So what happened
Yeah,
was
they
like
were saying that.
when everybody saw the top in January, everybody just went like, "Oh, we're leaving," and then the
Yeah,
scam coins started coming out because they also felt okay after the inauguration. That's the end of that cycle. We're not gonna extend this alt season.
and they didn't even say just one meme coin was going to be over 100 billion. They mentioned like 10 of them. Like
Yeah,
all of these meme coins that aren't worth
yeah,
shit are going to be over 100 billion. Like
yeah.
why? what
Look at us
what are you
trading.
smoking?
Yeah, look at this channel. Like we are trading alts and Bitcoin, but we have targets, right? There's no targets for the meme coin industry. It's just like super cycle. It's just gonna go up, and that
Yeah,
really bothered me for a while.
they think they're going to the moon, but they don't realize the moon is below the earth.
Funny thing is we had two bear market rallies. I was talking to Rain about this in DMs a couple days ago. We had two bear market rallies just like last cycle for alts. It's the same deal. You had two bear market rallies where you scrape the lows twice. We're still rhyming 2017 and 2021.
Yo, Hyper is doing another run.
The meme shit was
This is
crazy though.
fun. Oh yeah, it was fun. I made my bags there too, but like when you call it super cycle, there has to be targets. There has to be targets. It can't be
That might
just
have been
like
the silliest thing that I heard in years was the meme coin super cycle. I was just laughing my ass off about that. Like the people thought utility. I remember the narrative was utility coins are done, and it's only memes now because everybody doesn't trust anything. And then right after that, XRP exploded. It's like this is poetic justice, man.
yeah.
You want to be a night crazy? I'll make you a night.
That's about.
He reigns a night too. I might have to kick Pisket.
A biscuit. Oh Lord, is that man? I don't even want to start with him. He no like me.
Oh, nobody likes him either. So
Yeah, I
When
know.
was the last time anybody's heard from Biscuit?
it's recently, but it's not a good story. So
Oh,
I'd
I
rather
don't even
not
want
get
to
into
hear it,
it.
man.
Asking for dollars.
More
That
like
that's a
more like taking and running away with, but yeah.
Oh, that's right up his alley, though. I've heard stories. I mean, that's how did anybody expect
Yeah.
anything different?
I don't know. I'm done trying to defend him. He's freaking.
That dude's a never mind. Not even gonna say anything. God bless him. That's all I got to say. God bless him. I don't know how you could sleep at night taking people's money like that, man. I don't know how people are. They don't, man. They don't. It comes back when you act like that, man. It comes back.
It's in his culture, I guess.
I have no idea. I don't even want to imagine what he's going through from it. If you do that type of shitty stuff to people, man, that shit eats you alive your whole life. You can't. That's what when they hit me, when the scammers hit me up on here, man. Whether it's somebody impersonating whoever, I immediately send them a paragraph like, you realize that you're gonna pay for this, right? Like this is you're not the money you make from scamming people. There will be consequences. The guilt will eat you alive. You will not run away from this. There's a price to pay. And they never answer me, man.
The greed is
Dude
part of
from
the ego.
Remora changed his name to Retired Id Guy. Does he not trade anymore? I wonder what that means. Haven't heard from Static in a long time either.
Oh Lord, where the hell's he been?
I don't know.
He came
Playing
in a
poker.
little while ago and he said, "I don't come in here because I can't stand crazy fool." I'm like, "Oh man, oh
No,
boy."
really?
I said, "I love you,
Oh, man.
buddy. I love you too, buddy."
Yeah, you guys would be the two to bump heads the
Dude, I like
hardest.
him though. I don't understand. It's weird, man. Anybody that has
Dude,
beef with me, I
you
like them.
your personality and his personality is like when an unstoppable force hits an immovable object.
I literally like him though. That's the funny thing. Like I enjoy being around him. It's entertaining to me. But he has a problem with me and he can't. I asked him, what's the deal? I just don't like you. Oh, okay. Yeah, dude, as soon as that political stuff took off, man, the whole election, that's when people started getting freaky, man. They let the politics, it's the same thing that happened 4 years ago, too. People let politics get in the way. It's crazy to me. I have real friends in real life that don't, we didn't see eye to eye in certain things and they allowed that to, get in the way.
Yo, if you meet a person that agrees with everything you say, that's not your friend.
Exactly, man. When did it become like not okay to disagree with each other? Like to me,
Yeah,
that's
dude.
dope. Like I don't want to be around a bunch of yes men that agree with
Dude.
me. Like that doesn't do anything.
I don't
Yeah,
think
like me and my group of friends, we've known each other for like 20, 25 years. When we get together, it's a shit show of just like us hammering on each other.
For
Just like
Static particularly, I don't think it was you disagreeing with him. I think it was just your trolly nature. Like he didn't like the trolly nature. He hates trolls. He really does.
I don't know though, because I don't really remember ever trolling him. But what I do remember is discussing politics with him several times, and he didn't like that.
Yeah, you gave sarcastic answers to every like he was trying to have a debate, and you would like give an answer like a sarcastic answer.
I would give him the answer that he doesn't want to hear, and he's that type of
Plus,
person.
he's an older head, so he's like not on the same generation.
Yeah, I don't want to give him too much attention, even though it's all love to him. Honestly, I say that I'm not being, whatever, but I don't want to talk about him. You know what I mean? It's not classy, but God bless him. Hope he's good. He's a good guy. He's got great positions. I mean, he was buying stuff when I was, and many other people were at the floor, and he's probably going to do really well. And like I told him last time I spoke to him, I hope you do really well, brother.
Yeah, he's crushing the cycle play for sure.
That's
Yeah, he's a
awesome,
monster, man.
brother. That crazy that you could
picks
take the high
winners.
road that way. Crazy, he's
I
taking
mean,
the real high road, the
what's the
real high
other
road.
option? What's the other
Yeah, you're
option, man?
awesome,
I don't
bro.
want to fight with
Big props
anybody.
to you. Big props to you, brother. I'm learning from you.
He's a good guy, though. That's the other thing. I don't think that's the funny thing. Anybody who's ever had beat, there's only a couple people that I believe aren't real good people that I've met on here, and we talked about one of them, but it's only because of some really scammy things that they've done. But most people, even if they don't like me, I don't think they're bad people. This market is just emotional, and then you had the elections and everything else. I mean, But for us that have been around for years, there's a lot of time for people to bump heads on many things. So it is what it is. But I don't have beef with anybody, man. I have nothing but love for everybody. It's kind of ridiculous to be upset with people on Discord, in my opinion.
What are we
Like,
talking about?
fight with the people around you in real life, right? Leave us alone.
Right. And there's just no room for it, really, man. I have too much love in my heart, man. Like I have
Yeah, and
way
I
too much
mean,
love in my life.
on that note, let's not bring outside drama into
Yeah,
this
exactly. Good idea.
place.
Yeah, I usually don't bring outside drama, but somehow I'm just good at pushing people's buttons. So I apologize at times, you know.
No, I love doing that.
Damn.
Petty as hell, man. Petty P.
One of my weaknesses is when somebody hands me a pile of shit, I like to set it on fire in front of them.
I definitely thought that was just a me thing.
It's definitely. I think it's being a dad that did it to me, man. Like when my kids mess up or when they're acting really bad, like it's needs to be corrected, man. I don't know.
I also just I'm just not a fan of like adults that bully. Like that's pretty weak,
Yeah,
you know.
that too, man.
And so I just have like I'll mentally eviscerate you, you know. I just don't want
Yeah,
to.
sure.
Like I don't have a mean bone in my body. I hate violence, whether it's verbal or otherwise, man. But there are some people that like that's the only language they speak, and I'd rather break you down
Well, you have to
mentally
define the bully
than
because there are bullies that
yeah.
really their intention when they joke around is to really harm your ego, create harm. I don't like those
Yeah,
people.
yeah, me neither.
But
And like
banter
that's
and
all.
making fun and having a good time, that's well good. That's just human nature.
I
But
Yeah,
if I know
I
I
automatically
yeah.
look at what is going on with this person that they are so upset with
Yeah,
everyone.
it's usually
What are we talking
an
about?
inner
That?
conflict. It's usually an inner conflict when somebody is, and that's sad, man. It's not funny or like you know what I mean. When somebody's
no,
struggling and they
no.
can't get over that
Totally
shit,
sad.
and
Totally
they just
sad. That's
project to other people. It's terrible, man. But yeah,
The,
sometimes, like you said, you got to kind of straighten them out in order to deal with it because it's right in front of
yeah.
you.
Some people will not grow without being checked, and I've been one of those people, right? So like, but like not for the same reasons, but you know, we all have our struggles, man. I just
Absolutely.
when I see that like demeaning or you know disrespectful behavior where it's like, dude, you're treating another person like they don't have value, you know,
Yeah, you see it in friends, you
yeah, I
see it
just
in
can't.
family, you see it in coworkers. It's rough. It's just
Oh,
tough
for
when you
sure, man.
see it and
For
it's
Yeah.
sure.
just unrolling.
Yeah, and I've misread it on people. I'm no saint, man. Like I'm definitely far from perfect, but
But that's
yeah,
the important part. Once you recognize it, once you see it, and then once you self-reflect on it, that's one of the most important aspects of learning, you know?
yeah.
Realizing that
Well,
you're
Which
just as
person are we
bad as
talking
everybody
about,
else
guys?
you've ever pointed a finger at, you know?
If people
well,
realize that we're all just dirt, man, I think that it would be better. Like nobody's really
yeah,
special, man. We're all just dirt,
yeah,
honestly.
agreed. Well, and that's my thing is like I'm only I only care the way that I do because of the dumb things that I've done, which is also like I believe everybody has the potential for redemption, but I'm also a firm believer that not everybody's redemption needs to be around the people they harmed, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's just
That's why mom called me Joe Dirt my whole life.
yeah. I kind of got the Joe Dirt, like my parts of my beard don't grow in quite right, so I get this like man, it's kind of crazy because I'm Asian, but I get like a real Confederate looking chops on the side, and it's not by any intention. Oof. Yeah, man.
And Mama Dukes be making fun of your facial hair though.
A little
She's
bit
a
sometimes.
savage. She's savage for that.
Yeah, nah, but yeah, I think it's just a reminder of how much of a blessing it is to have a community of people that like respect each other and are here for kind of the same purpose, even if from different perspectives. And yeah, that's rare, man. And you know, I'm sure there'll be moments just like any other community, but I feel like here there's definitely like a like you know the vibes are so thick that if you're not you know vibing, like it cuts through like a knife, and people become aware really quick. It's like watching white blood cells, you know?
Right.
Yeah, I got a lot of respect for that, man. That's just real grateful for it, man.
Amen, brother.
Yeah.
You can bust out of here, Bitcoin. You can do it.
Come on, we on that wedge. We're waiting for it to break out. I want that 114. I need to take profit at 114. Come on, baby.
Oh, if we got 115 today, that'd be funny, man.
Yeah, it
Just
would.
melt
It
up.
would. It would.
Oh, I
It
think
would.
it's very reasonable to. I mean, what the other gentleman, I think his name's Zeus, was saying. I think he said about 3% between today and yesterday. So it's not even really that big of a move, man. It's crazy now that
No,
Bitcoin is so massive that it seems when we move up a few thousand and it's still only like a 1% move. You know what I mean? Or 3% move or whatever. It's crazy just how
yeah,
big it
for
is
sure.
now.
Sure.
At the floor, a $3,000 move is like a 7% move.
I mean, you can just see the sentiment from the funding rate. The funding rate is still positive. Nobody wants
Which
to
is
short
insane.
Bitcoin just yet. Yeah, nobody wants to short Bitcoin at all.
Y'all remember? I don't remember what month it was, but it was right when there was the narrative that came out. Coinbase is having problems. Da 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 da. And then the market flushed, man. It was a crazy flush. I was in a voice. I forget which voice channel I was in on here, but there was Harain was with me too in here. The Indian gentleman that I was just talking to, and a dude in there had a bunch of cross positions, and he had about, I think he said he turned 5 grand to like 25 grand, and he was in there just yapping, man, and he was real lit, and I was like, you better chill out, bro, like you playing real crazy here, like he was DMing me, and I'm like, you should probably think about X, Y, and Z, like I think you're being a
Oh,
little
I know
crazy.
who you're talking about.
And then
Mr.
bang, yeah,
Overconfident.
you've heard this story, bro. And then bang, the Coinbase crap came out where it was whatever happened on Coinbase, and the dude
He,
got licked for
he
every
lost
bit, 25 grand.
everything, and then disappeared.
I can imagine, man. I can imagine.
He had such tough talk when he first came in too. He was just God,
Oh yeah, you and him
he
got
was
into
something else, man. Yeah, dude,
What
screw
was
that guy.
his name? What was that dude's name?
And
I don't
NJ
remember, man. Yeah,
and
I think
Yep.
that's
NJ something.
Yep, NJ.
Guys, if we don't want this
Captain
to turn
Diamond.
into the groups that you guys came from, let's not do the things that were done there to turn them into those type of groups. Because they're
Yeah,
not
don't ever do
here,
anything
just
like
don't
that.
talk about them. People love drama. People will go and be like, "Hey, so and so said so and so," and then dude comes in here, and then all of a sudden, you're back in the group that you left. So if we're gonna keep it like this, let's try to keep that type of unnecessary shit out of here.
What's it gonna do, Dbloc? You
Yeah,
gonna poke out of here? What we got?
I'm just doing some
my
research.
bad, Dbloc.
Nah, you're good.
We'll keep it underneath from now on.
Yo, Hyper is out of here. Let's go.
Yeah, secure the
Volkswagen
whole
just
day.
announced that
Trading
they're
the whole
going to
day.
use Volkswagen's robo-taxi fleets coming out, and they just announced that they're using Hive Mapper for their GPS. So that's a Solana project. Might be something worth taking a go.
I did some of that a little while ago. I might still have some of it. It was real cheap, man. Real small market cap. It's on Coinbase too.
I'm very familiar with them and the people.
Yeah, they got
What's
a
the name of it?
machine. It's called Hive Mapper. They got a machine you can put on your car too. That's
Yeah,
for like
Yeah, you can get paid to like ride
geolocating.
around.
Yeah.
Did you say
Helium's
Hive as in
directly associated with the
HIVE?
people
HIVE Mapper.
with Nova.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
I've done a few of the proposals for Helium in the past, written them, and they're pretty closely associated with Hive Mapper.
Yeah, Helium Mobile or whatever.
Yes.
Yeah, I think Drew was. I think Drew might have been doing the Hive Mapper thing for a while he was delivering.
I still running the show here, man. These AI cryptos are in the lead.
Dbloc, I have a beef with your choice of pizza. Do I drive over to you so we can sort it out, or can I DM you?
Depends on what you consider pizza. We might not be talking about the same things. I'm from New York City, bro. If you drive over here with a box of Domino's, you wasted your time.
Looks like we're just gonna simmer to the side now, and then we'll see if we're gonna bounce again. If there's gonna be another surprise, I guess.
I mean, so far, consolidation at resistance, you know, only data we currently have is that price is currently consolidating at resistance. It's usually a sign of will to break out. But 3 red candles in a row change all that shit real quick. You know how that works.
Happy 7/10, whoever dab people are. It's National Dab Day. It's like a 420 for dab people.
Oh.
3 hourly candles?
No, like 3 15-minute candles. If you give us 3 red 15-minute vectors here, even if it stays within that flag, sentiment will shift. Over trading is a sickness, man. I've been seeing a lot of people overtrade, man.
That's tough.
What's the longest continuous trade that you've ever literally sat and just traded in front of the computer?
Well, the longest I wouldn't have been able to just sit in front of the computer. Like I've got like this gold play that I'm in is over almost a year and a half long now.
And physically sitting in front of a
But I've
PC
physically
trading?
sat in front of the computer. I've done some overnights during the bull
Oh, you did?
market when things are going crazy. I've done some 24-hour shifts. Sure.
Your other guys? How long have you been?
Yeah, we've
couple
done
years.
24, 48 hour. Yeah.
No, I mean, what's the longest you've literally sit in front of the PC just trading?
Like 3
Oh,
days.
man. At least probably 8 hours at least. And I don't like that. That is not my cup of tea. That's only if I'm being forced against my will.
Like a week, but like with naps in between.
Yeah, we can't, like, guys, we're talking about sitting in front of the computer without, you can get up to pee and eat, but if you took a nap, then that's not.
Yeah.
I mean, I
about 10
woke up.
hours.
I woke up sitting at the computer, right?
That doesn't count.
I think
Yeah,
what
same.
I'd
36
say
hours.
my longest
passed out,
stint was like
woke up in front of the computer.
3 days. Yeah, 3 days before I collapsed.
Yeah, but
And
when
mine
you're
was
in
3
your
days.
20s, 48 hours is doable. Right?
Dude, I don't know how people do that. That is
I
insane.
would absolutely not recommend that, by the way. It's very bad it's a very bad practice. You don't want to be overtired and stressed out
There's
when you're
like
trading.
biological reasons. Like so after day 2, I believe some of your more minor functions start shutting down to because you're running low on energy, and your brain starts to run on auto drive by day 3. So yeah, not a good practice, especially if you got money on the line, right?
By day 3, you're feeling like
Yeah,
a
I can't.
full-blown Riri.
But if you're staying up
I
for
can't
3 days
remember.
on one single trade, saying that you are over leveraged or over exposed, you have got to remove. You've got to reduce your your position size.
But typically, it's more for like school projects or I don't know, work or stuff like. It's not really for trading. You stay 48 hours in front of your screen. I mean, you guys do
Oh,
that.
I've
Really?
done. Yeah, there's other shit that I've just been outside kicking it for 72 hours without sleeping. We used to go all weekends breaking night.
I've worked easily 72 hours without sleeping. Just not
I don't
ideal.
recommend it.
Yeah, I don't either. I made some money though.
Bro, I could sleep every day, and if I don't get my 8 hours, there's a problem.
Same. I'm the exact same way. I need at least 8. At least.
I'm fine with like 4 to 6, like
Oh, I can
4 on a
get through the
minimum.
day. I can get through the day
But
on 4. But a
yeah,
couple of things are gonna happen. Somebody's getting cussed out at some point
Yeah, I'm
during
the
the day.
same way.
At
yup.
some point during the day, I'm gonna have enough of somebody, and then I'm gonna black out on them.
Bro, my coworker, I had to drive him to the oh, you know, I was driving him from the hotel to the gig, and like we had met the day before, and we were all like cool, vibing, whatever. And I woke up the next day, and they had not told me when I needed to be there, so like there was no communication. They're like freaking out at me. Yeah, he was like, "Are you okay, dude?" And I was like, "No, I'll be fine." But I just, like it's going to. I haven't had my coffee. I haven't had my vitamins. It's going to take me a little bit to shake this off, and I did. I got friends though that it's like I won't wake them up because like they're known to punch people, you know, which isn't a great practice, but also it's effective, right? One way to
If I
preserve
wake
your
you
sleep.
up for something important and you punch me, oh man, throwing you out the window.
Well, at least they were good about communicating that in the
Shit, I better. You wake me up, I better know you were in my house. You don't be worried about me punching
yeah.
you. You gonna
Yeah,
meet
that's
Satoshi Glakamoto.
exactly. That's the thing, man. Like, you got to remember that, like, not everybody's going to react the same, and everybody has different traumas, and those can be way different from yours. So, yeah, like, there's certain people I won't even like approach a certain way. I'm very like clear and direct. And I make my movements known just because of stuff they've been through. So.
Yeah, alts are looking good, guys. Jasmine's just at it. Nice.
Poodle 3 is writing a book here, man. On the weekly. It's telling you all the good things in your ear.
Mm.
We're back up now to that lower high again. Remember, we're talking about market maker farming shorts here, right? Price comes up, market maker matches trades, hits the brakes, sees if retail is going to follow through. If not, then it's time to pay yourself. If you're having trouble dropping price, right, then two things need to happen. One, you need to give bulls something that they can hold on to, right? Just long enough to be able to farm shorts from the bears. If the bulls don't stay bullish and they just sell off, then you don't get any of this topside liquidity, right? But if you slowly give the bears lower highs, lower highs, lower highs, then you know from being in this group, 9 times out of 10, they're swinging short on those lower highs. Problem is, if you don't check your bias and you're not paying attention, you screw around and build a bull flag without noticing, you know? So the only thing that can really sort of keep this from playing out and breaking out to the top side will be degen bulls. These guys right here. There's no reason why you should have your 100x liquidation inside of a vector gap ever, if you can avoid it. These guys are just degenerately just longing every candle here. So what happens if they get too close, thinking that this is going to break, When we come back down to the bottom of this flag, they get wiped. And when this move happens, more shorts come in. And then the cycle continues until either there's enough shorts built up to be able to get market maker to his target, or there's enough longs built up to where price comes down, sweeps, and market maker pays himself. Basically a game of balancing sentiment right now.
Dbloc, you think there's an algo that would be able to calculate that?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's quantifiable. A lot of it isn't is the problem. Like, judging sentiment is a really difficult thing because you've got to take into consideration buzz, for lack of a better term, right? It's kind of hard for AI to wrap its head around how people are reacting to something. They can tell you, they can sort of put it together and say, these are the top stories, these are the most liked stories, these are, but it's hard for them to go 4 thoughts deep and be like, okay, well, this is going to affect this, and they were just talking about this bill coming through, but if this happens, that means the bill's probably not coming through, which means that this price that's been priced into this asset's probably going to have to be depriced, but we don't get the final word for 24 hours, so we're probably going to consolidate until that. You get what I mean? It's really hard for an algo to do that right now, as of right now, with like the reasoning engines and shit that we have now. But there's some of it, yeah, you can just do, you know, it would be nice to have totals, right? It would be nice to have something that gives you the total of liquidations plus the orders inside of the vector gaps to have a sort of idea. This is something that I do in my mind, just sort of by eye. Each one of these are $1 million plus liquidations. You could go in and see a little more. I go into the order book, see where the orders are. I run a quick sort of calculation of how much money is sitting up here versus how much money is sitting down here. Then another quick calculation of how much money it would take to push price up versus price down. Then you go and do your sentiment calculation to see how much of that trip is going to be paid for by retail, or if it's going to have to be on the back of market maker himself. There's a lot to it.
Right on. I was just thinking maybe there'd be a, net profit, net risk.
Yeah, I mean,
involved.
it would be great to be able, but these are all the things that would have to calculate to accurately give it to me. But shit, even something that did have to work would be nice. You know what I mean?
Right on.
Yo, Dbloc, that Solana phone Seeker, it looks like August 4th is when they're starting shipping.
Yeah, mine is already it's not delivered, but I put in my address and all that, and it's on the list to go. Should be interesting.
What is a Solana phone? It's like to buy memes?
Well, they dropped a phone that has it's got like a crypto lockbox in it that you can use as a cold storage, that biometric, entry and da da da. And yeah, it's preloaded with Phantom. There's a couple of crypto specific sort of twists that it has to it, but honestly, it's an Android phone with a Solana logo and some free meme coins. I already made my money back on that phone by getting the by the drops. Mew alone paid for it. But I did hear that they're gonna have a Seeker coin. So when the phones come out, they're launching a token based on the phone, and we're gonna get that, and that's gonna be used in the ecosystem itself. Pretty interesting, the idea. So there should be another little payday coming out of that phone.
And I also think like they have like certain D apps or stuff like that are exclusive to like Solana mobile holders that can like farm like either yield or something like that.
Yeah, Helium Mobile integration, and it's just, I mean, it's a phone that was built with Web3 in mind. but on its base, it's a Android phone, a task-specific Android phone, as you could call it. I was looking on Amazon; they've already got cases for them, but they're ugly as shit. Mike said he's up to $1,000 in fees, in funding fees already for the day.
Yep.
Mike, you're not being
Yeah,
greedy, bro. You're helping grease the wheels of the market. Okay, you're just keeping things running here.
Yeah, I got a question for you, Dbloc. When I first started doing leverage trading not too long ago, I noticed that my fees were ridiculous. Like,
Mm-hmm.
let's say I turned $400 profit, I'd end up with like $100. And I understand that all different exchanges charge differently, but could it have been because I didn't have enough money and I was using too much leverage for the amount of money that I was wagering?
Yes.
Is that it? Yeah.
Well, how lopsided
I was
was
using
it?
I was using like $2,000, and I was
Holy
I was
shit,
doing like 200x or some shit.
bro!
The higher
What?
the leverage, the more it costs you.
Whoa! What? That's before you found the group. Please tell me.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Well, no, not before I found the group, but while it was just my first time, and I was just learning it through, and
All right,
sometimes you just feel like
guys, if
just
there's
something that
anybody out
everybody
there
knows.
putting $2,000 on 200x, I need you to stop that immediately.
Damn.
Yeah, that definitely the amount of leverage had something to do with it, but I would suspect that you were on a really shitty exchange as well if you were getting hit that hard.
I was on weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was on weeks.
If you're doing high margin trades, always use a high liquidity exchange.
How does one find them? Like, I mean, what are the good ones?
Oh, just look at the top exchanges.
NFA.
Bybit's
Yeah.
decent.
Top exchange is Bybit.
This is on Bybit.
Bybit.
BTCC's never been too much of an issue.
To the day in.
If you're
If you're
doing
talking about
big cap,
fees alone,
Excluding
Mexi has the
emoji.
lowest fees
Adults
in
only
terms of
emoji.
exchange.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but if
Small
you're
face
American, you got to be careful on Mexi.
Yeah.
And by
Bitunix.
careful, I
don't
mean
know
don't touch
if
it.
the US can access Bitunix. They got good liquidity there also.
I know how to use a VPN, but I don't know if that will always work.
Well, it's not a VPN issue; it's a ID issue. Huh?
Oh.
It's a KYC issue.
Gotcha.
Yeah, they hit you with that KYC, boy.
I can go to America for vacation and trade on Mexi if I want to. That's allowed. As long as I'm not American, I can trade on Mexi. I can be in America, but
Solana looks like it forgot to make a push.
Aztec, you shouldn't even use more than 10x if you're a noob. You shouldn't even, 50x is extreme if you're brand new.
Homie gotta be British 200x.
I'm a 200x leverage trader that has done 27 trades today with 5k.
That's my kind of dude right there, bro. I was gonna eventually work my way up to 400x just because why not?
But
You guys are playing a dangerous game as long as you know what you're doing.
Indeed.
No, I know, man. Trust me. It's like you said. Remember yesterday you said something about being degen, and I forget exactly what the conversation was, but how you can be more degen trading spot than leverage trading, and yeah. I was thinking about asking you that question yesterday. I was like, I'll leave it for another day, but thanks for answering it.
It's all about getting the micro intros and the micro outros. This all has to match your TA, and one misstep doesn't accept FOMO. That's the biggest key in the 200x trades.
That sounds good. 200x, things move fast at that speed.
Now, when you do 200x, like I was I was thinking what I was doing when I was, when I was losing my, you know what, I was trading the 1 minute, and I did the channels for the range that it was in, and always leaving room for it to either, pop in or pop out of the channel. And I was just trying to get some loot real quick, you know the story. I guess you all know the story. But I guess Kevin, how do you do it? Do you do it on the 1 minute or the 15 minute? Or
So let me explain who I am. I'm Kevin. I'm here for 4 to 5 years. I was at the Thames Group. It was hard for me to get back at Dbloc's place. So finally, let me explain something very, very well. Without this group around you, it's impossible to be a 200x trader and be profitable. Honestly, if you do it for years, then you're always profitable. But on a lower on a lower, not consistent, let me say it like this. So I start on a 1 minute to get my entry. I use the RSIs, DFA, DAA, and then when I see that my line is going well, I add on by my 5 minutes. Once my 15 and my 5 give a positive vibe, I go full in. Then I put a stop loss in the positive. Once it triggers, you're out. You don't FOMO in, or you don't do it again. But again, that's not a professional trading technique. That's just over leveraged, pulling out the money on a quick in out technique. Like today, I did 17 trades and I missed out on a couple of them just because of my stop loss being in the positive. I don't make losses. I get whipped out and I miss out trades often because of the high leverage. But let me explain. I'm a guy who has cancer, and I was in a clinic for 2 years now, and I made like around 640k euros, and I bought a home with it, and now I'm doing back again. So that's me. How you go out? On the same way. You watch, you see your 5 minute go down, your 1 minute goes down, and you just go out. And sometimes you miss out on the big trades because that gives a false reading also. But honestly, if you're playing 5k, you see profits like 10, 15k on 2 hours if it's possible. No problem at all.
Nice,
Now that he
congrats, man.
explained his strategy, that's not financial advice.
yeah, I was gonna say, Kevin. Yeah,
But
totally not financial advice. Yeah, even though I don't have a lot of experience, for some reason my mind just figured that that was the way to do it. I was kind of using the minute, but making sure that the 5 minute and the 15 minute were agreeing. So, thank you for that explanation, bro. That was perfect, bro. I totally was able to figure that one out as you were calling it.
Thank,
well,
Look, do you remember XLM when it was
strat-
exploding?
Yeah.
That was the moment that I was like full going on 200x and learned it on XLM. XLM 2 years ago was a key crypto to learn on. The volatility of it, inclusive Doge, the spikes is the best one to learn on it. You know why? Because it gives you a false reading to go take entries. And once you get it learned on a Dogecoin or on an XLM and you put it on a BTC, it's golden. It's easy. Bitcoin is the easiest one to do 200x leverage on maxi. You have no fees, you have no problems. The only thing you can
All
have
right, we're
is
not gonna
you miss
promote
out.
200x leverage though, but I'm glad it's working out for you, brother.
Yeah,
I
we're
just
not
don't want you
promoting.
to sit here and make it sound easy because it's not.
No,
yeah,
it's
it's
not
not
easy.
easy. Very
You've done
dangerous,
well.
and
That's cool, but it's
Yeah.
definitely not easy, especially not for
No,
new
no.
people.
so strategy aside, like he mentioned, I put my stop in the profit. That's not always an option. So whoever said I want to do 400x, because why not? Here's why not. Because you can get liquidated in a second and lose your whole account. All it takes is for the price to move like 1/5 of 1%, and you get liquidated. And some of these things move, so, like especially with crypto, some of these things move like 20%, 30% a day easily. So
I can
you got to
I
be
can
really
attest.
careful.
I can attest. I'll tell you about my losses, right? Because I have not been successful with high leverage, and this is why I stopped using really high leverage. But I had moments where, man, like I was up, $200-300 on a $20 position, um, and it sounded great on paper, but then I'd wait for this, that, or the other, better to hit the target that I thought it was going to hit. I'd either get wicked out, or my funding rates would wreck me, um, or I'd make that win, but I'd be over leveraged and never exposed. Uh, so all I can say
Yeah.
is, even if you do end up doing it at all, use very little margin out of your account to do so, and be aware that any amount that's in that account can be gone in an instant in one way.
I'm gonna put it to
One
you
trade.
I'm gonna put it to you like this. The reason that I don't give anybody advice about 200x leverage is because if you need me to tell you anything at all, you shouldn't be trading 200x. 200x leverage is for people who have things figured out. You can figure it out in real speed. 5x, you can keep track of it. 10x, you can. 200, 400x, you're moving at a very rapid speed. So the reason that I have no suggestions for anybody that to trade that successfully is because they should already know what they're doing at this point.
Yeah,
This
fair
is
enough. Copy
this
that.
is very
Copy
like
that.
yeah.
I could totally appreciate what you're saying, Dbloc, because that's a very responsible thing to do, to understand that
I have to, because you guys got
if
to
you're talking
remember
about
I'm
something
not
and
just talking to you
have
guys.
yeah. No, I got you.
Like
I
I'm
got you.
also
You're kind
talking
of
to
like,
brand new people in the chat that are like brand new and they're listening and they're like,
Yeah.
oh well, maybe
thank you for
that's where
that.
I'm getting it wrong because I'm not using enough leverage. You know what I mean? Like that's usually what people do. Their instinct is they're not making money
Yeah.
on spot because they haven't figured it out, and then they like, oh, all the people that are making money are doing this.
Can I
Yeah,
just
if you can't make the money on spot, you shouldn't be touching leverage at all. Really, I don't think. Right.
Yeah.
That's just
I want the
and
yeah.
I didn't listen to folks, and I promise you, I liquidated my entire portfolio a few times. So.
Can I just add something on it? I always start my week just with $100. So I have my spot
That's
trades.
good.
I have my normal trades like we ever all do on Binance or on another place. I have my simple low leverage trades, but I just put $100 on the right moment. I do 20 trades. I convert it to 5,000, and then the shit goes on. If I've lost my 5K, it's gone. It's the simple
Yeah.
$100. Do you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah, of
That's
course.
Yeah,
big
that
difference.
makes
Keep that
sense.
in mind, boys. That's the real reality.
Yeah.
But before you have the possibility to achieve those 20 trades without problems every week, there is the ego. That's the golden trigger, and that's not easy. I mentioned it. I do this for 6 years now, and it's
Yeah.
all because of Drew and team, everybody together. All the best traders I met in this Discord made me do this, and it's my technique. I will never ever talk to anybody into it, because please, YouTube, never do it if you're a new trader. Never do it. And if you do it with money you don't need, like €4 or €5. Put it in your futures account, and don't put all the rest in the futures account. Just put €5 or €4 in it, and what goes, it goes, and what's lost, it's lost.
Yeah,
That's
think
my
of it like you walk into a casino with $100.
yeah.
You might make 5K. If you can either walk out with the 5K or you can keep putting the 5K back into the slot machines and then take your chances. But you're playing with house money.
Yeah, but you can also lose it
You can
all.
lose the whole. You can lose the
I,
whole $5,000
I
in the
like
same night.
I
Easily.
like what was said. Someone said here at one point that if you're gonna use leverage, that you shouldn't be using more leverage than you have percent conviction in the move. And that's not something you want to figure out. That you just want to test and figure out before you actually have conviction and know why you have conviction, right? Um, because yeah, it can turn really bad really quick. You know, it looks great, but it only takes like a tick, man, to lose everything. So
Yeah, totally, totally. I'll finish the
Yeah,
rest of that.
legitimately. When I say like 1/5 of 1%, that's not even including exchange fees. Like when it comes to your entry fee and exit fee, plus the funding fee you got to take into account. So it's even less than that. Like if you're on 400x, it's even less than 1/5 of a percent most likely, because
yeah,
it'll charge you as soon as you get into the trade. Then you have less margin, and it will charge you when you exit the trade. Meaning if you get liquidated, or if you get to a liquidation price, it will charge you at that point. So you don't even have as much room as you think you do for
yeah, and
liquidation. So it's like,
if you have any sort of shoddy connection or anything like that, yeah, you're just asking for losses, honestly,
Guys, sorry
because
to cut
I
you off.
mean, it's just
Sorry
the
to cut you guys
simple
off.
fact that the price can move one fifth of 1% in
Yeah,
1 second. Like you could blink your eyes and your whole account's gone.
yeah. Sorry to cut you off. We're at another high. We're at 114.
Oh, nice.
Yo, Bitcoin is running.
Yes, who's back?
Whoa.
Yo.
Back again.
Oh my god, what a
Yo.
crazy short squeeze.
Yo.
Yo, the target is 115,710 is what I said earlier. That's
Bitcoin's
that's that
ripping,
big
bro.
extension.
Yo, what is this? Yo.
But a
This
nice
is
example.
a short squeeze.
This
Bitcoin's
rip,
moving.
this
yeah, I'm
rip
gonna be honest.
Well, 115 is
for
done.
Thank you,
Yep,
brother.
stay
Thank you.
trade.
Thank you for that.
Yo, alerts are coming out. I'm taking profit. Like my limit orders are all biting.
Yeah, I'm
Whoa.
gonna be honest, dude. I don't even use the 100x anymore. Like, I'll low leverage if leverage and that keeps me safe, right?
Kevin, were you gonna say something? I kind of heard you say. Are you there, Kevin? I think we lost him. I think he wanted to say
This
something.
is wild.
No, I have to be conscious because I'm 200x traded, but this rip made me 6k. Just when we were talking, it went up. This was
Whoa.
Whoa, guys.
Let's go.
This is a
Wow.
god camp.
Wow.
We touched 118 on Bybit.
Yo.
Yo, RIP
This
to
is
the
madness.
Bears, dude. RIP to the Bears.
I would also like to just mention that we do have a lot of experienced traders here, and results are definitely not typical. So just stick around, man, and learn to see what everybody's seeing and do some charting, and yeah, you'll learn a lot here for sure.
I'll tell you a quick story. So that week that I did that with 2K, my account started with 9K and I got liquidated totally on the last one.
Yeah, what's the news?
Funny part, the funny part is that it happened because instead of longing something, I shorted it by mistake by clicking on the wrong thing, and it happened so fast. I was just like, damn, I can't believe I just lost 9K. I took a week off. I didn't do anything for a week.
The only thing I see is it says it's bearish news. Robinhood's crypto trading promotions promote pro by Florida AG. That's it. And Jensen Hong is at the White House right now. He just walked into the White House like 20 minutes ago. The Nvidia CEO. That's the only news I see.
This is wild.
Saying he's a chill out.
Again, I would not recommend 200x trades. I have a lot of friends that started trading again because of me, and I don't let them go past 20x. Why? First of all the stress. You need to know what you're doing, and you don't know how I play, how I make my profits always safe. So if I make now 6k, 5k goes immediately to my spot wallet, the rest stays. People who get the dopamine too much stay with the money. They go bigger in trades, make 10,000 trades, and then one wick wicks you out and you stop with trading. That's the thing. Don't FOMO with 200x. Stick to the plan. If the plan goes out, stop it. So YouTube, I would not recommend it.
You know what's
Yeah.
funny? You reminded
I
me
was,
of I used to go to the casino. I used to be a flight attendant, so I used to fly around, arrive somewhere, go to the casino with $100, and that would be in my right pocket. And everything I gambled would come out of the right pocket. Whatever I won would go in my left pocket. So I never mixed my profits with my gambling money.
oh
And I
man,
think
you're
this
better
is
than
kind
me.
of like I think this is kind of like the same scenario. You got to have that kind of discipline, like you
The
said, Kevin.
bull strikes again. That was good timing, huh?
Let's go, Dbloc.
My bad. I'm back.
Yo, Dbloc.
I do want to mention for like each, if you see the candle moving right now, how it'll bounce up and down. Like that's all it takes, man. Yeah, that can be a rough situation real quick, and it could just be a couple of ticks up or down. Especially if your entry's not good.
All
So
right, guys, we got price action.
Good
yeah.
night, shorts. Good night to the shorts, man. RIP.
Never gonna
Well,
beat
if it
those
doesn't
damn
drop
market
below
maker
115,
allegations.
that 115 could have reacted. It didn't. We just bought it and then we backtested it as support already on the 1 second.
All right, so at this point, where's the motivation?
120.
Hey, Dbloc,
All
can you
targets,
check
all
the next
previous
week?
targets are hit. This is clean, in my opinion. Clean price action, meaning price discovery.
It's belt up.
Something like 7,
It's about as
8%
clean as
up
it can
is
get.
we've seen Bitcoin do 6, 7, 8% up on breakouts.
Look at the
It's
tape. The
currently
tape is
sitting at
crazy.
5% up, so
Dude, I saw a $41.8 million purchase on the tape. That's crazy.
Yo, and there's like I said, there's no news right now. Like
I've been
this is
clapping.
unless there's some hidden
I've been
news.
clapping
There's no
for like
news.
3 months.
the news is
Dude,
in the chart. It's a breakout. That's the news. People who
41 million?
sold
The
a
reason
bit
that I
are
put
buying back the up.
the reason that I put the bull there before I got up was because volatility was squeezing really hard, really hard, and I just saw a bunch of tether minted. So I had to go check to see where the tether went to specifically, but the amount of money that just came in there, the amount of liquidity that just came in there, is why I was like, is something about to happen here real quick. I just needed to double check. But before I could even come back, it went crazy.
Perpetual's depegged by 1% almost, right? Like we see leverage wicks at 118, while spot touched 117. Yeah, I guess with enough time, you'll get another short entry, right?
Be right back.
Because it's already down 2%.
Dude, this is gonna be a nasty fall when it does happen. Gonna be nasty. There's just no breaks in this pump. Like building no support.
Oh,
These
we've been
people that
doing that
FOMO, they're either gonna
for.
panic sell or they're gonna get knocked out.
We've been building support for the last 6 months, right? Going downward in a corrective move and then doing that ABC. No, it's.
I mean, just today speaking. Like,
All right, I'm back.
just this movement from today.
I peeled some
It's like
profits
there's no
just to
support
be
being built.
completely transparent.
Let's go. We got some big wicks on the 1 minute from the top side, so.
Hey, I guess it was worth waiting for that pixel perfect touch on the whatchamacallit, right? The $18 that I was waiting for target 4.
114 Dbloc. I held to 114. I'm so happy that it was a big candle, because if it just kissed 114, it would give me enough time to just do my clicking. Now it's just like, oh wow, okay.
Where's
Let's
that
go.
bear that said it was gonna go to 97K now, huh? Where is he now? Where is he now?
It could still be true. He never said how high before we go there.
Yeah, not too much on Qui-Gon, man. Leave Qui-Gon alone. Oh, my
Yeah,
bad.
I mean, I don't know. I said earlier I was wrong about my theory, so.
Well, at least you're bullish now, man. That's the main thing.
I'm not bullish. I was wrong
You've
about
never
the
been
pivot.
bullish.
I'm
Bruh.
macro bullish. I'm macro bullish. I have to
There you go.
The higher it goes, the more I have to err on the side of caution, because I know what this market is capable of.
Eve made
Anybody was
Well,
shorting
apparently-
that, they were just ripped off the
Apparently,
chart.
it's capable of $116,800 Bitcoin.
Yeah, almost at 120, dude. So it's like,
yeah, dude,
quite impressive.
Very nice.
So yeah, if we don't fall back below 112, then we're probably not going to we're not going to 92K or 97, probably even. A high 70s, probably not. Probably
Man,
off the table at this point.
Can
But
you
I don't know.
can you see-
It's not. It's really not. It doesn't seem like a swing fail pattern. It does seem like genuine interest.
Dude, look at the most easy pattern they just fed everybody on the 15-minute Bitcoin chart. Look at the perfect triangle setup, like right there.
Look at the bull flag on the 5-minute.
Yeah,
they
on the
just
like, 5
farmed
minute.
those shorts, like we were saying, just farmed them until they were ready to go, and then they ripped
Look at that wick. Look at the wick on the 15-minute though too.
Don't forget the
Yeah.
inverted head and shoulder on the
Freaky.
weekly. That thing can be powerful.
Why you crack me up? You're thinking of the hangover before the party's done.
I mean, I try to be ahead of the crowd. Sometimes I'm way too. Sometimes I'm way too early though.
Yeah. It's all right though.
How we feeling, you two?
Sometimes it works. Remember that time you were like, "Oh my, like you were right."
I mean, there's plenty of times like that, but there's also been plenty of times I was wrong too. Like today was one of
Yeah,
them.
just
I was
these
wrong about
moments
where the
where it's
pivot
like-
was going to be.
Yeah, let's hit those likes, you
Yeah.
two. If that bull gave you even a slight heads up on price action, I think he deserves you to slap the like button. Look, he's already cross-eyed. We're gonna have to get a surgery for him or something to get him right, because he's been through a lot.
I still am thinking that like freaking people that are FOMOing in and people that went long on high leverage, they're gonna end up getting wrecked pretty soon.
Who set the music
know.
on aisle 3 2 hours ago? I was flat on the ground. That was the best part.
The bear market will wreck bulls, of course.
That also
but it
reminds
didn't
me of
have,
that meme, that 3 minutes later.
I mean, I'm
Yeah.
not even talking about the bull market. I'm talking about all this euphoric freaking price action that's happening right.
Yeah, no, this is dumb.
I-
Guys, this is, as much as I love to be bullish, like we all have to admit that this is just stupid price action.
Oh, dude, this is like the rare, like just pump moon price action that everyone dreams about. Like
You know,
this is one of those days. It's just
you
the
know what it
rare
reminds
days.
me of, Rick? You remember the fake ETF tweet that came out that
Oh
broke
yeah.
that broke that resistance, right? And then we found out that it was a fake tweet and nobody cared. And then the
Yeah.
Yeah,
actual
but
news came out after,
this
and it just continued to pump. Like it's almost
this
Oh
like
yeah.
price action
the
is something
fake
nothing
news
about.
just removed all the resistance we had above
Yep.
and reminded
And the last
people.
one.
It reminded people how fast Bitcoin could actually move when it's time to go.
Oh yeah. I'm wondering, you know, when the presidential election, like when the result came out and we just pumped like for like a good week there
No,
or
but yeah,
something.
but that's what I was saying. Like, if someone was asking, like, what's the news? This price action's off no news. Like, this is just pure price action.
Yeah, but you got to
It is the
understand
news.
why
It's the
you get.
breakout in price discovery.
That's what I'm
That's
saying. You got to
news.
understand that even if it's not directly tied, and you know me, I'm always it's the chart, not the news guy. But it is the chart. But the news, as fake as it was, still broke those resistances. It took all of those buy orders from above us. Right? It changed everybody's
Yeah.
mind that was still down with buy orders underneath 100K that maybe they were about to get left behind. These guys here, absolutely gone.
Tomorrow
They
is
ended up buying
Friday, and
higher.
you'll have tomorrow is Friday, and you'll have in the headlines of financial journals that Bitcoin made a new all-time high. It's gonna attract interest in the
Financial
chart.
journals. That shit's
People
gonna
are
be
gonna
on every
be
morning show.
yeah. It's giving you exit liquidity because people are gonna be willing to buy like hell the next dip.
Hmm.
So it's the whole point of pumping an asset, huh? It's to make people interested
This
in
is good though. We don't
buying
look a gift
the
horse in the
retest.
eye, right? There's gonna be irrational reasons why price pumps all the way till this is done. We don't worry about that. We let them worry about that.
You know, in the order book, 115 was was the big supply here. It took nothing for Bitcoin to break it. Like there was nothing.
Yeah, that I was shocked that it blasted through 115.
Yeah, I'll
Like
check
that
ETH
was
anti.
Yeah,
Look,
it
the
just
ETH.
took it out like there's nothing.
Give me 1 second. ETH made that move that we were looking for because Bitcoin popped. So ETH is above support now. Remember, now's the time to hold this though. Right? ETH wants to stay above this. We want to stay above at least 2816.
Even 2,880, which is the previous high. So you know, there's nothing to be bearish about as long as it's above the
Our
previous
measured
high.
move, if you were trading with us from the beginning, is right there, which is just a little bit over 3K, $3,013. That would be our full measured move from our higher low fractal.
said 500 million was just liquidated in the past hour, and James Wynn was liquidated.
This was a liquid
Poor
push.
James. Let's get a moment of silence. Let's get a moment of silence for James Wynn though, because poor guy.
That dude's been.
All right, that's enough.
Can someone tweet? Can someone tag him and tweet him and invite him to this channel, bro? He just needs some lessons, man.
You know, QY,
The
you
guy
said
just needs
it's
love.
short squeeze. Yeah. They
He just needs some of
definitely
that
got
Cypher love,
squeezed.
man.
Why are we flagging out up here?
I got stopped out there personally, so I did take a 115 short.
Couple of 25x's sort of avoided destruction there, but that's about it. That is about it. And soon,
Almost everybody got taken.
That's it.
where is
What's the pattern on the 1 minute though?
God, look back at all our price action that we've been
Oh
through.
man. Yeah. Zooming out on the daily and the weekly is good fun.
This is and you know what? Because okay, so like obviously you can't see the price action, right? But this is what our daily scalping 5-minute chart, right? Following the price action every single day, 24/7, through all of these drops, through all of these massive moments, down into our ignore all the noise, don't fuck it up zone that hopefully made everybody tons of money because nobody was scared at this moment because we were screaming that it was all bullshit while everybody else was screaming that it was over. All for the opportunity to one day come and meet our good buddy.
Yeah. 50 Cent.
Our
Can
good,
you look at my
our good buddy,
team?
150 Cent.
That's great.
We're coming, Curtis.
That's great. Love it.
Yesterday I was at Tame's place. I mentioned to Tame, you have to put a green block. It's gonna be exploding tomorrow. No. Red blocks. Every red block he was posting was wiped out like a motherfucker.
Language,
Like Tame.
sir. Language.
Oh, sorry.
I'm still
This
waiting
is
for a 40K.
But it's all good. We try not. We try
Mhm.
not to. We don't really care what they're doing over there on this side. Wish
Okay,
everybody the
then
best. I wish
yeah,
them all the
okay.
best.
Yeah.
How
I'm
many
gonna
But
how many
40K.
YouTubers we got? Like
408. 408 in the chat, guys. Hit that subscribe button. You're
Let's
getting any
go.
sort of
400
value
people.
out of what you're seeing now. We're here every day. This is my crazy family.
Yes.
When I'm not here, you'll have to deal with their lunacy, but that's
Antics.
part of the it's part of the beauty.
You know,
Yeah.
selling into a pump is very hard, so being able to do it is a good sign actually. Like it doesn't matter if you're short loses or wins, you know. You had a plan, you executed it, it lost, right? I mean, some red blocks are gonna win, some are gonna lose. Now, of course, if they all lose, it's a bit of an issue, but
Ghost with the
the simple
5 gifted
fact,
memberships. Appreciate you, Ghost. My bad, Susie.
Yo, I said, right?
yeah,
We
sure.
hit 114.
But
Give it a little
you
more.
gotta respect the idea of you know, shorting into a pump. Me, I'm having trouble.
Man, I'd rather wait for confirmation, bro. And
Yeah, like
definitely.
losing support again. You
I
know,
am
having
very
at least
happy
the 1
giving
minute
up some
review.
percentages just for confirmation. I have no problem with that whatsoever.
What do you think about these spectacular moves, guys?
It's great, bro.
It's not spectacular. We're up 5%. Oh, come on.
Yeah, but we're up 5% on a $116,000 asset. It's not easy to push this bad boy around anymore like this. They're making it look easy, but
I don't know. We shall see. We'll see where we end up next month.
125 by next month.
You saw what Nvidia did recently.
That's
Big
what I was saying.
market cap
Nvidia
and also
Nvidia from
moved
the
big.
bottom to its current price has actually outperformed Bitcoin from its bottom to where we're at right now.
Yeah. I think
Man,
it's fantastic
Terragato with
though,
another
because
5 gifted memberships. Appreciate you, bro. Welcome to all the new members.
it's the context of the move though is spectacular because it's like it's a punch of resistance, man. It's like a
Yep.
price discovery move. So that's
But
why
it's
it's
an
so special.
impulse. It's an
Yeah,
impulsive
even if
move
it is
and a
only a
breakout,
couple of
right?
percent.
It's not where it went,
Yeah.
it's what it got rid of.
Yeah, it's
not what it
Nvidia
got
is
rid of, it's where it came from.
Now we have to build support though underneath it because we have left gaps. So it's important. We did get rid of all those orders. We got rid of all that liquidity, but we've got to build some support so that we can move to some higher numbers here.
You know why we pumped there? Actually, is it CME close right now? You said gap, right? So when do they reopen?
We
What was
pumped because the bull looked at price all crazy. He gave it the crazy eye.
They opened 20 minutes.
Yeah, but CME is closed right now, right? So you'll have an intraday gap potentially. In 20 minutes, CME reopens and they closed at 113. We're at 116. So we're going to end up with an intraday gap. Well, we have 20 minutes to dump back down to 115, I guess. So. Or maybe a bit
Man,
more.
I
No,
think
we need to do a retest
over
first of
the
that high. Just a retest before we go to.
But
I
the
think
money
over the
came
next
in when
couple of weeks,
CME closed. That's funny.
David
over the
Jones with
next
the
couple of
super
weeks, we'll
chat. I
see.
appreciate that, brother.
Ah, that's crazy movement.
Those
Let's go,
messages
guys.
mean a lot, David.
Oh, yeah.
Appreciate you.
Man, you're going to see this Google search trends start to pick up over the next couple of weeks, I think. Potentially,
sure,
if
for
it
sure.
starts making
For
the
sure.
news and stuff.
This isn't over yet.
There you go. I'm seeing some sales, secondary sales coming on
Thanks
this
for the
wick.
knowledge, Dbloc. What you provided
Flagging
made
out
me
at
a
these
lot of
levels
money
is
today.
crazy.
Was
If
a
there was going to
loser
be a
before I
drop, it
came
should have
here.
been a quick flush. This is a sign of strength, in my opinion, at these levels. But we do have clear supply zone here, right? You don't even have to know TA to know that these wicks are people selling off. Let's take a look at our orders real quick, see what we've got.
This is FOMO wave
And
number
we've
one.
cleared all of that liquidity. Let's see what we've got in the way of sell orders. Woo! Always nice to see that. Alright, what do we
I
got
like
up
this
here?
price action. Let's go.
Nothing really great to speak of, man. 60, not even 100 Bitcoin orders in the double digits. To be fair, though, we've got to start respecting 50 and 75 Bitcoin sells, because with price where we are, that's not chump change anymore.
Man, I'm trying to move some Doge so I can sell it, and it's taking so long.
I got front run on the Bitcoin TP by not much. Yeah.
Somebody
Well, I'll
needs to
just wait.
clip that breakout.
Look at that. Just ate all those cells, man. All those cells, just like Bitcoin didn't care.
But there's really not much left in the book, right? Like 115
Look
and
at ETH's
260
about to hit
Bitcoin.
3K. Did it hit?
ETH
No,
is
no.
almost at its measured move here, guys. If you took this trade with the intention on it being a short-term trade to this measured move, I'm nobody's dad, but there are actions that should be taken here once we get through this vector gap.
2,987 on ETH. But I mean, at this point, it's just a matter of seconds, right? Or not.
It isn't fair how long this Doge is taking to show up.
It'll show up. It'll show up. Remember, it's a cycle. People taking profit from the bigger caps, and it just moves down. You'll see it.
I want to take a look at this uptrend real quick, guys, on ETH. Not that I'm trying to poop on the party, but it's significant. So this is the uptrend that we've been on since 2022. Right? This is where we failed. We've tried to get back above it. This would be the first time that we're actually able to break back above. We can break back above and hold, then we put this whole episode behind us. Right? We get back on Ethereum's track. That green line right there, right where we're at right now, basically.
Yep.
Dominance has given back all
Fine,
that
fine.
reactionary move off of that Bitcoin move. That's good. We want to see this, right? This shows that there is a risk appetite right now. Right? We're not consolidating after that move on Bitcoin. We're giving it all back while Bitcoin is holding. There's money rotating into the alts that was on the sidelines that was not in Bitcoin, or else Bitcoin would be dropping, right? So all-time highs for Bitcoin signals risk on, money comes off the sidelines.
14 minutes till CME reopens. That's just one 15-minute candle.
Do I even dare look at the portfolio?
I don't want to look at it.
I've been avoiding it. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah. Until I'm
I'm
done, I'm not gonna look at
restricted.
it. Until I'm done here.
I'm restricted on Binance US because they are asking me questions that I don't want to answer. So I can't even do anything on there except withdraw. I might be able to stake stuff, but they brought USD back. They just want me to verify it and stuff. You know what I mean? That's all it is. Because I haven't verified and updated my stuff in so long, they won't let me buy or sell. But the port's looking pretty good.
Damn.
Everything else is good. The Kraken and Coinbase, I'm still good on.
Pudgy and Mod Coin showing off in the port right now.
I mean, anything. I wish I could sell some of this stuff, but I'm staking it, so I don't have time to unstake it before I sell it. But like, I mean, bit and sword.
Yeah, I took some profit. I took a big bite.
The
Let's
Tau
go.
is doing pretty good. Pendle. Should I sell the rest of my Pendle?
Yeah. No more
You're in
trades for me
Pendle?
for today.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's never been one of my favorites though, to be honest.
Someone just bought 57 Bitcoin at 116.
Wow.
Dumbass.
And then someone just sold 60. Thank you. Appreciate the exit liquidity.
Right.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that guy.
3K ETH, baby. We're so close. They're just playing with me today when it comes to these damn targets.
Oh, they're playing with me too.
And I got in on time on the AI agents. Yeah, I took profit on those. I got out of Virtual's AI 16. Happy trades.
This is a pretty important spot here for ETH BTC, right? Like I said, I expect this fractal to break down at this point because this is COVID. So because of that, this area right here is going to be pretty crucial. Right? Are we going to break these tops and solidify the fact that it's done, or will it start to roll over and then we're going to have to pay attention to it a little more to see when it actually deviates? But I'd like to see us get above those highs, man. Get us up to like 2,700 Satoshis.
I mean, are there no liquidations above that? Because I can see somebody in
Just a little bit. Yeah.
I mean, I can see somebody in a trade. Their liquidation for $500,000 is around 122.5.
It's probably less than $1 million. I've got it set to $1 million.
They lost control. Couldn't you say that market maker lost control on a Thursday instead of the weekend?
Oh, there's market makers.
We had a CME gap
Market makers never goal is never to just go in one direction. So yeah, whenever you're going in one direction like this for too long, it's definitely market makers lost control. But that's what we look for, right? We don't root for market maker. We just pay attention for when he's in control, and then we trade with him. And then we prepare for the loss of control where price just goes and he's unable to regain, equilibrium.
No, it's funny because people wanted to sell 2,800. Now they're willing to buy it. Only if they wanted to sell 112, now they're gonna be willing to buy it.
On Bybit, you just hit 3,005.
Merrick, I know it was crazy, bro. Somebody needs to clip that. It
Yep,
literally
yep.
wasn't more than 30 seconds after I put that bull down.
Yeah, yo, I was just like, guys, I gotta. I saw 114 and it just like pop.
He's still that.
Well, who's quitting his job tomorrow? Just joking. Don't do that. So yeah, 120 is the next big level. Well, it was the biggest in the whole thing, but I don't think that's for today. Well, let's keep it for next week.
Jesus, somebody just bought 105 Bitcoin at $116,000. That's too much money in this world, y'all. I don't know how to break it to y'all. Whoever told you there's not enough money to go around has been lying to you, because there is a ridiculous amount of money. Holy shit.
Yeah, but if you look at order flow, so you know it's a 3,500 volume candle, 3,500 Bitcoin volume candle, and the bullishness inside it is positive 1,300. You know, when Bitcoin does its big dips, you see it roughly at the same metric, around minus 1,500. If it's really a big dip, maybe you can get to 3,000
Yeah.
oversold. Yeah. But like this is the equivalent of the first sell we had at the one that bounced at 78, the initial sell-off. Yeah. The price impact of it is 5% to the upside. Interestingly, when things dump, the price impact is bigger.
Your M2 picked this perfectly, right? You showed this happening, didn't you?
Robin?
Your M2, when you were showing, you predicted this, right?
Look
This
at M2,
look
bro.
at M2.
Just look at how stupid this is. Take all this shit off.
10%. Yeah.
I mean, I don't see it as a prediction. I just see he showed where it was going. Like,
Yeah, it was a given. It wasn't a prediction.
Look at this.
It is
In the
going
end,
great.
I mean,
since
it's not even a given, right? Like, what if Trump would have came out and said
Nah,
something? Like, you know what
definitely
I'm saying?
wasn't.
Like,
It definitely wasn't a given, man. It was just so far, just from previous sort of action, it was a high probability. And it's
I'm sorry,
remember,
yeah.
it's not even that the
Yeah,
chart's
M2
following
was
the chart. It's just what it symbolizes, right? The fact that that liquidity, that underlying liquidity, would pick up around that time. But
to
yeah,
me,
this
nothing in
is
the data
the move up.
Yeah, nothing shows that we were gonna dump hard, is what I'm trying to say. So yeah.
well, yeah, because we had the stock market also pushing in price discovery. You had Dixie collapsing. Like there weren't that many bearish points, right?
No.
Like, if you wanted to
One
count
last drop,
bearish catalysts.
one last couple $1,000 drop is all that I thought was coming on our day 3 retracement until we got, you know, that news or whatever. But even there, I was saying that I feel like this is gonna be the last retracement before things go, you know, before things are different.
The last dip to buy, you mean?
Yeah, yeah. Like if you're not in by this point, you're gonna have issues.
I think we're going to 133,000.
20 should react for today if we continue pushing.
Yeah, let's put time frames, because I think we're going to
going to
133 too. But
1 billion.
No, I think I agree with you. 130 is a identified level. I've heard a lot about it here and there. I don't remember what's there, but it's probably like a
at this
fib and
point,
some
there's not
anchors.
much. Let's go to a naked Bitcoin chart and let's hold on, because
Yeah, 130 probably harmonic target too. And there's probably plenty of stuff lining up there, but
Can
on
you look?
this push,
Oh, sorry.
Let's go through
Can
some
you look
chats.
in the message I put on this how do you say it? On the message page from this chat, I put my charts on, 4 charts, and that's why I mentioned 133. Then going back to 115, and then October will push us around to 212. That's what I assume was going to happen. Again, this is no things, but this is what my spider web lines are showing me. And I also put in my starter point of the spider web lines, and that's the thing that Dbloc mentioned 10 minutes ago he was showing with his chart. It was the same spot.
Yeah, there's a
Let's
nice
go.
gap between the next two spider lines. It should be a pretty quick move. All right. What did I come to this chart for?
You wanted to see if we were gonna like give prices, we needed to give timelines.
Yeah, something about timelines, and you wanted to look at a naked Bitcoin chart.
Oh, I was looking at something specific. It'll come to me in a second.
It was how
What?
we got 130K.
When 130 basically.
Yeah, no, it was something else.
You wanted to
It's
see
fine.
what was above.
Oh,
Just to get your rule.
yeah. That's what it was. Thank you. That's
Nothing.
what it was. What's above, right? So, spider lines we already looked at, right? We've got that big gap. But other than that, we also have to look at our fib extensions, right? Because right now people are going to be looking at their fibs heavy. So we would take our fib extension from our original fib extension's already blown out, right? This was our original fib extension. Our 6618 will be the last target on that. Hold on, let me get it right. We've hit 5618. Right, 6618 is that 132. That's why when you said 132, that's what made me think about the fib extensions. Other than that, other than fib extensions and liquidations, the only thing above us that's going to interact with price at all are buy orders. Right, the order book.
It's empty.
For the most part, if we go to anything above 100 Bitcoin, 4 areas of interest. Not even. 86 Bitcoin at 118, 97 Bitcoin at 120, 89 Bitcoin at 125, and 83 Bitcoin at
Dbloc, just on Binance, there's 500 Bitcoin at 120 just on Binance right now.
Yeah, I don't
Like
see
120 is a big level.
that. I'd have to check CoinAc. Well, if we aggregate, right? So if we look at everything that's sitting at 120,
It's the
you've
biggest
got
level, I think,
258 Bitcoin, 31, 21, 33, 97, 3, 3, 4,
500
8.
roughly, right?
Yeah, give or take. Give or take.
But after that, it's pretty, well, it'll fill up. Yeah.
So that's, for right now, that's all that matters. Nice and clean.
But
And then
those
when we
orders were
take
there
out,
before the pump even
yeah,
happened. So
when we take out that that fib extension, then we'll pull a new fib extension. Hold on.
How's dominance looking?
Our new fib extension would go up to our all-time high and then pull down to that 49. And then the rule is, well, my rule is, let me change the color on this. My rule is that on your second fib extension, once you get a full fib extension during the bull market, on your second fib extension, on the completion of that first one, your 1618 is your target. And our 1618 right now is sitting at 152K. By the way, this is the first time that I've pulled this fib extension. It just happens to match with the sort of numbers I'm looking at. And the timing for it will be between September, October. No, September, October, November, right in this range. My opinion.
Dominance
CME
rejected
reopened.
hard. Dominance rejected hard off of the bottom of the downtrend. Hard.
Let's see, baby. Risk on. Just waiting to be able to TP on some of these alts safely.
I just got here. What happened? What's going
Breakout. Price
on?
discovery.
Price discovery breakout, hit our last 2 targets that we had on the chart. For me, officially now, we were in price discovery after getting above 112. But for me, true price discovery starts when my last measured moves have played out. When there's no target above, you know what I mean? As long as there's a target above, I still sort of consider these resistance.
Oh,
Because,
right.
you know what I
The
mean?
pattern
Because
you're
they were
coming from
measured
gives
moves.
you.
Yeah.
But there's always a pattern that's gonna line up with something higher, though.
Well, you find those until they're done. These were the last ones. We've got a bull flag on weekly that gives us 150, 150, 160, something like that. But between here and there's not a whole hell of a lot.
Total is coming towards the double top. Like it's still not a new all-time high on total market cap, but we're coming into resistance, I guess, on total.
Got it. CME just opened, right?
Yeah, that's gonna be interesting to see how they manage this. But like, I'm interested in catching like a 3% to the downside move ramp. I guess a scalp.
We got 442 people in chat. And hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Welcome to all the new viewers. We're here all day, every day. Hit that subscribe, join us.
Those vectors scare me, but I guess it could always be cleared later.
Yeah, we're running. Yeah, we're gonna run until the FOMO's done. We're gonna run until every green candle stops triggering another one, basically, right? So we're looking for buyer exhaustion at this point. What they did down here, if we turn on our liquidations, is we were talking about it, whether we're doing it right. Market maker building that flag, putting in those lower highs. The bears looks like a downtrend, right? Higher high, lower high, lower high. Oh, this is definitely a downtrend. You're building a bull flag, and your bias just doesn't let you see it. And then market maker just plays with your emotions until you fill up this bag of goodies for him. Wait, that's not what I was supposed to do. I clicked on the wrong thingamajig.
I mean, the weird thing is about the whole Powell stuff. It's like he still said he wanted to reduce rates in September, anyways. So, that would be bullish news.
It's just
regardless
dumb.
if he resigns.
So look at the amount of liquidity that we built up by building this flag. Remember, all of these lines start right here, which means that there was nothing here until we popped up. Once we popped up, the bears went crazy. You heard it in here a little bit too, right? Everybody's trying to catch the top, catch the short from a quick move that should retrace, but ends up not retracing because the bears degen too hard. Cleaned
Coinbase just
all of
tweeted
that liquidity up.
sideline.
If it keeps going though, then that'll ruin the September October timeline, right?
No, this thing will retrace. This
We
thing will
need
retrace.
to
And remember, my main exit goal isn't 150K. I honestly don't. The only reason I even bring up 150 is because people keep asking me what my price is. I'm exiting September, October, November, whatever that price is. If shit goes left and we're only at 130, well, then we got to 130. If it gets to 230, then we got to 230, right?
So the retrace on the alts from this pump would be a good entry for alts if you haven't gotten.
If you have not gotten into alts, yes. You don't want to ignore the retraces, especially on the strong ones. Right now, we have evidence, right? What we got is a look into the future. You got to see how your alt's going to perform when things go parabolic. If your alt didn't move through this, then maybe you've got some decisions to make. Right? If you look at your list and you see what your high performers were and what the low performers were, and you can't find a good reason for why coin A didn't do what coin B did, then maybe it's time to start shifting some of those positions, right? Because a move like this, if your coin, look at it like this. If there was a lot of people on the sideline waiting to buy the coin that you're hoping they want to buy, and this move didn't make them do it, chances are it's probably not going to happen, right? At least not to the extent that you want. A coin that took off and is giving you double-digit percentages today has a higher mind share, and you just got to see like a preview of how it's going to react when things go parabolic.
Some coins are giving you triple-digit upside right now.
Yeah, and some are just giving you single-digit.
What? 368%? Whoa. I mean, I remember seeing 100, 150, but 360%?
Bomb is going
Top
to
10?
BOMEUSD is going to explode.
Nah, I don't know about that, but on you know, on volume, on leverage. Right now,
Did you just say the bomb's going to explode? That's... Yeah, look at guns go. All right. So we're getting a little bit more confidence on guns, right? That this could possibly be the higher low that we were looking for off the 200. We want to keep that up. Not bad, not bad, not bad. What was the ticker of what you were just talking about, brother? BOM or BOMB? Can I hear? Is there somebody talking that I can't hear? Hold on, there might be. Let me check my levels to see.
BOM, yes. But it's already 11% up, but how the wick is forming is gonna give a top wick from my opinion.
BOM USD. Marcin, my bad, brother. If you were talking, I think I had you turned down.
Yes. I was asking about the AI-16.
The what now? I'm sorry.
AI-16?
Oh, AI-16Z. I'll look at it. Give me a
Yeah,
second.
you see, because I'm trading this one. I moved from Hedera. I was trading in a Hedera, but the point is, I find that the level where suit to me. How do they trade? How much the because I'm trading on a leverage. And
Give me a second. I'll look at it. Let me take a look at this other coin first. BOMB USDT, right?
Yes. Can I have a question? I always put my mic out, but if I don't speak, is it silence? Because on my old setup, there was noise when I was not talking.
No, you're
So
good. It's quiet so far. I haven't noticed it.
Okay, perfect. So you see what I mean?
It's very wiki.
And once it gets over I don't know what your top line is, but once it gets over that one, it's gonna have a nice explosion.
Yeah. I mean, the good thing is that you know where to put your stop loss, basically. You're not too far. Risk reward isn't too bad there. AI-16Z. Looks
Let's
good.
go, guys.
Finally breaking out a little bit.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to get a retracement.
All right, so for AI-16Z, I would be targeting 244. This is the vector that you're sort of eating into now, right? Some vector recovery. But you do have your 50 EMA on the daily. That's going to be an issue there.
yes.
I'll go down to lower time frames in a second. I just wanted to see what the macro looked like there. Yeah, 4 hour, you're curling up. You look like you're making a run for this. Your bullish trigger here will be getting above 1960, 1950. It should be a quick run after that. And then I'd be looking at 2 targets. I'd be looking at the top of this vector gap. And I would also be looking at the 800 EMA.
Yes.
No, we just lost the trend line on the 1 second.
32. It looks good though. It looks good, which is good because I'm holding some of this shit. I got a bunch of little AI agents that are staking.
I blow up my account on that. We're going down. Just, I don't know.
Are you talking about Hyper?
No, it was AI 16Z.
Take a look at Hyper.
You
If I'm
guys
gonna play
still in
itself,
that short, or did it pop?
it's too high of a market cap for Solana coin for me.
What is?
AI 16, like anything that has that huge market cap, I just don't even mess with it on Solana because
Yeah, but
I'm only
you
working with like $100 on Solana. So if I'm gonna play something, I want a lower market cap. So I feel like I'm already risking it anyway, being on that blockchain.
What
yeah,
about
you just got to remember that just
AI?
because it's high market cap doesn't mean there isn't room to run. And the benefit that it has is it's got a bit of a first mover advantage when it comes to AI agents. So like when the AI agent narrative takes off, it'll be your AI 16Zs, your AI XBTs that'll be the more like sure bets. Sure, there's gonna be other AI agents that'll do 100x and go nuts, right? But there's so many of them that to pick those to get it right is gonna be really difficult.
Okay, so I have another question.
I'm not sure what market cap you're looking at because
Because
like AI 16Z is pretty low market cap.
No, 200 million is way too high for me personally for my portfolio on Solana.
Go ahead, Marcin. You were asking a question.
yeah, my map works, so I can I can talk with you lads and girls. Yeah, I'm trading on my own and just learning from every YouTubers for past 7 years. I was trading on my own and just try put everything all together in my head, but I can't. Yeah, I know. So many people trading many coins on one go. I'm not that person. I need to focus on one coin to have like a view.
That's a good idea. Yeah,
Uh,
I like
yeah,
that.
and I was trading on a haze bar, and I don't know from what reason I go for the AI 16, but I'm thinking so it was give me. I'm thinking so it was more about the AI 16 give me more percentage.
I did want to ask about AI XBT because it
He's
looks like
bro.
it happened.
You can't. He's like in the middle of asking a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
You were asking,
And
Marcin?
yeah, and now I blow up my account to the point where I left my account only with the $3. And at the moment, I'm on from this $3, I'm back to $200, and I exit the trade today on the AI.
Did you got profits this time? Because I remember what happened last time.
Yeah, yes.
So you're done degening now, or because last time we had this conversation, it didn't end up well. You didn't listen, and you ended up blowing the
Yeah, because
account,
I
and
have
then now you blew another
a
account.
lot. Yes, I have too much going on my head. You know, too much
Which
problems
is, and I
with
remember we
private.
told you at that time that it's not a good time to trade if you've got a lot going on. And then now you're telling me that you've blown another account. Like, respectfully,
Yes.
I'm here to help, but if you're not going to listen, there's no
Yeah,
strategy in the
trying.
world that's
I'm
going to,
trying.
but listen to me, brother. There's no strategy in the world that's going to keep you from blowing your account if you're trading on tilt. If you're not in the right mindset, you're dealing with too much. So
Yeah, I know.
if you are
I'm
going to
great.
be doing that, then you need to do yourself a favor and do it as safely as possible. Which for the most part means spot. But the problem is that you're just doing too much, bro. You're doing too much. It's not going to end well until you learn that lesson. Because if you keep repeating the same mistake over and over, you're going to keep getting the same result.
But on every mistake I learn.
That's good. That's a good thing.
Everyone must learn on every mistake.
Of course. Everybody's going to make mistakes. You just can't make the same
I
ones.
I'm fine doing the same mistakes over and over because they're not mistakes. It's just losses.
just
A
happen.
loss
Just
is not a
happen.
mistake.
Dude, you still stay on the same pattern ABCs all your life.
Well, yeah, man. Like
They're killing me.
And I'm learning. I was learning about the how the candlestick must look. Everything. I try everything put on my head, but at the moment it's like that. Yeah, I exit the position with 400% in 2 days. But I'm doing on a leverage all the time. Well, I have enough money. I'm not going to do the leverage. I'm just going to the on and off on the Spotify.
All right, good.
But at the moment, I don't have the. I need it. I must do it on leverage to make some profit to grow up my account. And I learned.
You'll get it, bro. Just baby steps. Try not to put too much pressure on yourself. Creeps, welcome to the family, brother.
and maybe there is the
Like,
there is the
I'm
point
20.
connected to this. Okay, continue.
I'll be right back, guys. Give me a second. I gotta handle something.
Because Dbloc has very clear memory how I lost my $2,000 when I make them for one day with $200, and it was like 1,000% of my capital. But I played with leverage, and I thought to myself, I will go some rest, I will go some walk in the nature. I slept at the afternoon, and then I got my bets up, and I lost all my $2,000. So the lesson of that is the leverage is a very dangerous
Yeah.
weapon. It's like
Yes,
the
man.
pen. You can write something beautiful with it, but if you don't know how to handle it, you can kill yourself with this pen. So yeah, at this moment right now, where there is a lot of price actions on Ethereum and Bitcoin especially, you can play with it, but very 100% carefully, because now I made from $20 $700, and this is again 100 capital. But as I remembered my last time, now I'm going to stop. I'm going to take one step away from the price, and yeah, you get me. So that's
Yeah,
my
I got you.
example.
Brother. Well, listen, yeah, I'm doing breaks all the time. I'm sitting on the front of the PC for almost. My PC is no is switched off just only for 5 minutes, where I need to just reset everything. You know what I mean? But I blow up so many accounts. I blow up. I was learning. With no knowledge, proper knowledge, and Dbloc give me so much in for past what 7 months, 8 months, 9 months, more maybe. I don't remember why I find the Dbloc YouTube channel exactly, but he put everything what he talk, what he speak, what he's explained. He's just put everything what I learned for past learn. Just look on the chart and try understanding. For past 7 years, my account was big. I'm blow up like 400 pounds account, 400k account. I blow up.
If you're unknowledged at this point in high leverage, I would not recommend it. If you're now having troubles with getting in and out, I would not put more than 10x leverage trades, because one week will break your day at this moment, and it will be worse than having a low leverage trade that gives you a profit at the end of the night. I'm the guy who sits next to
I
his.
agree. I agree with that.
I am the guy who sits next to his laptop at 2 a night, seeing his 200x trade, almost hitting his start point and wicking out again 6,000% up, because I don't care at this moment. But if you have $3 at this moment and you want to achieve back your $200, then it's better
No,
to.
I already make it. I already did it.
Yeah, but 1 week
From
in the
three.
wrong moment and your $200 is gone. That's what I was going to mention to you.
Oh, yeah,
If
nice.
you can lose 200 at 1 minute and it's no problem, do what you want. But if you
Yeah.
can't lose 200 euros or $200 every moment, then I would not play with this high leverage at this moment. That's the only thing I have to say about that.
Good. Thank you. That is good advice. I know about that. Well, since my work, I just bought it. I try to speak with you all of the, for couple of months, but I was struggling, and you don't hear me because of my mic. Now I have new mic, and yeah, I have so many questions to you all of to be better trader and understand everything how this works. Because I see, and when we have the bull, no bull, bull bear trend, yeah, I'm all the time trade as a bull, and that was blow up my account. Oh, we have the, where's the, how to call, change of the trend, and uh, there was change of the trend. I see on the screen.
Yeah,
Because you
Marcin, those things happen. Let's don't hesitate if we can help out, but let's move on to another subject, please. What's your next play? You got liquidated on the on a short, I imagine, and now you wanna. I try to keep it simple, right?
I have to say this week was a hard week to trade, man. It was a scam week. 2 weeks before the last 2 weeks were terrible
We're
weeks.
almost we're
And
almost 52% longs right now, by the way. Sorry. Go ahead.
no, sorry.
Yeah, but it's, in a bull market, it's the natural stance of things. You typically see funding rates at 0.01%, and you typically see 3 times more longs than shorts. And the call for liquidating longs is when funding rates on Bitcoin kind of goes above 0.01%. When the imbalance is more like 8-1, 5-1, 10-1, then yeah, then there's no choice but to eventually get rid of a lot of longs. But like right now, it's not that crazily unbalanced in my opinion. Like, and another way to solve that imbalance is to pump enough so that longs close, and that's a bit what's happening to here, right? Like people who were holding longs are TPing, so you at the same time as we're seeing shorts disappear, we're also seeing longs close, so you end up with open interest declining, which is odd, right?
I find it very stable. Bitcoin is very stable on this level. Because in the past it waked up and we were always in 10 minutes back down. And now she likes to stay for a couple of hours and she pushes through. For me, Bitcoin is really strong. I don't get it.
But open interest dropped 15% roughly, I think, on this up push. It's mainly shorts getting leaked, of course, but we also have a bit of longs just closing.
Yeah, hit and take profits at that point. You're usually right.
Yeah, there's a point at which there's two, like when it's very unbalanced, there's two ways to solve it. Either you get a liquidation wick to the downside that's gonna get rid of the longs, right? Or you just pump enough that people close their trades, and that can work too. Or you pump enough, people don't close enough their trades, and then you liquidate them. We left a CME gap here, right? Like if you look at the CME chart right now, we're gapping up. Intraday gap. It's at well, on the CME chart it's at 114, right? We're currently at 116, so it's just 2% though. Like on spot, it's selling here to buy 2% lower with the fees and all. Like I guess it's worth it, but I guess for me the idea is going to be to extract a bit more than just 2% to the downside. I think we're gonna retest the wick too, because we left big wicks on a lot of these charts. I mean, look at Bitcoin on perpetuals. It spiked all the way to 118. Spot never went there, right? It's missing 1%. So that could, in the future, it could be another plan, right? Try and catch a higher high once we see a downtrend form. Like first we need to see a downtrend form, right? And then on the way back up, well, if we go back up, but that's the plan, right? If then it puts a higher high, maybe that could be an interesting short, 118. It's just below that 120 supply area. And for longs, that's really, I mean, we're going up. There's really not much to long, right? I guess that 112 retest would be well, probably people are gonna buy.
I think
It's
we're
because
going to test it.
they
Oh,
wanted
sorry.
to sell. Now they'll buy that level, right? Yeah, what would you do? What do you want to re-enter if you TP'd a bit here? Let's say you sold like 5% of your bag and you want to re-enter. How much patience you planning on? I mean, I'd love to plan to buy back below 100k actually, but I won't be that greedy. I'll probably buy way before that. Probably 112, yeah.
I'm back, y'all. My bad. I had to handle a couple things. Yeah, guns is moving, guys. And my guns holders out there.
Yeah.
Bomb is too.
Yeah.
Bitcoin's still slowly rolling over. Right? The tape does not pick up, volume doesn't pick back up. We'll grab some of this liquidity, or we'll flag out the same way that we did. Just watch for the flag. If it starts to flag out and they start to build some of that sell side liquidity, then you know what time it is.
We have we have a CME gap to close, right? And I'd lean more on the not doing the same stuff as last time, which is like symmetrical triangle stuff. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But I wouldn't like have a. The sooner we close that gap, the better, I guess.
Agreed. This is where we are on M2. Hold on. Let me put it back on the proper offset. So remember when we got the 30-day pause, right? We took off and we had that gap between us and M2. So we've closed the gap back up, but direction-wise, right, we've come off of those bottoms the way we were supposed to. Up and to the right. This was the day that was, this was the day that Trump was supposed to tell us what's going on, right? What will Trump say? Now we know we got that 90-day, we got that 1 month pause on the tariffs. But that was the dip that we were preparing for if you were with us when we were watching M2 earlier. Now it's time to ride that next wave up. I'm using the 105-day offset, Merrick. I've stuck to the 105-day offset from the beginning.
You were wavering a little bit though.
Now I'll look at it, but as far as what my final decisions would be on, I have to err on the side of the 105. But just like we did on the go zone, right? 105 was the last day of the go zone, but it started at the 75-day offset.
No, dude, that your conviction is
If guns
impressive,
is doing
man.
a cup and
I
handle
love
or
how you
reverse head
stick
and
to
shoulders,
something
what would the
like
target
this.
be of the neck break line roughly?
Even if it
NFA.
fails, yeah, I mean, the way you will respond to it, I'm sure will be in character.
Yeah. Can only do our best.
We know it will fail, right? We know it will fail when everything starts to go down.
Super chat. Hold on, we got a super chat, guys. So Guns is doing a cup and handle, reverse head and shoulders are kind of target for the neckline beat. Well, for Guns, I'm sort of looking at, if we look at our current pattern, right, just off the bottoms here, this W's already played out. So for me, it's more about like what comes next here. Now, the reason that we wanted this layout was because it's putting in the right side. Sorry. It's putting in the right side of our larger higher low fractal. See, that's already played out. But this structure is what we're interested in. Right, and the measured move from that brings us to 8.5 cents, which is really just a little bit above the top of our accumulation. Where Guns ends up, though, at such a low market cap, $0.25, 50 cents maybe. There's no telling. Let's just say that there's more than enough room market cap wise for it to do stupid things, as long as the dev team doesn't screw up.
Not very. You're not very inclusive. That's not on Coinbase.
That's another thing, that there's still some listings ahead of it too, which is interesting because even having it list on a centralized exchange at even 100 mil market cap is still cheaper than you're picking up a lot of shit, right? And by the time it gets a centralized exchange, the shit's already blown out. So it's still gonna read as cheap, I think, when it comes out.
I take that back. It is actually in perps. Gun is
No spot
on
still.
Coinbase. Yeah, no spot.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I don't know how Bybit does that, but they have a lot of stuff that's only on leverage and not on spots, and Gun is one of those, yeah. Like I can leverage trade it, I just can't buy it. I guess it's to avoid the typical play where they manipulated by buying on spot and logging on leverage.
I think Coinbase turned off, like, you can actually trade 24/7 now, futures, I think. I'm just loving that dominance rejection. That was so beautiful. I mean, I don't know what the future holds, but that was a good sign.
Need one of these things to hold finally, man. Nice thing about dominance is when it finally does take that hit, it's dramatic. It doesn't just like trickle
Yes.
down, like it goes.
And all the people who didn't get in or get in some sort of position are just going to be chasing it the whole time, trying to get in it,
Yeah, it's the worst, bro. You don't want to spend the rest of your bull market doing that. It's no fun.
Yeah, you have to FOMO at one point, right?
Yeah,
Like,
you
if
gotta
didn't
just bite the
FOMO
bullet, bro. You're either gonna do it or you're not gonna do it. Cause, and
That
you know what the
sounds
thing
fun.
is, that like nobody's special, bro. When we bought the dip, there was a period of time where we ended up being underwater too, right? When you bite the bullet and you're biting it for long term, unless you were just absolutely sniper pin perfect, there's gonna be a time where you're gonna be underwater.
Dude, I was underwater April, May, and most of June. I mean, I didn't sell, but I still was sitting there sweating it.
Yeah.
But when you look at these alts right now, they're closer to their recent lows than their recent highs still. Yeah, even stuff like
Good
Sui,
thing.
right?
Yeah, it's a good thing.
Actually, no, maybe not Sui. Well, yeah, you're closer to $2 than to 5. No, it's at 3.5. It's in the midpoint, yeah.
There's still
not
plenty
dragging
of
me down,
money to be
Zeus. You're not,
squeezed out of the alts.
Zeus, you're not ruining my moment. Stop.
No, that's a good
No,
that's
I'm
a good
trying to
thing that
do
he's saying.
that.
It's not bad at all. It'd be bad if they were all, close to all-time highs already. There's still plenty of, if you haven't gotten into position yet, right? Which is why I haven't been in such a big rush for the alts like that. Like there's time. They're still super low, especially on their Bitcoin pairs. If you're buying them with Satoshis, you're fine. You're fine. You just make sure you buy the right one. You know what I mean?
I mean, even Doge. I mean, especially Doge, right? Like it's above 16 cent now, but I mean, nothing crazy. We're like 10%, 15% above it. That's all. This is an alt. 15% is like a daily candle.
Oh, when this thing retraces, man, I mean, I mean, yeah, dominance is still high enough for altcoins to really dump hard, like 3 times as much as Bitcoin or even more. So I get that. I'm not naive to that. I'm just saying I'm enjoying it while I can because it's been just a bloodbath this first part of the year.
But it hasn't even begun. It's like we have some early signs maybe of a potential alt season, but like dominance dropped today, yes, but it's a very tiny drop. Imagine if dominance is to continue down for the coming months, all the way down to like 55%. That's 20% drop in dominance, right? Like that.
I mean, I guess
That's when you
that's
lose.
yeah, that's my argument with I like I've been really light on my trades because of you know Dbloc giving us a lecture about dominance, which has been so right on almost consistently the whole time. And reinforcing it even for new people helps veterans, solidify it a little bit more. But the one thing I don't agree with Dbloc on is like when it was at 66%, like, and I don't know what his trades are, but to write it down from 66 to 55 instead of getting in at 58, that's what I wanted to catch was the 66 down to 58, not get in at 58. Does that make sense? Like, I'm not saying he's wrong or I'm right. I'm just like, there was a lot of money to be made there.
Yeah.
If you pick the right alt.
Yeah.
That's the trick, right? So you can catch the very top on dominance, and if you pick the right alt, you're gonna do amazing. The problem is if you don't wait for at least dominance to break structure, which sort of gives the okay for all the other alts. Not even gives the okay for the other alts. It's that dominance broke structure because the other alts are starting to liven up. Now your choice selection doesn't have to be so sort of pinpoint accurate, right? For me, it comes down to a market cap thing. Anything above 500 mil right now that I'm watching is sitting at bear market lows on its Bitcoin pair. Right. So timing wise for me, I can wait. My waiting has given me cheaper alts, but it's because I'm using Bitcoin as my medium, right? Like I'm denominating in Bitcoin. If you're trading in USD, what's important is the USD value of your coin. If you're only trading alts, if you're trading Bitcoin and alts, then you still need to be worried about that Bitcoin value because you might as well just be sitting in Bitcoin. But that's where that comes from.
I agree.
That's where that comes from for me. When I'm all in, all go, when we get down to when it's at 59, low 60s, high 50s, that tells me that I can strike at my high conviction micro caps, and the pumps that they get, they won't give back. It just gives me a higher level of confidence.
Hey, Dbloc, what gives you the higher level of confidence for each alt that you like, other than the low Bitcoin dominance?
Tons of research, bro. There's tons of research. The team, I'm still a utility guy. So like I need to know that you're solving a problem, right? I need to know that you stand out from your competitors. So like when you're going into gaming or even memes or anything at all, right? There's three aspects to a coin. There's its tokenomics, right? It needs good tokenomics. Can't have a market cap that's absolutely nuts. It needs a religion, right? It needs people who are diehard Doge army, XRP army, Cardano. You know what I mean? Like these people that no matter what, they're gonna trade this coin. And it needs a meme. And by meme, I mean it needs something that makes it different from its competitors. You know, Pith is a faster oracle than Chainlink, or this game has AI integration, so it's dual narrative, or just something that makes it stick out, right? What's going to make people buy this versus the 5 other coins that do exactly the same thing? When you find something that has all 3 of those, that's a go for me, right? Memes have 2 of them. The reason that memes did so well, memes, depending on, in the beginning, memes had 3 of them. Memes had the tokenomics of a fair launch. It had the actual meme, which was what makes it a meme, what makes it different than the other memes, and just the religious fervor that there was at the time, right? Where if you got into a meme and you made some money, you were riding this thing to $1 because somebody told you it was going to $1. That's why that sort of move was so unstoppable. Problem with utility is that they're missing the religion right now. Nobody cares. Oh, roll up ZK Snark, roll up technology, and interoperable blockchains, and algorithmic stablecoin provide. Nobody cares, bro. Everybody's falling asleep. So, one, it has to have good tokenomics. Two, it really has to have mindshare. There needs to be people on the sidelines that are waiting to buy this thing, right? I need to see performance. At this level of the game, I can't just go for market cap. At the beginning of the bull market, you can just go for market cap. You go for low market cap projects that have a decent team, decent buzz, plenty of room to run. The problem with that now is that if your coin's been here from the beginning of the bull market and it still hasn't done the thing, why is it going to do it now? What's going to make people click that button now if they haven't done it for the last year and a half, 2 years? If every pump that Bitcoin has had, even if it's given it back, I'm not talking about the ones that they all gave it back, but some of them never even did it, right? Some of them are just down and to the right.
Well, you know that last phase of the cycle where everybody looks for just technical potential upward, like maybe that's when they could do something.
Yeah, but the problem is that there's so many of them, right? Like I said, it has to have a meme. It's got to stand out. It has to have a religion. It's got to have people that want to buy it, and then the tokenomics have to be there. Like, those are the 3 pillars.
Real quick, for the team, how are you researching the team? Just
Go into all of their. You got to go into all of their groups. Hopefully, at this point, they're
Telegram,
doxxed.
the X, all that.
Yeah. Hopefully, at this point, they're doxxed. If they're not doxxed, then there better be something about the project that really, really makes you bullish about it. But I like going into prior projects, right? Things they've done before. I like to go into their communities and see how long their communities have been with them. Some of these developers have communities that have been with them through 3 or 4 projects, right? That tells me these people didn't get burned. You don't get rug pulled and stay with the rug puller. You don't get, so things like that. You want to see sort of longevity. And then ultimately, as investors, we want to see revenue, right? We don't have that in a lot of crypto companies. We do in some. Some of the gaming does. Chainlink is now officially coming out of the black. But eventually we'll get to the point where we'll have actual revenue to judge on, right? How much money is coming in per quarter. And we'll get closer to sort of stock market evaluation tactics. But right now, it's pure speculation, bro. Like, we're on the cutting edge of speculative, sort of mass-funded VC is what we're doing.
And then I also know you've been saying, looking at the 50 EMA for the coins that you do like. We're looking at something that is a little bit stronger compared to others, just based off of the 50, right?
It's just a way to judge them against each other. Yeah. It's just a way to be able to go through your watch list and say, okay, this is strong versus this.
Hey, Dbloc, I don't mean to interrupt, but how are you playing that guns game?
I'm doing all right, bro. I could do all right. I get maybe 5 or 6 hexes per round. If my team is okay, I can finish in the top, the top 3.
I mean, how do I get in on that?
Oh, it depends on if you have Xbox, PlayStation, PC. It's on everything. It's on all consoles.
It's free too.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Every time you talk about it, I've been paying attention.
Yeah, it's worth it. It's fun.
Thank you.
Yeah, even if you're not invested in it, I mean, it's a good, it's fun. I think it's cool when I get out of it. I think it's cool when I'm opening everything up, and then I realize the first time I played it, came in first place. I think they threw me in an easy lobby because it was my first game because I wrecked. Came in first place, got a bunch of hexes, opened them all up, got my little NFTs. But then I realized I was like, yo, I just made 15 crypto transactions seamlessly without any sort of remembering of seed phrase, without paying any gas money. That's how crypto is going to get adopted. Right. So all these people that are playing that game are making, hundreds of crypto transactions a day, which supports the network. And they have no idea they're doing it. They're just playing the game.
What's the ticker for the tradable?
Guns, GUN. Or yeah, it's GUN, okay. Gun USD.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Isn't it GUNZ?
That's the name of the token, but the ticker is GUN, GUN and then the token is called a GUNS token. Super low market. Well, I'm not gonna say super low, but for what I'm playing with, it's pretty low.
The dominance closing below the 50 EMA on the daily is a good thing, right? I mean, it did that in 2 months for the first time yesterday.
What was that?
The dominance closing under the 50 EMA on the daily. I mean, that's a good thing, right? It did
Yeah,
that
I
for the
mean,
first time.
it's good in the way that it tells you that the average of the last 50, you know, that we're on a downtrend against the average of the last 50. So yeah, it's a good way to track the momentum of it.
I mean, it did that for the first time in like 2 months.
Yeah.
I got a question. So if you're someone that is relatively like new retail that's coming in, would you still suggest they go Bitcoin heavy first, like right around this time,
No.
or would they diversify into alts, like brand new?
No, I would stay in high market cap alts, but I mean, you're not
Yeah.
going to get a significant amount of returns going into Bitcoin at this point. But I wouldn't want them to go anywhere outside of the top 10. And then learn. Right? Bubble up what you can out of that, and while that's doing that safely, you're already late. It's not time to be playing games. While you're bubbling that up safely, you learn as much as you can. And then you get ready for the next bull market.
Yeah.
All right, pull up, guys. If the news is fake but the profits are real, do we really care?
Yeah, yeah. It doesn't matter if it's fake or not.
Two choices, yes or no. Lie to me. Lie to me. Just make it believable.
It's immoral to make money off fake news.
Man, I mean, a lot of money's been made off of fake news during this run, let me tell you. This reminds me a lot of that fake news tweet about the ETFs, where we all got excited and we're like, oh shit, and then it was fake, and then everybody was like, shh, chill. So what was fake? What's fake really? Who are we to decide what's fake and what's not fake? Like when everybody's portfolio is looking good, bro, people will make excuses for it. But it did end up being something that broke resistance, brought us up into a clean sort of area where we developed support, and then the real news actually came in that supported price and ended up pushing us to all-time highs. So it just feels very similar to that.
I mean, there have been quite a few of those kind of days, right? Like, even the day when Trump announced something and then
Yep.
it was a fake or something, and then in 3 days it became the truth.
Many interns have lost their job taking the blame for these fake tweets during this. It became a joke, right? That literally became a meme when there's a fake tweet and you're like, oh, intern just lost their job. Like, I mean, I'm talking about from the very beginning of this bull market, from the fake Litecoin Walmart tweet. Like, this has been, it's not even a bug, it's almost a feature. Like, part of this run is taking advantage of crypto Twitter's reactionary nature, I guess.
But how do you see the volume thing now that you were concerned about?
Volume has come in. It just needs to keep up. We need to get a nice high volume spike on this weekly candle on the next weekly volume. And I really need to see exchange volume picking up. I mean, exchange volume is really bad right now. Like bear market lows bad.
That's the thing. The exchange volume's gonna come with alts. That's when all retail's coming in. Is when alts are popping.
At the end of the day, we're in position already, man. We're here. We're just waiting for people who haven't bought in yet. That's why you're not getting tons of exchange volume.
I mean, I feel like the next move, all eyes should be on is ETH right here. See if they can reclaim 3K.
Yeah, I agree. Give me a second, guys. I'll be back.
I don't know about y'all, but I've enjoyed the day trading. I haven't messed up yet. The day's not over, but so far so good.
Knock on wood, cuzzo.
All right, I'm back.
I think it's not.
That's some high hopes there.
I'm gonna short Bitcoin.
That's some 115,000K high hopes.
Immigrant Diaries in YouTube chat says, what do I think of this current price action? Are we repeating what we just did? I don't know. Let's see. Let's see. Let's take a bar
History
pattern.
does look like it's rhyming.
Let's take a bar pattern of what we just did. Doesn't look very dissimilar. Not yet.
That would be wild.
Yeah, but this time it's a trap.
I just do that. I just say that to say that we are farming short liquidity here, right? Whether they end up keeping it, whether it ends up building up enough to make it worth the ride up instead of the ride down. Just like I said when we were down here, is going to depend on your degen longs and shorts. If your degen bears get out of control here and stack the book underneath us with liquidations above the 50 EMA when there's already supposed to be mean reversion, the market maker will take the cheap money. If the bears come in and swing really heavy and get aggressive, then they'll tempt market maker and give him the gas that he needs to make that run up. Right now, we just have to watch retail's reaction, and we have to watch our leverage, brothers and sisters here.
We've had over $1 billion in liquidations and 957 million of that was shorts.
Yeah.
These are and the long short ratio is way out of whack now. 52% long, 47, less than 48% short.
Just look at what I mean about the way that our liquidations are set up here. You see how our short liquidations have a bubble between them and price, and our long liquidations are currently getting sort of eaten up in real time. Right? This is what I mean about running too close. Right? If you chase price too close, market maker will come down and he'll grab the easy money. Right now, these long liquidations are the easy money. That being said, remember, we're still putting in a bearish structure, which means that you can come down, clear all of these liquidations, and still be within the flag, right? That's what screwed people up down here. Not realizing that even though you're getting lower highs, you're still within your structure. So I'd have to assume that if our 50 doesn't hold here, that we'll come down, clear this demand, clear these liquidations, test our 200 EMA here. And then we'll be able to see better. Are we really putting in a bull flag here, or is it rolling over?
Well, another argument for this one to be different is the CME gap we've just left. I don't know if it has value, but it's one.
I'm just saying, I don't like how it's curled up above the 50% mark of it's holding the top of the range of the bear structure, so that's usually a
Yeah, that's
sign of strength.
That CME gap could just be a trap.
Yeah, it could stay there for weeks, right? Like we could revisit in
Which
August. Like
which
doesn't
gap are
matter.
we talking about now?
But CME gapped up by 3%, 2%.
Just like an intraday gap. Like
That's
when
I don't
the market
I'm
closes.
not worried about that.
But it's the same as a weekend gap. It's exactly the same as the
It's
Monday
not the
gap.
same. It doesn't have the same closure percentage.
But it's even more likely to close sooner because less time. Like they were able to do that only during 1 hour. Like there's a reason why this pump happened at that moment. It's because that's when CME closes. Right? So I don't know who's winning money, who's losing money, who attacked who today, but someone bought like hell on our crypto exchanges while they couldn't. So now, CME reopens and if they want to participate in the FOMO or the pump, they would need to buy here. But those guys are pretty good traders, they don't. so we tend to close gaps sooner than later.
So I just bought this new software of Temu for $12, and it says that the next Bitcoin resistance will be at 200K. So I'm quite chuffed. I'm really chuffed. That's brilliant software.
Not Temu.
Not financial advice. Temu, I mean, can't go wrong.
Wait, you really bought some software from Temu?
Oh my god.
Okay, I get. Yeah.
You need some food, bro. Everybody needs a little food break.
I'd be catching stuff, and I'm like, wait, what's that? Temu's got software?
Yo,
$12, man.
Timu's got graphics cards, bro. Anybody want to take a risk on a 4090 from Timu?
A
I don't want to
special
get electrocuted,
1998.
man. I don't want to get electrocuted just running a game, bro.
I just flew y'all at all time high. Y'all need to go get a shot.
That's what long day trading does to your brain.
What'd you say?
That's what the whole day trading is going to do to our brains. I mean, I'm still going to be here tonight as well. I can see that. I'll watch it. I'll lie in bed and watch it.
Adrenaline, man. Yeah, Tariq, I'll look at Nero. Give me a second.
And yeah, I guess euphoria. You're right.
Can I
Yeah,
bother
that
you
shit keeps
about?
you up, bro.
Can I bother you guys about the television on Amazon? Do you think it's for Europe also? So yeah, how do you get the code or something like that? Because now I'm on Amazon looking for televisions.
It should be able to. I think it's international, right? Prime Day? There was some good deals on TVs.
Yeah, the Prime name is on my app, and also delivery for Belgium. But for me, it's the first time I use Amazon. I never have it before.
Oh, nice.
So that's why.
Yeah, they're selling Bitcoin at special for $10. You should go and look.
All right, so Nero, check this out on Nero. It's actually a pretty decent chart. We had our higher low, right? That's already played out. That measured move played out. Came back and retested the break of the higher low, which also great. And we're putting in a nice bull flag. So far this looks good. Looks like it wants to break out. Your measured move from your bull flag would be from the bottom of your W pattern. You'd be looking at 18 on Nero. You'd be looking to shave a 0 off, actually. That'd be nice. Take a 0 off that price. As far as what you want to hold, you don't want to come back down underneath this. That needed to be your lows. On low time frames, let me give you your SR flip. This thing has just been really technical for a shitcoin. I have to be completely honest with you. Right? Another W pattern, smaller time frames. Broke out. Same as the larger one, came back, retested. literally just fractaled the same sort of pattern that we looked at, like almost exactly.
That's actually quite stable.
Yeah, for what it is, it's crazy. But yeah, so that this same sort of fractal here, W pattern breakout, came back retest. You just repeated on a smaller sort of fractal here. W pattern breakout, retest. Now you're starting to break out of your bull flag. It looks decent. It looks good. I like.
So the cheapest television I can find is 400 euros.
Terrorists, boy. Terrorists are kicking your asses.
Thanks, I just spilled my drink because of you.
Sorry.
Nice. Good job,
40.
Tariq. Good job. Hopefully you got that good entrance and you can ride it up for the rest of the bull market, brother. You know, you can always just pull stops up, man. You don't have to go crazy taking profits as long as you're pulling stops up.
While keeping it below support.
Dbloc, question for you.
Yeah.
What's your Friday end of day analysis? What if you have to stick your neck out? What do you think we're gonna sort of see happening over the weekend? Do you think it's gonna stabilize for the weekend, or you think it's
Yeah,
gonna be a bull trap again?
I think we trap. I think we trap for the weekend.
Makes sense, huh?
I mean, just the seller exhaustion, the buyer exhaustion is going to be a bit intense. It's going to be very hard to get people to sell. And buyers are already in and worn out. Like this, like I said. So yeah, it shouldn't be that hard to trap. I think maybe a quick drop, just something slight tomorrow. That whatever top, our all-time high would basically be our trap longs, and then we'd come down into the trap shorts, wherever
Yeah,
that
in
ends
terms
up.
of in terms of data, like I remember in the beginning of the week, I was saying this week is really light for data, but next week is packed for data. There's like jobs reports, CPI, PPI. Next week's a pretty big data week.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dbloc, there's no sense in me telling you to leave that bull alone. You're gonna keep moving and shifting it because of your OCD. Am I correct here?
Yeah, the thing is that so like this is the problem that I'm having when I do that, then the horns touch. I can't. There has to be the same
Come
distance
on.
from the top of the horns to the bottom to those green. It's honestly the green lines are
Please,
what
dude, you bad.
the problem isn't the bull. The problem is the green lines.
Yeah, blame it on the bull and on the lions or whatever. Dbloc. You're so my wife, I swear.
It's bad, bro. It's bad.
He puts her flask away and everything's got to face forward. The lids on top has to face a certain way. You're freaking in a different level, I swear.
That shit all
I
happens in the
feel
background
so
too,
sorry for your family,
subconsciously,
dude.
bro. I've literally put no thought into that whatsoever. I was just doing it automatically in the background.
Your poor family. And then my condolences, which you think.
Everything in its place, everything in its place. The place for everything and everything in its place. Sometimes that place changes.
Yeah. No, I spotted that. You were freaking. That poor bull must be so freaking tired by now. You're chasing that thing away, dude.
Oh, bomb is exploding.
Dbloc, how do I put down the 50 so that I stay on before you kick me off?
Just go to the
Which
top
one do I go here? 'Cause I looked at a few here.
underneath welcome back and just go where it says Cypher family role and click on that link in there. It just asks you to connect your Discord and then it gives you a couple options. Okay.
Roll up to the top of this chat.
Yeah. And
Oh,
nobody's
okay,
gonna
gotcha.
be kicked out. It's just gonna get very quiet.
Dude, I don't mind. You guys are. This is a good channel.
We'll see, man. Hopefully it's enough, right? Hopefully $50 is enough to keep the scammers from coming in. If they still come in the future, we'll put it up. We'll put it up to 100. Eventually, we'll find the price that makes the scammer say, "Yeah, this shit isn't worth it."
1 Bitcoin.
Right?
Shoot, let me hold $1.
It'd be like one of these. There's discords
Someone earlier.
that are gonna remain nameless. I won't name them. I refuse. But there's discords that would kick people out, and then they'd be like, let me back in. I'd be like, all right, well, you got to pay like $3,000 to get back in. You got to give me $1,000 to get back in, and then they'd get kicked out again, and then they'd pay to get back in. And people didn't understand, like, how is this person still in here terrorizing me day after day after he keeps getting kicked out? I was like, why? Because he's getting milked dry by the Discord owner.
Someone earlier asked about Amazon in Europe somewhere. Go on the chat. There's someone that mentioned something in the chat earlier on about Amazon ordering.
Oh, thank you.
Just scroll up a bit in the chat. Someone said something there. Perhaps you can ask them. Looks like there's quite a few people there.
Yeah, mighty chunky up there, Bears.
That's one of me at the 17.5.
That's where you're at, 17.5.
Hold up, I'll tell you where I'm at. I'm
50x.
at liquidation 711, 17,275 actually.
At least you're out of the
vector or the channel.
At least you're out of the pile. You're
Always
sitting
repeat the
here.
same thing, but why not put
But
a stop
and
at
I'm
your
on
liquidation?
I'm at a Dex, not a what am I on? I'm on GMX.
Yeah, your liquidation wouldn't show here unless it was more than $1 million, anyways.
Nah.
Liquid Temptation with the 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate you, brother. W Super
What'd you
Chat.
say, Zeus?
And your name just made me want some coffee.
Zeusy, did you ask a question?
No, instead of being liquidated, if you get stopped out at liquidation, you at least get something back.
I can't. Yeah, the stop loss at. I don't know, bro. I'm nobody's dad. But that shit drives me absolutely crazy. That's the biggest pet peeve. Where's your stop loss at
What, when you're in
liquidation?
the vector?
Nah, when people stop losses at liquidation, like there is no stop loss. Basically, you ask them where's your stop loss at like liquidation, like that all or nothing mentality. We can do way better than all or nothing.
Oh, I've been stopped out a couple times doing that. That's not the. I stopped doing that after listening to you.
Yeah, we can do way better, man. The more tools you have, the more you can sharpen it, and you can move yourself away from that entry. There's definitely points in the chart way before you get to your entry that let you know, okay, this is going bad.
Yes, sir.
Clearing these liquidations down to the bottom of the flag makes the most sense strategically to me here. It doesn't ruin any of market makers' plans. If your plan is still to go up and your plan is still to build sell-side liquidity, and you're already using your flag to keep retail interested, coming down to the bottom does nothing to kill that interest. You're still within the flag. You manage to get all these liquidations, and you get to retest the 200 on a mean reversion. It's like a win-win.
Actually cool when you pay the money and you join. It says here there's a thing that pops up here on the top. It says now you own a part of Dbloc's ass. Who would have guessed?
Hey, Dbloc, I'm gonna need you to put that on Gigastar, okay?
RWA for all my assets. Like, damn, I think
own you.
I
I
checked
need
the
you to
wrong box.
put the YouTube channel on Gigastar, okay?
Anyone know of any nice specials on Samsung smart TVs, like big smart TVs on big screen on Amazon?
I don't have it
Searching
pulled
behind the
up, but I
scenes.
was looking at some earlier that looked really good. Some of the pricier stuff has the better discounts, but even some of the cheaper stuff look fine.
I want one for the outside wall of our pool, but I don't know if you need a special TV for that. But it's going to be outside, but it's under roof.
Nah, as long as it's covered, you're fine.
Alright, we pulling down
Just
a little
like
bit.
anything, humidity, right? It's electronics and humidity. It's an
Yeah,
issue, but it has to
California.
be super humid. I don't think there's any outdoor TVs, if that's what you're asking, though, from what I know.
Okay. Yeah, that's basically what I wanted to.
I'm looking for a monitor. So if anyone sees a monitor, let me know.
Oh man, you'll get those
Oh,
on our specials.
there's tons of
They
monitors,
came
bro. Go
down.
check.
Yeah.
I just never know which one to get. I just never. There's so many. You're like,
Well,
you
what
said,
do
there's
you
so
want?
many.
First, you start with size, right?
Yeah.
What size are you looking for? Then you want to pick the layout. Widescreens look cool, but take it from somebody that has too many widescreens. Go with the
What about this
regular.
curve?
Go with the regular format. Curve is gonna get annoying. It looks great. If you just want it for the looks, get the curve. But curve is gonna
Yeah,
get
it's
annoying.
Yeah.
Get
Like for
flat.
trading, mainly for trading.
Yeah, get flat. Get something that's 4x3. Right, widescreen looks good, but it cuts pixels off from the top and the bottom. So what you want is the most pixel real estate. So if you just get a regular format, then you can split that into 4 screens and have, you know what I mean? It's the easiest and the cleanest. I've got a 49-inch
go flat
curve.
screen.
49-inch curve is cool. It makes the office look sexy. But yeah, I don't know. There's something
I
to be
got
said
flat
for the
screen,
clean
so you can
lines.
always extend on it. You can like I've got 4 screens now. With flat screen, you can always extend on them, and then you can just tilt them inwards a little bit. So I'm with Dbloc on that. The curve is nice, but if you want to have later on 4 or 6 screens, you want to expand later on, then go flat screen.
I have 2 regular flat 32-inch, and those
There you
are
go.
sitting in built-in bookshelves right above the setup. And then on the desk itself, I have the 49-inch curved, a 32-inch, and 2 34-inch curved. So it's like a semicircle. I have an L desk, and it's a complete curved semicircle all the way around the desk.
Are they? Is the spacing between your screen and your cabinet, is it the same everywhere? Dbloc?
Oh
Did
yeah,
you look at it?
bro. Look at who you're asking. There is not a gap in sight. Okay, it is absolute perfection. Now I can't tilt the curve monitors or I lose. You're screwed because it's curved. So they all have to be flat for them to be straight. No, bro, listen. All of my
How many
chords,
people want to see?
all of my chords are wrapped. Like
I was gonna say, how many
It's
people
got
want to
her
see
Velcroed up.
D-Block setup?
How many people want to see what?
D-Block setup.
I'll cam up, man. I'll start. I'm gonna start turning the camera. Anybody that was here in the channel earlier knows that Cypher sign in the corner used to just be my camera in my office. Like that's where my cam goes. I just haven't turned it on forever. I've been so that's. I'm telling you, I love you for sticking with me, but I'm a way better trader than I am a YouTuber. I promise that I will work on that. But let's focus on the trading first, and then yeah.
The rest will follow.
There's time for that. But nah, I'll start. It's good. People like that shit too. I'm not gonna lie. There were definitely more subscribers and shit like that when the camera's on. Like people like to see that you're at least a person
Yeah, you
and
might
that
be
you're
a
not
bot.
in a
You never know.
basement somewhere.
You might have Elon Musk sitting right next to you. Who knows?
Think
Hey,
the
about a
thru
couple of months ago, I did research on monitors, and I came back with the TVs that have the most pixels. Once you go higher than a 43, I'm talking about regular size monitors. Once you go higher than a 43, they don't put as many pixels together. So
In my
I don't know
opinion,
if that.
if you could start from scratch, 32 inches, man. Beautiful, perfect size.
Yeah.
32-inch 3x4 monitors. Build yourself a wall. You won't regret it.
You said. I'm still a fan of the 26, 28-inch gaming.
Yeah, gaming. You want a smaller screen. It makes a difference. When I was gaming on 24-inch. Zero millisecond input lag. BenQ, like competitive monitors. Yeah.
Yep,
But
you
you said,
already.
did you say 32 or 36?
32 inches is perfect. 32 inches is good enough to where you can see the whole screen without turning your head. That's the annoying part about the 49-inch. You can see it all, but the peripheral, which is cool because you split it, so it doesn't matter. You got a 49-inch, you probably got 2 or 3 monitor, 2 or 3 sort of dividers sort of set up. What's nice about the 49-inch is being able to put on something like Bitcoin and see the entire price action without doing any scrolling. Like for macro TA, it's amazing, bro. It's great. It's like everything is just right there.
That's got to be a good feeling to be able to see it from the beginning or
No, it's nice.
from a couple
Yeah,
of
it's nice.
I have 443-inch, but I've got the ISIS and then I got the Acer, and I must say that the Asus one is actually the best between the when it comes to the color. It's interesting how the color differentiates.
I use the Asus. I used to use the Asus too. That's a good one. Yeah, it's a good one.
I love the color on it. Yeah, it's actually that's my main screen. I made that one my main just because of the.
Matt is sad. I don't have anything against live trading. The only thing is the way that my setup is set up. My streaming PC that I stream from has all of my social media stuff, all of that stuff. My trading PC is basically air gapped from everything. So one of my screens, 2 of my screens are my trading PC, 3 of my screens are my streaming PC. So even though it's all in front of me, I can't stream, or I just never really felt the need to stream my actual exchange. Maybe if I was selling, $2,000 indicators like Crypto Face, I would feel the need to do it, but we'll do it one day for fun on some dexes or something like that. I just think that it encourages copy trading, and that's one of the things I'm sort of trying to avoid. Because I'm more than happy getting wrecked on my own.
People do that anyway, even on what
Yeah,
they got
it
all
doesn't
those
matter what you
exchanges.
tell them. Yeah, it doesn't matter what you
Right.
tell them. They'll still do it. But I'd rather them
Yeah.
do it off of TA rather than they just come online and they look down at the bottom of my, they look at my portfolio, or they look at my open positions and then just copy trade them and shit.
Everybody here knows you teaching people how to fish,
Trying
or
to,
they
man.
should.
It's entertaining though. What was that, Soul Surfer? Hold on. Why are you using this channel in the middle of a short squeeze? Because we're not in the middle of the short squeeze. We were at the top of a short squeeze when we drew the channel. We're trying to continue this short squeeze by building this short side liquidity. But when we got up here, there was nothing left. Right? So the same way that we built the channel here to watch market maker build that liquidity, right? We're doing the same thing here. Just tracking the liquidity provider.
This is the first time I've actually gone on social media, and everything is about Powell's resignation. It's such nonsense. The guy's not going to resign.
Yesterday
I mean,
was
come
such
on,
a
he's
circus,
got a
bro.
legacy, man.
Yesterday was the biggest circus ever with that shit. Bro, there were people that were actually quoting official, like, they would say Powell is resigning, and then it would say source, CBS News or something. Like, just like some random, like, what do you get out of that? Like, are you getting subscribers? Like, you figure you would lose subscribers, right? Like, if somebody just sold that shit to me yesterday, absolutely crazy, just as if it was a fact, and then find out it's not, I don't want to listen to this dude anymore.
Yo, what's crazy is like I don't know if I said this before, but I've tailored my Twitter to like have all the top like news outlets that like, and I've
Important.
got all that.
Yeah.
And I didn't get a single notification about Powell's resignation. So luckily, I mean, maybe it just didn't catch enough. Maybe
It was bullshit. It was bullshit. But the interesting part, I want you guys to focus on this. People get followers and likes and clicks by being early on news, right? The fact that there isn't 10,000 people right now debunking this story tells you everything you need to know. People know that it's not true. They could easily prove that it's not true. But the portfolio's green. Like, do you really want to be the guy that ended the party? Or are you just going to keep it quiet? We'll figure it out eventually, whatever. It's just interesting. Usually there's more than enough people jumping out of the woodworks. That's bullshit. But it's quiet on Twitter, bro.
Party's over. I'll be the guy. Party's over.
That's good, Drew.
Did they say when he resigns? Because they said he resigns in 2 weeks, right?
Yeah. They said that he announced that he was resigning in 2 weeks. But there was no announcement anywhere.
Drew started that rumor. Probably came from Drew.
Drew, was that you, bro?
Drew exited his Doge position and started saying Powell's resigning.
Come on, man. You guys don't know I got to play games with these guys because they watch me.
I ain't heard Drew speak in hours. I'm just saying.
Hey, Drew, you still dealing in those Broncos?
Am I what?
Broncos. Ford
Right
Bronco.
now, I'm moving on to bigger and badder things, but I still play with some Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
Dbloc, this is the perfect graph. I mean, if you look at it, there's retracement and then there's pump. Then there's accumulation of money again, and then it pumps again.
Yeah. Pretty nice.
The result of 6 months.
A lot of pain went into the setup, man.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. So the poll so far, let's look at the poll. If the news is fake but the profits are real, do we really care? 23% said yes, 77% said no. What I think is interesting is, like I said, what was broken because of the news. That resistance, all of that shit above us, all the liquidations, all the sell orders, just the air was cleared by it. So it's like, okay, the news was fake, yeah, but the effect was real, right? The effect on the chart was real. The effect on the order book was real. So we have to balance that, right? It's easy to say the news was fake. This shit is going back down to zero, da 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 da. But that's not what we're seeing. What we're seeing is it's acting as if it's in price discovery, which it is, obviously.
You know what makes this realer for me is that BitBoy is locked up right now while we're
What
hitting
did
all-time high. That must hurt so
what did
bad, dude.
BitBoy do?
Dude, just look at his new shot, dude. His new look at his new mugshot, dog.
What did
Yo,
he
his new
do now,
mugshot.
bro?
All you got to do is look at his mugshot, and you'll just see what he did. But now he
No.
My
know what
man
he
looked
did?
deranged and
Look,
cracked.
I
He
sort of
harassed the
feel for the
judge.
guy. I must be honest. I'm one of the
Check it
suckers that
out.
I feel for the guy. I
Check
think
it out.
something happened and they took all the stuff from
Let me
him.
tell him
Okay,
what
that
he did.
happened.
He
But
harassed the judge, is what he did, and he
yeah,
was
I know
harassing
that. But
someone with
yeah,
phone calls. But I feel bad for anybody that got problems. Dude got problems, and he abused some drugs and he's got some problems.
It's
And
drugs, man. Drugs make you do stupid shit. Drugs make you do stupid shit. At the end of the
but
day.
I think they took stuff. But I'm not gonna get into it. But I think there was stuff happening there. It will
Yeah, they
make you
took it.
mad if
They
you
both
realize that
things.
people
Both
take
things
stuff
can
from
be
you and you
true.
work
You
hard.
you can have a drug problem, and then you could be surrounded by people who are gonna take advantage of that drug problem.
Yeah, yeah.
You know.
it's like welcome to the
So
jungle.
we broke that support, that M pattern we were putting in at the top. Like I was saying, strategically it would make more sense to come down, grab these liquidations, put in the bottom of this flag. And let's see if it plays out.
But he flipped on the judge. So while the judge was trying to sentence him, he flipped on it, and this judge ended up giving him more time. So he hasn't been signed anything yet, but he's been locked up since like June 6th, and he's still locked up.
Bro, if you can't control yourself in front of the judge, that's bad, bro. Like being a crash out is one thing, but even crash outs go to the court and put on a suit and act right.
Yeah, there's a time and a place for everything.
Yep.
I would be punching the air. They'll be locked up during all-time highs like this. Oh man.
Even Diddy sat in court quietly while his legacy was ripped to shreds.
Yeah.
If he didn't freak out, I think BitBoy could hold it together.
I mean, he left his family for that. Cassandra chick? Now
And
Cassandra
then
left
she
him.
left him.
He's
I'm just
busted
surprised
up.
no one.
One of the
brought out the
one of the
meme
books that
going
you
for
should
Baby Boy.
probably add to your rule book is if you're gonna leave a woman, like if you're gonna leave your wife for a woman, you probably make sure she's not a Satanist. I just don't. I'm not trying to cast aspersions on Satanists. I just don't know where their loyalties lie exactly. So it just doesn't seem like a safe move.
His wife seemed so nice too and wholesome. Like she had his back also, man.
Bro, they were both wholesome, man. Remember they used to just go to church Sunday mornings, and he would have that Sunday sort of wrap up where they'd literally be in the car on the way to Sunday school with the kids talking about Bitcoin. And then he went from that to literally a card carrying member of the Church of Satan.
The dark side.
I don't laugh at anybody's downtrends, but you really have to take these things as cautionary tales, man. There is a such thing as being overconfident. Got overconfident and he lost the vision of the people around him, and he gave up too many responsibilities for convenience, right? Like putting the studio in the name of the company instead of in his name, or letting them trademark his name just so that he wouldn't have to deal with it, right? All of the real estate in their names because his credit wasn't great and he didn't want to have to deal. Like when you're the boss, when you're that guy, when you're the top guy, you got to take these responsibilities, man. If not, you better make sure that the people around you are the right people.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think that was his biggest mistake.
It's hard to tell though. It's hard to
keeping the pulse on people around you.
it's
But he
hard to
trusted them.
tell when you're not in your right mind. It's hard to tell who's the right people and who's not. Everything becomes more difficult. Your judgment,
So Immigrant Diaries just said, news just in, U.S. Treasury officially removes the crypto broker reporting rules, Bloomberg reports.
Oh, is that
Yep.
bearish?
That's good.
That's good. That was a few hours. That came out like.
Yeah, we saw that a little
we
bit
saw that.
earlier.
We don't got any bearish news, guys. Come on, man. We're like RS
I'm,
out here.
I'm right here, bro.
Let me get some of that bearish news. What's up?
We're going down. I know you see all these vectors. You see
I
all
like
them.
that.
You see all the shit underneath there.
The
You see
bearish
all these
news right now is that we're not going up. That's basically the bearish news right now. We're in real time right now. We are not going higher.
Yeah, there's no bearish news right now.
Yeah, you guys know we're one. I got some bearish news.
Well, remember there's a market that opens up at 5.
We're one day closer to quantum computing, deciphering
There you go.
Bitcoin.
I'll be right back, guys.
Think about that, man. One day
You
closer
know-
to quantum computing, deciphering the code.
And the Asian market's going to open up soon as well.
Arnold Schwarzenegger will be here.
Oh yeah, the Asians, they're the dogs in the room. They're gonna dump it.
No, I think they're more the stable people. It's the US that's normally very volatile.
Yeah, U.S. is all over the place, but I'm just saying.
It might be more of a corrective. Yeah, Asia might be more of a corrective kind of move just to get things maybe. I don't know, maybe back more in line.
Balance.
level-headed.
Asia's all about balance.
Yeah.
They're about the yin and the yang,
That's a Susie answer there.
As above, so below.
Hey, that's a movie. What was that movie again?
Oh, that's a lot of things. As above, so below. That's also a
I know
phrase.
there's a movie, a current movie that was as above, so below. Trying to
Yeah,
think
it
of
was. Yeah, it was shot like over in Europe or whatever. Yeah.
And it's a Masonic reference.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's about the French catacombs and the attempts to create
Yeah.
the Philosopher's Stone, I believe.
Yeah.
Which is a great premise for a horror movie because catacombs are terrifying. I don't care who you are.
Dude,
They're
I've been
just
down
terrifying.
there when I went to Europe, where France, the city started. You can literally go underground and you go to where
Yeah.
the castle was, and you can touch
A lot of
it. It's like
catacombs. Apparently,
insane,
a
man.
lot of catacombs through those cities over there.
Yeah.
Underneath the whole city, like.
We got skinwalkers, they got werewolves.
What y'all think about BTC dominance right now?
I think BTC dominance is about to go to like 100%, and we're gonna dump at the same time.
Man, it's
That's
not
what
it
I
hasn't
was
moved.
thinking, bro.
It hasn't moved much, to be honest.
I was right there with Drew with no exaggeration, but seriously, that's what it's looking like still.
People are just gonna give up. They're like, you know what, man? We're throwing in the towel. We're going BTC. Everyone, these Ethereum heads, these Doge heads, XRP heads. I'm like, I've had enough of this. We're going back to BTC, and BTC is gonna pump hard and then dump all the way down to like 40K.
I think we're going to see a 117 by tomorrow afternoon.
Whoa.
I meant
But why not
dominance for pump hard,
118,
not the price action.
118? Leverage went to 118. It's kind of
Yeah.
unfair that CME
It did.
can't sell those levels, right? The poor guys, they couldn't buy the breakout. They couldn't sell the rip either.
Did CoinGecko have that, or did was it live? Was it live Market Watch? Live Coin Watch? I'll put that on here.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Dump it. Dump it.
A little dumper nickel.
Anyone here use the same liquidation level thing that Dbloc uses?
What is it?
Those liquidation levels. I was just wondering if anyone uses that as well.
Yeah.
I look. It's
I
a
was curious,
liquidation
like
by Leviathan.
I put a picture in the journal. I just follow all the settings, and for some reason, those liquidations are like I only see one line, like below, which I thought was weird.
You copied the settings.
Yeah, I copied his first page. I didn't know if there's anything on like the second page, like the style or I mean, the style shouldn't matter. The other thing, but yeah, he showed me earlier. I copied the settings, but it's still only showing like one line. I put a picture in there, which is really weird.
Say maybe wait for Didi hop back on the mic and just run through it with him again, just to
So
double
you're
back
only
on
getting
it.
one line. Is that what you're saying? You don't get the full scaling like he does. You only get one line, or what? I'm trying
Yeah,
to find
so
out
it
what
sounds
you.
so it sounds like.
Well, I've set up like
Yeah,
he
I took
does.
a picture of his settings, and I went and selected everything on that first page, and then I put the picture in the little setting thing here. You can see there's only like one line when I go to the 1 minute, but he's on the 1 minute, and there's obviously like 50 below.
So if you go to liquidation levels, I'm just opening it up here to tell you what the settings are. Open up your liquidation levels.
Hey Drew, what do you think was going to be a good spot to get back
Sorry,
into?
did you open up? Are you on your liquidation levels now?
Yeah, I'm on my liquidation. So
Okay, so if you go to style, have you got your pane labels and your lines in there?
let's see, style. Yeah, I got pane labels and lines. Labels
And
on
on your inputs, which ones have you got ticked there?
just hide field levels.
So basically on general settings, what he did is your first one, the show position closing marker, that's not ticked. Your second one, show position closing value, tick that one. And the only other one that you also tick is your show positions opening value.
Whoa.
So value and value, not marker and marker. And then on
Value.
visibility, it's you tick all of them. Seconds, minute, hour, date. And
Oh, I
then
see
you
the
go from,
visibility.
yeah, and then on seconds you go from 1 to 59, minutes 1 to 59, hours 1 to 24, days 366, weeks 152, and then months 112. So it's just like the seconds. Seconds, it's only so many seconds in a minute, and then your minute,
Oh,
only so many
and
minutes, and
minutes.
then you, yeah.
Minutes is 1 to 1.
And then once you
Okay.
got it like that, it should actually show.
Minutes
have
1 to 1. Do I put on the ticks?
Do you have that on a screenshot in the chat anywhere, bro?
Yeah, that'd be great if you could post one.
In the, I think he has a channel for that.
Yeah, you basically just go to chats, right in the right hand corner top. You want me to take a screenshot?
Yeah, That'd be nice. I'll close my open mic. Thank you.
Input style and visibility. All three.
Yeah, if you could, or just I need the visibility mainly. But if you could post all three, that'd be great, man. Just so I can get
Okay,
it down.
okay.
Thank
Check
you.
down. Dropping it there now.
Oh man. Ugh.
Don't start all that.
My
We're
bad.
trying, we're trying to stay awake over here.
Let's see. Well, we got the 50 approaching up on the 5 minute. Crossed over on the 2.
It's
Getting
been
pinched.
hugging the top of that channel for a minute now.
Yeah, getting pinched down between the 13 and 50 on the 3. Yeah, we'll probably see the move when Asia starts up, I would think. It's always this little dead period after US closes.
Okay, there's 3 screenshots that I dropped in the chat for you guys. You can check there if you want.
Oh, she's starting to break up, huh?
I said the 3 screenshots. I dropped them in the chat there if you guys
No,
want to look
no.
there.
I'm
Or
looking
settings.
at a Dbloc chart. Looks like it's
Oh, okay.
breaking out.
What do you highlight those for?
Look at that,
Back
bro.
down. Go back down.
Someone's in a short.
Hey, as long as you don't poke it with a stick, I'm good.
Are we kind of hitting? Yeah, trying to breaking out here with that channel.
Calling it false breakout. Can't even come to the bottom of the channel.
We'll wait to Asia.
There's a
runs.
Fed Goolsby's talking right now.
Who's talking?
One of the feds, Goolsby.
At this late?
Yeah, it's just comments saying surprisingly little impact from tariffs.
He was paid. Just kidding.
He's doing a CNN interview.
Mm.
getting spicy. Seeing how your bears broke the line here. These guys specifically. And the market maker said,
Man, it's like, yeah, what y'all trying to do?
That's a good sign. That's crazy.
It's not a
Yeah.
low low. It's still a higher low on the 1 minute, right? Like if you look at the rejection at 108, so 107, 900, we went like that initial rejection, find the bottom at 115, 500. And here, well, yeah, it's trying to curve back up from a higher low, not a low low. So,
But for now,
yeah. But we'll see where this stops. Maybe it'll even go all the way to 117 and all. But
Zeus, quick question. You way past your bedtime, aren't you? Must be late in your place now.
yeah, it's time to go for me. I'm waiting for the daily close to.
It sounds like you're dead.
Yeah, I'm tired right now.
Let me see. What's the time there now?
2 a.m.
1:52, almost 2 a.m. Yeah. Early
Yeah,
for
Monday
a
is
trader. Well, early for a trader.
Monday is 14th of July, and France is gonna be off.
Oh.
Vacation day for the French Revolution.
So it's your turn for a long weekend. We had our long weekend last weekend.
So, the same way they waited for CME to close to pump Bitcoin, well, France will be closed on Monday. Maybe you guys
Well,
can
we
have
got
a nice
7
pumping
minutes to
day.
go, Zeus. Then we'll see what the market does in the east.
Lucy, you're French and you don't care about France.
Of course I care.
You don't care. I remember this one time, bro. I'll never forget about Zusi. I'll always remember this, bro. And I think it's funny just because I think it was out of character, but it was hilarious. This guy came in the YouTube, it was a French guy, and he heard Zusi talking. He was so excited. He's like, "Oh, Frenchman," and he just started writing a bunch of shit in French. Right? I was like, "Zusi, you got one of your countrymen in the chat." And he looked, and he's like, "Ah, I don't care." Well, because he's French, I'm supposed to care. I know a lot of French people.
Dbloc, you remind me, Dbloc, of there's this they do all these comedy stats sketches in the UK, and they try to sort of shame them with this whole woke thing. It's called Little Britain, and one of the sketches was this guy in a tight like latex, metallic blue latex shorts and vest, and he's sitting in a bar, like almost like a Scottish or Irish bar, and he says, "I'm the only gay in the village." And then there's another guy that comes in, and this guy is like, "No, I'm the only one. There can't be two of us. I'm the only one." Your thing just reminds me of that.
Yeah, there's not enough
Irish
room for two Frenchmen in here, okay? Go find another Discord. This one's
Yeah, we
mine.
got our French. Yeah, we love Zeus. Man, we got
Actually,
something
here
of
in the
everything. We
USA,
got
some
South African, we got French, we got Australian, we got is it what was it? It's not Ukraine. What was the other one?
Yeah.
We got
Romania,
everywhere.
a bit
Romania,
Middle East.
Country, redneck.
UK. We're from all over.
Nah, everywhere,
Germany
bro.
too?
India, Dubai.
We just need someone from Mars. Oh, we got Elon.
New Zealand in the chat.
Yeah, we got NZ too. My sister's in NZ.
Now it's pretty cool sometimes to look at the analytics of where everybody's at in the group. We really are sort of widespread.
All over the map.
Yeah, it's because it's 24 hours, right? So it's like we cover we cover all the time zones.
Yeah, it's interesting if you sit late at night, then it's a different group coming in.
Yep. Yep,
But
chat.
it's not
The
Tooth.
chat's
So
completely
Tooth is not a
different.
cool group. You're not there. Just saying. Anything happen in the news? Why are we?
Well, yeah, Trump
Why aren't
postponed. Crypto has a lot of bullish catalyst anyway, and I guess there's some peace in the peace talks in the Middle East.
Mm.
The war in Iran is not well, it de-escalated. I mean, things are. Well, we kind of need peace in Ukraine too now.
Yeah.
Well, in 6 months would be good. By the end of the year, yeah.
Do you think this is the start of the bull run? Do you think this is sort of the first hurdle, the real actual hurdle?
The start of the end. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, we started that back a while ago.
yeah, it wouldn't be fair for me to say this is the start for everybody who was here in the depths.
I think we still have leverage for some more upward movement. Looking positive. Looks like everything. The news is getting positive. People will be.
Summer is starting with new all-time highs. We'll see how
Yeah.
it continues, but yeah, when
Is
you
it hot
start
there by
hunting
you?
first,
UK's got a
yes.
heat wave. Do you also have a heat wave?
It's nasty,
Not
bro.
now.
Mm. Man,
We
it's
had a
hot in
break
California
last week.
today. 90. What were we at? 99 today. Where I'm at. Fahrenheit. Okay, so we are 2 minutes away from the East market opening up.
The what market?
Tokyo.
Oh.
Let's see what happens then. 2 minutes. I think they open at 9.
Down she blows.
I think it's going to be stable. They normally not as provocative as the US.
Asian session is nice and chill.
I learned that from you actually. Dbloc. That's one of the first thing I learned from you. Because of you, I've got 3 clocks in my room as well, where I'm sitting here in the study.
Nice, hell yeah. I'm right.
I should call it Dbloc clocks. The D clocks. And it's true. Once you watch it, actually, the one is stable. The other one is sort of just a filler on top of that, and then you get the US that's just all over the place.
Dang, I see a few of my people popping up there around that 11 or that
half a minute.
17.2, 17.3 range.
Yeah.
Let's watch.
That's what that range looks nice right there.
10 seconds to go. Let's see if there's going to be a movement on the market or not. It's going to be interesting to see.
You see the increase in shorts. Take a look at the gaps between the shorts, right? Or the just imagine a fish finder. Right? You see how it's way brighter here? They're all sitting on top of each other. Right, which means right here at about this point is when they started to really go short heavy.
What's up, man?
They're gonna get wiped.
Okay. Tokyo.
No, they're gonna get wiped shortly.
I like these indicators that you gave me, Dbloc. Once in a while, you should actually tell the people about those indicators. It's awesome.
He has them on his Discord channel. He has all the indicators up there.
Yeah,
Oh,
I have.
is it there? Okay.
Yeah, I have most of them down there.
Yeah, it's cool. It's nice to just literally see Tokyo, and there goes the green under Tokyo start. It might just be a bit, but let's see.
I think we should have a toast at this daily close. It's pretty
Sis,
cool.
what do you think if people
Yeah,
wake
some
up and
champagne.
you haven't seen it for 12 for you've slept for what, let's say 8 hours, and all of a sudden you see Bitcoin, oh wait a minute, Bitcoin 116, then I think there might be some euphoria in the market there, don't you think?
Each session has to react to this. Yeah. Each session needs to react to this, so we'll see. Asia likes to come in and clean up
By
messes.
reacting you mean either way. It's
Yeah,
really
like you're
good
either
for
gonna come in and say, "Oh, my positions are way in profit. It's time to take some profit," or I better move my buy orders. I'm gonna get left behind here. You know what I mean?
Now, if we want to get technical, do you think that majority would go, oh, wait a minute, FOMO, let's jump in? Because it's always nice to see Bitcoin
the
go up. Everybody
mass
wants to see it.
the mass majority, yeah, right. Meaning people who aren't in it at all, they're gonna see the news in the morning. Oh, damn, maybe I should buy some of this Bitcoin. But as far as everybody that's already in the market, that's already trading, I think this is a take profit sort of scenario.
Okay.
If you were on the sidelines, you feel different. If you're on the sidelines, you're feeling panic and you're feeling urgency.
And who was on the sidelines when Bitcoin pumped 3%?
Me.
It was, truthfully.
Wall Street. It was closed.
Doesn't mean they were out of position. Just means the store was closed.
Oh, they bought just before the close, right? Like they bought. Yeah, they bought just before it closed. So
What if those inflows came in and pushed it? Those ETF inflows.
but you can't. There's no ETF at that moment. It's closed. No, how like can you buy
No,
ETF?
I've always wondered, like, when do like those buys that happen on the ETF side, when do those actually affect the price of spot
Well, it's
Bitcoin?
daily, you know, like they rebalance the fund once every day, you know.
But
Yeah,
so it would happen
BlackRock
after the close, right?
BlackRock has to own 1 Bitcoin per ETF, and I believe it's either settled every 12 hours or settled every 24 hours.
Why do you say has to own?
Because it's spot, right? So to have a spot ETF, you have to ensure that you have.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Now it's spot, but it's settled in kind. I mean, it's settled in cash. So they have to buy a Bitcoin to cover your ETF, but when you sell your ETF, they give you money. What they do with the Bitcoin that they had to buy, it's up to them. At that point, it's their Bitcoin. So it's a Bitcoin accumulation strategy. I'm going to take this massive pile of money that I've accumulated over the last 200 years being the master of the universe.
There's some Trump
And
news
I'm going to
coming in.
turn it into Bitcoin with this Bitcoin ETF.
I wonder if he's
Trump's
going to talk about there's a big
Trump's
ice
talking to
operation
NBC
going on.
and saying, I'll have a major statement on Russia on Monday.
Oh.
Perfect for the French Revolution.
Trump is a tease, bro. I don't
sounds
even get
bearish.
excited anymore.
Hey, look at the Tokyo market.
Yeah, but the timing is good. So
Beauty.
we pump until the 14th, and then he destroys it.
I mean, what could be the news on Russia other than peace, right? Or sanctions, increased sanctions.
It could be war, bombings. I don't know. You just bombed Iran. Maybe you want to bomb Russia.
He also said letters to EU and Canada go out tomorrow. All other nations to pay 15 to 20% tariffs.
It was 10 right now, no? But it's not nations paying. I mean, it's crazy.
So his news from Trump always comes out right at like close, so stock market can't react.
Man, this
It's
is interesting.
right
Look how
at 8.
sideways Bitcoin is going now. It's up and then literally just green sideways for a bit now. That's insane. It did the
While
same at
cooling
158.
off your 1-minute indicators, right?
Yeah.
Dbloc, do you think they're going to leave the vectors behind? You think they're just pricing people out?
No, they're just gonna come. As long as they can keep farming these shorts, why wouldn't they? Like they're just literally running the same play over and over and eating. So this will come to an end when people stop shorting this. If you want to blame anybody, don't blame the bulls, blame the bears. The bears have done more to pump this price than the bulls have the entire day. Just by degening
That's the
short.
last part, right? It's the wick
Hold
to
on.
118.
Explain that. Dbloc, explain what you just said.
The bears shorting each one of these tops, right, falling into this sort of liquidity trap
Yeah.
that they're building is what's fueling the price. This price didn't come up because there was a bunch of buys. This price came up because there was a bunch of short liquidations that got hit. So if less bears would have shorted these tops, then they would have actually got the short they wanted. But by flying too close to the sun, what they're doing is giving market maker the motivation to go up. So they keep fueling the pump.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just like the bulls' biggest enemy right now isn't the bears. The bulls' biggest enemy right now are the bulls. These
That's a
guys
different
that
way of
are
looking at it. Yeah.
these guys that are degening underneath will be eventually what makes market maker turn around. Right? If market maker's making a price sort of calculation, a cost benefit analysis on which direction they should go, and your team is piling in, then you're affecting the direction. Right? You're affecting the direction of price. You're affecting the calculation.
I think that's really valid for all that happened once 115 question mark got answered. But the pump coming to that was caused by failure to protect your stop losses, right? Like it's just spot stuff sometimes.
I'm just
And from what
wondering
I
how big
understand,
the retracement's going to be.
it comes from ETFs.
Yes, Ahmad, exactly.
ETFs. You said ETFs, Sus? It comes from ETFs.
Well, yesterday, the rise to 112 yesterday was partially 30% of the volume was on ETFs. That's not typical. Like there was an increase in volume in ETFs, and looks like they were more bullish than us. So you end up with crypto exchanges where you had like almost negative funding rates. Well, maybe not yesterday, but overall there were a lot of shorts on crypto exchanges, while you have spot ETFs on Wall Street that are just pretty bullish order flow. And the bullish order flow now is coming to us too. I guess it's those ETFs having to buy.
Yeah, I just wonder how big is the retracement going to be on this, because man, after such a big pump,
It's not
there
going to be
has to
pretty.
be a major retracement to accumulate before we can push again.
Yep.
But
Think
look
of
on
it
the
like
left,
think of
last
it
time
like
it
this.
went up
There's
5%.
think of it like this.
That's what I'm waiting for.
There's 4 to 5 months
100K.
left. Think of it like this. There's 4 to 5 months left, and we're already at 116.
Yeah.
We can't keep this pace up, or we'll be at 350K by the time we get. You know what I mean? So there will be a cool down. There will be a correction. There will be consolidation.
Can a summary also be a cool down?
What we want here
Sideways?
is for Bitcoin to accumulate above all-time high. If we can get accumulation of Bitcoin above all-time high, dominance will bleed out and the alts will run. We won't care what Bitcoin's doing because your alts are going to be going absolutely apeshit.
If we care what Bitcoin is doing in the sense of how big a retracement is it going to be, can it work where we go more sideways for accumulation as well, and money can trickle in to altcoins and meme coins and what have you, but we don't need a massive downwards retracement. The retracement can also be just slightly downwards but more sideways.
What it does is it cools off the RSIs, right? So going sideways will cool off your RSIs, which has a lot to do with the need for a retracement. The problem is that what it doesn't do is really clear any imbalances. But what tends to happen is if market maker decides that he wants to go down and he can't, then he'll just do this. And
But
you
my
do
question
that
to you
long
is,
enough, people will capitulate.
do we need a downward retracement for money to be released? Can money be released on sideways retracement, trade where you go up and down sideways, and then basically on your small short, there can be accumulations on that.
Yeah, if you've got, let's say you've got orders at 125 to buy Bitcoin at 125. If this goes sideways long enough, or if it starts to go sideways and up, or if it starts to spike up, chances are you're going to move your orders. Right? So these orders get moved all the time. The thing is that they get forced to buy higher. So these guys won't buy because they think it's going to drop. But the second that price comes up and makes an all-time high here, now all of a sudden they're interested, right? And they come and they buy the top and they give us that expanse.
Because something we must remember is people can also pull out and take a loss on sideways where they get sort of impatient about it.
Yeah, that's
Am I right?
the time-based
And
capitulation.
that is money straight to market maker.
Yeah.
Easy peasy.
Time-based capitulation is the most sort of nefarious of them because it literally just bores you into just complying. At some point, you're like, oh, okay, this isn't going anywhere. Bores you to sleep. You move your stop orders in both directions, and it's cheap. Time-based capitulation is one of the cheapest plays for market maker to run. Because all you have to do is just not match any orders in either direction. Chances are price is just going to move sideways.
Yeah. Because at the moment, if I look at the graph here, and I've got the same one on mine as well, but when I look at your liquidations there, it's basically equal top and bottom.
Yeah, for the most part.
In a sort of simmering phase for now.
Yeah, yeah.
Which
Because
might
price
change,
is
obviously.
range. But it's not coincidence. It's because price has been a bit range bound since the big volume increase and the battle that happened around 115. Yeah. So
What will make that change? A slight drop?
Price moving.
Yeah.
Well, overall, Bitcoin is now up 60% from the last retracement it did. And we need a topping pattern here. And when you look at the daily candle, I mean, yeah, it's really very early to call for any topping pattern here. Last time it took us like a month to put a double top with a swing failure pattern that failed to continue in price discovery, and then we had a big retrace. So when you ask how big the retrace could be, well, it could be really big. Like it could be like 30% down. Yeah.
A $10,000
need
move at any time for Bitcoin is within the margin of normalcy, we can say. So in my
But first
mind,
you
I
need a
like to
top.
leave. In my mind, I like to have my extremes at about a $10,000 move, which means right now, without any news, without any sort of catalyst, the most extreme
That's quite big.
retracement that I would expect would be 105.
That's big.
Yeah. Price.
That's big,
People
that's
don't.
awesome.
People tend to forget that Bitcoin can really just move $10,000 at any given time for any.
True. So if I can have one wish, it would be just to have two indicators on my screen right now. Every institution, be that market maker, a single person trading, what is the difference between if we make it a green and a red for short and long? Who wants to short and who wishes to long for Bitcoin in the next day? I would like to see what would be the ratio between those two. That would
You
be
have
interesting.
metrics.
What's the
You have the
sentiment?
metrics.
No, but as you sit there, what people are hoping for, that would be interesting.
But people are hoping for their positions to make money, right? So if you look at the
Yeah,
long
but
short
which one is
ratio,
the biggest? That's what I'm saying.
longs right now, longs because shorts lost. So yeah, longs.
Well, if you say that, it means within the next day we're still going to push up a lot.
But
That's what I'm
yeah,
saying.
no, because it's always like that. You always have people shorting bottoms and people longing tops. It's
Yeah,
how
but what
market
I'm
moves.
saying is I would like to see which one is tops. Which one comes out top within the next day? If I can see ahead, which one comes out top? Not for me to trade, just for interest sake to see what's the sentiment out there. Do people actually want it to go down so they can start shorting? Because some people love shorting more than long, or is there more people that want it to go long?
We don't know what they want to do. We know what they are doing. And
Yeah, I know.
price tells you.
Yeah,
There are
that's a
people-
hard metric. You're asking for an indicator to do something that those Those
No,
people
no,
don't.
no. I'm just talking a fantasy indicator.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not
yeah.
talking
No,
a
no, no.
realistic
But what I'm
indicator.
saying is, thinking of it like that, right? We would need that indicator to be able to do something that even they can't do. Because the majority of people don't
It's
know
like
if
a
they want to
poll.
go long or short. They're trying to figure it out. They're
Oh,
trying to
you
Yeah,
think
it's
figure it
like a
out in
poll,
real
right?
time.
You have plenty
I get
polls.
it.
I think CoinAnalyze has a poll, right? Where people just click if they want to long or short. So that could be what you're looking for.
My
To measure
fantasy
spend value.
indicator, my fantasy indicator is a trading view based indicator that gives me what I want to see is and it couldn't be an indicator, it would just have to be like a site. But what I want to see is how many subscribers are online at any given time, what charts are they watching, and what is their indicator stack. So it could be like a percentage thing, right? 75% of traders, 75% of subscribers are online, 60% of them are watching Bitcoin, 75% of them have a RSI and a MACD on. Now that with that information, now I can look at my RSI, I can look at my MACD, and I can see what the majority of traders are thinking at that one specific time on one specific coin. But that's the closest that even in my fantasy I've been able to come up with something that's within the realm of possibilities, you know?
Maybe TradingView sells that info.
They
They
sell it to
have it, right?
somebody. I'm not on that list, but I'm sure they I'm sure they
Trump just
sell it
sent
to
analytics.
somebody.
Canada to pay 35% tariff. He just sent one to Canada.
Oh,
Looks like Asia is coming to do some cleanup here, guys. Mom's home.
yeah, I
Looks
see
like
on
she wants
YouTube.
to go
Ahmad
after some
Khalad.
vectors.
Street sweeper, baby.
Ahmad Khalad just said shorts got wrecked. But I think shorts is gonna. Oh,
35%
yeah.
on Canada. I feel like that's higher than April 2nd tariff day, I think.
No, I think it's lower than they threatened, right?
Is it?
I
Yeah,
believe it was in
right.
the 60s, if I'm not mistaken. All
Futures
right,
are going down.
get this back within our ranges, just so that we can track what bullish buyers are watching. Breaking the bottom of this bull flag invalidates.
DJG 009 said, I wish we had a Nancy Pelosi indicator. There is actually an app that you can go and check what they trade. If you want to see what Nancy Pelosi trades, just go and have a look. I'm not going to tell you what and where, but you can go and have a look. There apparently is a trade app that follows all the senators' trades.
Like, ooh, Nancy Pelosi's investing in Roblox. But guess what? So did we.
That's a low on Bitcoin, right? On the 1 minute, and we're still pretty far from closing the CME gap, though. I'm 1% away.
Oh god. Let's see. About to touch the 50 on the 5 minute. Right up above it.
Why did Asia do that? What's the reasoning for dumping like that?
This Canada letter apparently was due out tomorrow, so Trump released it earlier, and it was expected to be less than 35%. So
Where
he
did
went
you see
higher.
that live?
We need a reason to
Guys,
fill this
remember
gap.
that all of this could still be, a lot of this could still be negotiation. Me personally, I'm gonna wait until the 1st.
Yeah. They might jump in and say, okay, let's work over here. We'll make our maple syrup cheaper for you guys.
So, Dbloc, I put those settings for liquidation levels by Leviathan.
Mm-hmm.
I'll put a picture in the little thing down below. For some reason, mine are like way, way low. I don't know if there's anything that would have been different in the visibility section or something, or maybe my indicator's just whack right now. I have to wait.
Are you on the
If you go to just go on the Discord, go to where it says liquidation levels, the indicator. My entire screenshot is there.
Oh, okay, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, look through it and just make sure.
All right.
Also check your time frame.
Dbloc, how are you drawing that bottom line there on our like where are you up? Where are you starting that thing at?
Yeah.
Are you like pulling off that first little wick down that we had?
We had this accumulation on like the 1 minute
Okay.
when you zoom in. It was a early, so like I drew it early while it was still, you know.
Yeah. Okay. You just fixed it up a little bit too, right? Just kind of
Yeah, I
clean
just
up a little
moved it
bit.
to the top to bring in that price action.
Yeah, got it.
So that little bit of accumulation there.
Yeah, okay, got you. Okay.
It's really what we're really trying to do with these flags, right, is just give a border to play in. Like, okay, it's dropping, but is it staying within a channel that still sort of feeds bullish sentiment, right? Like, we could get rid of the wicks completely and go body to body here. It just depends on how you want to do it. But what's important is that we're putting in lower highs, lower lows, which makes the bears want to short. I'll still never get that. Like, I get it. I actually do get it. But it's like, you know, the same thing with bulls, though, right? We'll be putting higher highs and higher lows, and everybody's like, rockets. And I'm like, that's a bear flag. That's not.
And this bear flag started at 15K, and the whole thing is a parallel upward if you look
I know, right?
log scale.
Yeah,
We'll
what's with all these
eventually
stable
crack.
coins being minted today?
Yeah, it was crazy. I
There was
saw
like
some really big ones come in across the pipe.
yeah, a bunch just came in on Sol. Earlier they were minting Tether on, I think,
ETH.
Ethereum,
Yeah.
and then now they're minting USDC on Sol. Why are they minting all those? That's suspicious.
I don't know. I know Ethan Soul Staking went live on what you call
Robinhood.
Robinhood, but there isn't. You wouldn't be buying it on a bunch of stable coins to buy shit on Robinhood.
Yeah, you don't need to.
We're gonna
That's
start.
nifty
So, like, we were
little.
talking about this earlier, right? As this Genius Act comes through and starts really getting pushed, some of the things that used to mean something before, we're gonna have to start giving less weight. Like, if we see USDT dominance get above 12%, 13%, that doesn't necessarily mean that alts are going down, that people are selling out. That means that the shit is starting to take effect, right? Like, there's gonna be tons of stable coins that are printed, and they're not to buy crypto, right? They're to buy other shit. They're to move money cross paint, to move stuff cross borders. They've got other functions. So it's going to be hard to sort of look at stablecoin dominance and read into it. And it's going to be hard to look at these big sort of minting events and read into it, because until now, $1 billion in stables was minted. Somebody's about to buy some Bitcoin. In about 3 months or 4 months from now, if $10 million in stables are minted, somebody might be buying a yacht. It might not have anything to do at all with crypto.
We had the same with the US market where there was a little bit of a retracement and then it started pumping again. So we'll see. There's still a lot of hours to go on the Asian market.
We're almost done cleaning up this mess underneath, right? You had mean reversion on the 5 minute that had to happen. There was gas there just as icing on the cake anyways. The market maker's already doing
I'm gonna start the Boston Tea Party with this money.
Flo,
You
what
can
you
take
want to
the.
do is take this Discord invite. This will bring you into the free section. If you want to join the group and get your family roll, it's a one-time fee of $50. And you would
Welcome, Flo.
take this link here. Hold on. So that's the link to get into the Discord. This is the link to get your roll. And then at that point, you'll be stuck with us, bro. Welcome.
Welcome. And choose take the dog for a long walk on Monday.
I did today, actually. We didn't go our typical route.
That's why we had the pump. Oui.
I even took her with the car to another park.
All right, guys, I'm gonna
What's
be
her name?
watching this chart on the side, from the side of my side of my eye, but I gotta eat some food, man. I'm starving right now. But just watch the
Yeah,
bottom of
also
this range. We get a reaction off the bottom of this range, then our move isn't done. If they go for this entire vector, then Mama Asian session came and is just cleaning up the mess we made. I'll be back.
Are there any altcoins that are still running despite the Bitcoin pullback? Has anyone noticed anything?
Nah.
I noticed
Nah.
Fartcoin does that. Fartcoin does that when Bitcoin pulls back. I'm just saying. I've been noticing that a lot.
Yo, Mog is still usually with this kind of action on Bitcoin. Mog would have ate shit already. Honestly, it's holding up pretty well.
Dominance is trying to shoot curve back upwards.
I know.
Bitcoin is pulling back on the 1 minute, but overall the whole thing is in price discovery. Yeah? So it's not surprising. But if it like loses 100, well, people will eventually sell their alts if it continues too much. Yeah? Probably like at 115 or 112.
I mean, peanuts. Yeah, peanuts kind of. Yeah, some of these alts, some of the alts act a little different of late. Yeah, peanuts about to give it up.
Well, we kind of need to fill that CME gap.
Yeah.
114,700 on the CME chart.
So I have a trend line going back from years ago all the way through the top sides of our highs of Bitcoin, and it blasted through it today. Well, I got this. Let me see real quick. I got this trend line starting from. Yeah, around about 2017. About retest this thing, see if it holds.
You know, earlier Dbloc said people need to reassess if they're gonna move their limit buys up, and I was looking. I still have a few buys in the 90 area, and I'm thinking about moving them up. So. Wait a second. Let's not do that. Well, have fun, everybody.
Get you some sleep, Susie. Okay, there you go. That's better. That's cleaned up. All right. Well, Broke that. Yeah. Alright, let me go over. Let's check some USDT.
Do you know you have an open mic, Nikan? How you pronounce your name?
Yeah.
Okay, wasn't sure.
Is the party over yet?
You're looking like it, Drew.
Oh, it's a shame to come to this party, so I had to wait for it to be over.
And maybe gotta wait till US wakes up again, Drew.
No, I'm glad party's over, man. I'm waiting for a drop. See if Asia could come in and regulate and give me some good prices.
I'm with you, Drew. I'm on that drop weight too. Drew, where do you think you'd be happy re-entering?
Yeah, I think it's gonna take a while for me to get my entrance, at least on Doge right now.
Yeah, I'm waiting for like a 17.8 area.
Yeah, basically around same area I had before, 17.7, 17.8.
Yep, right in that same area. That's what I got order placed. Sold like 90%. I had 3 orders that didn't go through. 19.7, 19.8, 19.9.
I am preparing a plan B in case we get a bullish bounce off 111. And if we do, and we get a nice bullish bounce off 111, I might just take the L on the positioning and jump back in.
Yeah, like that 10.9, right at that 11 area. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, on Bitcoin, like if Bitcoin retests that previous resistance, and it looks like the buys start to shift there, and the momentum tries to do a pivot point, I'm down to jump back in.
All right, I'll consider it. Yeah, because my average is like 18.4 selling. So
I shall not chase the green dragon.
don't do it.
Puff the Magic Dragon is friend.
Puffy?
Sir Puffabot?
Is it you, Puffy? Is it you, Daddy?
It is.
I had some DMs. People saying I'm their dad.
Yo, Dad, I forgot all about that Sir Dojalot, Sir Daddy.
Yes, my son, you shall get your allowance. Once Doge retraces and takes off to the moon.
Thank you, Dad. You're too kind.
Yo, I heard Bill Gates isn't giving his kids allowances anymore. I heard
Damn.
they're getting nothing.
Damn.
Damn, Dad, that's cold-blooded.
No, not me. I said Bill Gates.
Nah, you know why? Because he's got AI that can generate income that can then give his kids the allowance instead.
Ooh. Yo, I heard Bill Gates bought the top.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
Don't
that's
matter.
funny.
I
He
wouldn't
has
put
enough
it past him.
to zero, man. That guy has so much money he can DCA all the way to zero.
Yeah, right. He'll still make money with that money.
Yeah. Even if Bitcoin goes to $1, you still have money to DCA in.
Yeah, he's got a helicopter for his helicopter money. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like that kind of rich. You have a guy for your guy.
There's so much liquidity sitting up above. It's below.
You talking about all that liquidity above? Look at all the liquidity below. Just zoom out.
I'm just looking at what's on his chart. I mean, like directly above and directly below.
You
That's
had a
fair. That's fair.
you had a record-setting short liquidation day today. It was the biggest of the year. Right?
I
I'm
saw
I
just
you,
never
talking
thought
Mog.
shit
I'd
because
hear a
I'm
billion
bearish.
shorts. I've
I saw
never thought I'd hear a billion shorts get liquidated.
your
That
Mog
was a
did
first.
good.
How many?
A billion got liquidated. All shorts. 900 of it was shorts.
Bro, isn't that like the third time they break that record this month alone, or past month? I mean, past 2 months, whatever.
Past few months, yeah. Shorts? No,
They broke it like every
it's
other
always
week.
been shorts. Okay. I didn't know it was always shorts. I'm sorry. I just took my meds. I'm a little groggy.
Did you say groggy?
Groggy.
Oh, okay. Just making sure. Elon Musk has been feeling a little groggy.
Oh man, that guy needs to go on a vacation, man. That guy needs to like
Dude, Grok has
AI
took his
don't go
soul.
on vacation, bro.
I was just gonna say, Grok took his soul, man. AI doesn't take a break. He might even have the Neuralink for all we know. We got some nice TA from our friend Fractos in the chat. What up, Fractos? She said that rumor news popped us out of that sideways range. That was beautiful. On the monthly, our fib takes us to 119,200, but I wasn't sure how that would have without news. And then Powell News just did it. Let's go. What up, Tana? Brah, brah. Hope everyone enjoyed the profits. I took profits way early. I'm going to blame it on my cat because that's really what
You're not
happened.
one rocket today. Not one rocket.
You're always out and about. I had things to do, man. I'm running around like a wild man out here, hustling.
Feel it.
But I came back and I missed the pump. I told you, my girlfriend, she calls me Mr. Pump. I'm like, yo, I used to love that because I thought she was saying like I'm Mr. Pump, like because I'm making a pump. But she's actually calling me Mr. Pump because I missed the pump. And I'm like,
She wanted
damn,
she wanted you to poke the bear.
maybe, but she stays clowning me like, dude, you missed the pump. And I'm like, I stay missing the
You
pump.
always do. You always get out super early.
I
with
know. That's
hitting
what
the
my name.
pump.
It's Mr. Pump, dude. That's why my name's Mr. Pump.
Makes
Who
sense.
got the
Mr.
chimes
Pump.
as their ringtone?
Yeah, I'll be
The
right back.
wind
I
chimes.
got a phone call. I'll be right back.
Yeah, buying volume definitely shimmed down a little bit.
Just waiting on this 5 minute momentum shift to see if we get this flip.
Yo, Drew, are you there still?
I think it took a phone call.
Yeah, he did.
So we got some buys coming in. Spoke a little too soon.
I don't want to hear nothing about no rockets right now, bro.
I didn't say rockets.
I want to hear some missiles going down.
Uh-oh, we going for melt up round 2?
Yeah, I don't know if anybody noticed, but Bananas 31 seems to be following in Hyper's footsteps. It's up at 130% right now.
Hey, this hyper thing, it's related to hyper liquid, right?
Uh, I don't think so. It's called Hyperlane. I'll pull up the information on it. Give me 1 second.
You're thinking of Hype, HYPE. That's
So
the
Yeah.
coin that's for Hyperliquid.
They're not in the
They're two.
same family?
They're two
I
different coins.
don't. Yeah, I don't believe.
I
I
know
mean, they
they're two
might be,
different
but
coins. They're not related though? Like it might
let
be
me
the
I
I
don't.
don't know.
I don't
let
think
me
so.
me.
I don't. I
Yeah.
don't think they are. I might be wrong, but I don't think they are.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah, I
sure.
don't believe so either. So Hyperlane is a pioneering interoperability layer designed to connect the modular blockchain ecosystem, enabling seamless communication across diverse blockchain environments such as layer ones, rollups, and an app chain. And let's see if I can get the
Gotcha.
GitHub.
So it's interoperability. Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't see anything on the GitHub about it being related to uh Hyperliquid. See if I can find their website.
Damn, you just had a nice pop on alts again, man. Look at that. Zooming up.
Yeah, yeah, man. For sure.
Damn, somebody in profits and losses raked it in today. Sheesh. Good for you, man. Whoever's the last person who posted in there, my man raked it in today.
I wonder if that's the person that was farming the whole time.
It looked like he was high leverage scalping from what I see. That's just a guess based off the leverage and the way that he was in and out multiple times. But shout out to him, man. He crushed it.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Good wins, whoever got the wins. Oh. Yeah, they're their own network, it looks like, or their own company, separate of Hyperliquid, I believe.
Gotcha. It's hard to say nowadays, man. I don't even look at the shit half the time. I find out later. I got too much shit, man. I have no interest in new things right now. I just every time I say that, and then I end up dumping another X amount into something new.
Yeah, I mean, uh, I it just kept ripping, so I couldn't not. After like the third rip, I was like, well, it's either gonna fail and I'm buying the top, or it's just gonna keep going, and it kept going, so
Yeah, if you
worked
could do
out.
the momentum shit, fuck it. Or excuse me, screw it.
Yeah, yeah. I'm wondering if Banana's gonna do like as big of a, or maybe not the exact same move, but I mean it's pretty much like doing the same thing. Yeah, it's 151% now. So yeah, it's printing.
Damn, so you doing a little momentum farming yourself down there.
Oh yeah. Well, this one I'm not farming arbitrage because it's a 0.1 funding rate, but yeah, I'm just trying to catch a bit of the swing. It looks like the beginning of that. Daily looks good. I mean, there's not much in terms of data.
We are way
Crazy.
lopsided right now. Long to short, we are way lopsided.
Yeah, we're way offsides on the longs. But yeah, so if you were thinking of adding something, the only thing I would recommend might be guns. Because
Yeah,
it's like
D-Block
super
was
promising, but that shit is like
D-Block
it's
was
a
getting me
stupid
sharp on
low
it.
market.
It's funny because I knew about it, but the name didn't ring a bell. I knew about the game, but it wasn't ringing bells in the name. But I have so much allocated to that ecosystem, like the AVAX ecosystem, that I'll eat. But yeah, D-Block was talking about it, and I didn't put two and two together that was for that game. It's like it's on Xbox. I'm pretty sure it's on Xbox Live. You could play it.
Yeah, it's on Xbox, PS,
It's on
PlayStation.
PS5
It's
and it's
on
on
PC.
computer.
Yeah, and the game looks pretty cool. I'm not like super into games anymore, but it looked cool. Like I watched a little YouTube video a few months ago, and I was like, man, this is. I remember the pixelated games last cycle. They were garbage, man. I mean, they were horrendous.
It's like Fortnite, Call of Duty. It's
It's
pretty cool.
yeah, it's an extraction game off the grid.
There's
It's really good. It's free to play as
there's
well.
a
That's the cool part.
What
there's
is
a decent
what
amount
is
of
an extraction?
liquidations.
What's that?
What is an
Re-
extraction game?
Open world PvP. You got like 100 players, and the circle around the map starts to tighten every few minutes. So basically, it's winner takes all. You can play with
It's like a
teams up to 3.
So it's
battle
It's like
battle
royale.
Warzone.
royale.
It's like Warzone.
Imagine you
Essentially Warzone.
collect a
Yeah,
cube and then you
it's a
extract it and you get money
so
for it.
it's a battle royale, but where you can extract items from the map. So like if you win or survive and extract, you can keep those things and bring them in the next time. So it's just a battle royale with like more
Or
progress points, basically.
Oh,
or
that's
you can
cool.
just sell them on the market for
Yeah, in this case you can, which is great.
That's wild, man. See,
and
this is what's
people
gonna
are
be crazy with
paying
gaming.
thousands. People are paying thousands of dollars worth of gear that they're purchasing. Not even people that have any idea about the crypto at all. Just in-game players that want the item.
Hey, real
So there's
quick,
like an
guys.
auction house.
Real quick, just on some price action there. We did break the short-term angular on Bitcoin, so if it does go back up above the daily open, we didn't cross the 513 didn't cross on the 15-minute yet. So and we broke that short-term angular. So if we do go up and we get back above the daily open, there is a decent amount of liquidations that are sitting up at that 116.6 area, which is also the 618 of the move from the top of the move we did earlier down to that retracement low. So that might be like a rescue ship for longs if you wanted to get out, like, not financial advice, but that 116 area would probably be sort of the rescue ship area because we got a decent amount of licks in the 15-minute, 5-minute, and 1 minute that all sort of coincide with that area.
They took all that
There's
liquidity to the upside, man. There's only a little pocket now.
Well, I mean, there's new liquidity now. There's new liquidity from new people shorting. So I'm just saying
Yeah, I'm
that might be
assuming
a
that.
little bit of a rescue ship for people that bought high on spot. They might get out there or something, or people went long down at that retracement. They might get out there because there's no real vectors left on the top side for like the 5-minute and above. They're not really. They didn't leave any vectors behind really, so there's no like incentive for there's not too much incentive for the market maker to recover that price, except for the liquidations that have showed up. So I would expect it to not make a higher high, given the fact that we're losing volume. Anyway, that's it. 16.6 aerial. Just keep an eye on that. If we do go up, if we get above the daily open, which is like 115.970, somewhere around there. I don't know exactly what it is.
Man, we should. I feel like we should see dominance start to dump a little bit, man. I mean, you should start seeing alts wake up in a big way. I mean, we already are a little bit, but I don't know. Everything just looks kind of right for that right now.
I don't know. I'm trying to sell some stuff, but I got so much stuff in staking, it's going to take a minute to unlock it. So I can't really do much at the moment. I mean,
Some
I
of these
could,
things,
but I really just want to send him to different wallets, but I can't even send them because they're freaking blocked.
some of these things are still so down, man. I mean, even like blue chips like Dot. You look at Polkadot, it's still on the floor, man.
I don't even want to talk about it. Dot and Matic, my two biggest, two children that I'm most disappointed in.
What
Yeah,
you
I'm
guys
a buyer.
target for Dot at the end of the cycle?
Probably at least $30, man. At least for me.
Mm. I'm to be honest, I'd be happy with 15, 20. I'd be happy with that.
Yeah, the tokenomics are pretty bad for Dot. That's the thing that's kind of holding it back. Things like that and Filecoin and some of these dinos that their tokenomics are just not great. But then again, you see things with bad tokenomics do really well. So
You do, but I think the fact that it's a previous, well, it's a previous 2 cycles coin, right? Or at least one, like a 1 cycle coin. It's like I don't expect it to even get like a 50% of its previous high. I think 15 to 20, and that's like great. But anything further than that, like you said, the tokenomics are pretty bad. I think all of the crowd load stuff, like it was great if you took advantage of that, but if you didn't, then it's a little
yeah, there's
we'll
better
have to
things
see.
out there.
Yeah, we'll have to see what if Gavin Wood does anything with German, all the rest of that kind of stuff. But as of now, I just think if it gets up to 10 to 15, that's a blessing. You know what I mean? All things considered, from where it sort of bottomed out, like $3. Well, yeah, $3. All right.
Yeah, that swing fail that it's building there, just from a technical standpoint, it looks like a spring for Wyckoff, possibly. It's been down there for a long time, so we'll see. But like you said, who knows, man? I mean, I would not be shocked to see it go to $30 at all. If we get a real bull market for alts, that would not shock me at all, especially since it's a blue chip. But I'm not counting on it. I'll be taking profit the whole way up.
Yeah, yeah. So I think that's for the best. I think for sure. Like I mean, when I look at like the sort of basket of tokens I like monitor, for example, like Link will move pretty quick when it needs to move pretty quick. Dart is a thing that seems to just kind of climb like slowly but surely. So I mean, if you're someone who sort of swings, like maybe you could, it's always something that sort of has a bit of an imbalance and it's a bit of a laggard. So you can sort of jump into it after you've maybe gotten gains elsewhere, which is kind of nice.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that's kind of why I took the futures position this morning. I'm like, this thing's dead on the floor, man, and it has that look that it could get a little juicy. But things like Link, man, I'd be shocked if Link doesn't make new all-time highs. I'd be shocked, absolutely shocked.
Yeah, yeah. If out of all of these tokens, I think Link has to be the one that surely does better than damn near everything else. I mean, it's just too important of a token, right? Too important of a protocol.
Yeah, it's one of them ones for sure. Also, always surprised though, man. I think that's the fun part. That's the real fun part of the cycle, man. I mean, Bitcoin is great, and Bitcoin is king forever, but the real gains are in the alts always.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just a question of how easy it is to extract those gains compared to like it was before. Like, it's definitely much more of a trader's market. Like the fact that like Bitcoin at 74K had Link and Dot at like $3 and like sort of 10, $11 respectively, and then we were at 105K, and those coins had retraced back to damn near those same levels, right? When Bitcoin had pumped like 50% is kind of crazy.
It's just like last cycle and 2017, really. I mean, the alts in 2017 were very little relatively, but I mean, even now it's kind of like the same story when you really look at it. It's a little different, but Very similar, man. Like I was saying yesterday, these alts last cycle, they scraped the lows twice. You made a higher low and they boogied, man, right around the same time within this, 6 to 8 month window of the final year of the 4-year cycle. They really got active in that moment. And we're right in that pocket right now. I think it's the optimal time. If it happens, this will be the optimal time.
So I think the things that made it kind of different from back in that cycle is like you had, for example, at DeFi Summer, right, where things I think they had like, because there was a lot of sort of price discovery, because certain things like first cycle, maybe second cycle coins, like from their lows, they did pump quite a lot before they pumped even more. And then like there was so much printing going on that just everything just exploded. So like I don't know, like Link, for example, like when you had that at like maybe $2, $3, and then it's pumping to like 40. I think, what was the all-time high for that? Was it 40 or 50?
I think it's around 50.
Yeah. So stuff like that did very well. And of course, if you got it even lower than that, then yeah, you were getting insane gains. But it was like, just you could throw a rocket, just anything, and it was giving you great valuations. But I think yeah, I don't know, like the way that those kind of cycled, it felt like it was easier to sort of hold through. Obviously, the dump, like in the middle of the cycle, where everyone thought it was over, it was definitely, those things retraced like heavily the way that it did this time. But yeah, I don't know. It does feel a little different. I think the way that everyone onboards as well, it's sort of just it doesn't make it as easy to funnel everything the way that it did before. Like
The only
everyone would have to go
thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, everyone would have to go through ETH, and then as a result of that, like it's sort of a rising tide lifted all boats, right? But now not so much. Like no one needs to go through there anymore. Like they can just pick up a Phantom wallet and just, you know what I mean, get going from there.
Absolutely. There's a lot more. There's a lot. It's just a bigger market, but I think that the only thing that will change that is price. If we see ETH make new highs, everything changes.
Yeah. And I've seen people make bold calls a couple months ago saying that ETH will never see 4K again, which I think is pretty ridiculous. But yeah, we are
Absolutely.
$1,000 away, so let's see where we get.
ETH is going to make new highs, man. Obviously, I'm no fortune teller, but I'd be absolutely shocked if ETH does not at least double its all-time high of last cycle. I'd be absolutely shocked.
Yeah, 7,000 to 8,000, I think, sounds pretty reasonable. It's I
Yeah,
mean, it's something that people thought was going to happen last cycle, right? I think that's what made people so disillusioned with it, is that they thought it was going to hit 10K, and it didn't.
Yeah, for sure. The targets are always higher than what it ends up. But I mean, you think about like for me, the funny thing is you think about Bitcoin, right? Like we're looking at it, it looks like Bitcoin is probably going to do a 2x at least this cycle. From a conservative standpoint, about $1.40, give or take, $1.30 at least. If ETH doesn't at least double and Bitcoin outperforms Ethereum, that it would be shocking, man. That's absolutely shocking.
Yeah, it'd be a pretty bad look, I think, for alts in general as well, like as well
Absolutely.
as that. Yeah, because Bitcoin really has kind of just outperformed most blue chips and significantly like medium to large cap coins, and that's kind of crazy. But it's like, from 15K, like it's done very, very well. So if you really did get in those lows,
we're right in that pocket though, right? Like I was saying, like just from a traditional sense, just from what we've seen before, we're in that pocket, and we got a timeline, and many people are right on that too, which is somewhat worrisome. But then again, when we're kind of like, it's an echo chamber, man. You talk to regular people, they don't know this shit, man. Like we're in a very tight echo chamber here around people. We're around people that know these things. The average person doesn't know these things, man, and it's shocking because we're so involved and around so many people that are informed that it seems like everybody knows. But we got a lot of people in this world, man. You know what I mean? 95% of the world population has no exposure to crypto at the moment,
Yeah,
so we're in an echo chamber.
I agree. Yeah, I do agree with that. I think the bubble does sort of distort our worldview. Um, I think, well, one thing that does, I think, skew this cycle more so than even the last cycle is that even though, you had a lot of people who jumped in on like Dogecoin and all these other type of like these memes, that it wasn't as prevalent as it is now. And I think again we had that on and off ramp was like, because it kind of funneled through a select few coins, it meant that, you know, they were exposed to things like DeFi. Even like getting a Coinbase account and having DeFi products on Coinbase or Binance meant that you sort of could see and research on those things. But now it's just like, you know, you can just go and do like, you can just get your phone and just invest in anything, like just any type of nonsense, and not even have to do any real research or really figure out what's going on. So it's like, I do wonder about the DeFi stuff or the blue chips. But I think the thing that gives me a little bit of solace is the fact that the institutions or some of the bigger players, some of them will invest in some memes, but I mean, I don't think they're gonna necessarily invest in memes like the way that they would, or they won't necessarily trust memes the way that they would trust like some of these that DeFi or dinosaur coins or blue chips, where it's like a bit more predictable in terms of PA, and they know there's not going to be some random whale who's going to like potentially like create their chart, so they could jump into a chain link and sort of understand that it's, you know, its price action is can only do so much based on how old it is and how many, like, you know, users there are and etc. Compared to maybe like Fartcoin, which is, to be honest with you, it charts well, and a lot of players do, a lot of whales do play on in it quite a lot because it's liquid. But there could really still be that one Fartcoin whale who's just not touched it for however long, and then at the end of the cycle he just decides he's going to click sell and just one clip everything and destroy the chart. Right? It's not something that's going to happen on the blue chips.
Yeah, and wait till these big wigs start talking. You know, you see it kind of trickling down now. You see the big wigs kind of warming up and you know, sliding into the ETH realm, and that'll trickle as well, as long as the cycle develops, which I think that there's no reason to believe it won't. You saw that liquidation event with Ethereum, though. It was very similar to last cycle, and when it was happening, I was very vocal about it myself, just from being there before. You know, they liquidated the shit out of ETH, man, and that wasn't retail dropping ETH, man, and it wasn't retail dropping these alts. It was there's whales and big players that drive these prices down for their own reasons and their own, you know, their own good. And to me, to see that when we got it and the sentiment dropped through the floor, it was beautiful, man. It was like I was literally praising God for the opportunity, even though, you know, I walked back some profit, and I think that's part of the game with a lot of
Yeah.
these things. But what do you do in that point, man? There's always a move to make. Move your pieces in place and do your thing, and you got to take advantage, man. And what a blessing! I think by the end of the cycle, that a lot of people that were crying about it will look at it and say, "Man, I wish I was more of an opportunist in those moments." If you had the you know, the funds to do so.
Oh yeah, for sure. I agree. I definitely agree. It's gonna be interesting couple of months. It's just, yeah, we'll have to time that exit pretty well. I know Dbloc's got his system and his plan, which is great, and it's a good idea, because the last thing you sort of want to be doing is being sort of where people are like, was that the top, and then you're still trying to just trade your way through it, and
The
then you
signs
sort
will
of
be
lose.
there.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not like
But
it's a super mystery. He's in line with a lot of people that have been around. That was what was kind of good for me to hear, because I didn't meet Dbloc until just about, I think, like this week, man, or last week, and just
Oh, yeah.
hearing him kind of vocalize the same things that are, you know, it's kind of like regular things that are being said amongst people that have been around. It was good to know that was here in this group.
You know, yeah, for sure, for sure. There's a lot of yeah, there's a lot of people in here that have got, like, I like the way the sort of the opinions um sort of jump around, and the debates that are in here. It's a good environment to have, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
It's
and the
kind of much
knowledge.
needed.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
experience, man. When people have been around, like, there's nothing that beats experience. You could make a million trades in 1 month, and you can't beat experience, man. And being around people
Mhm.
that are experienced in anything, man. I mean, we all know that. You just around people that have been around. You gain wisdom and you gain knowledge being around people that have that knowledge and that experience. It's beautiful, man.
Yeah, I mean, trading is definitely something you can do alone, but I don't think it's something you should do alone. And I've sort of realized that. It's something that for a few cycles I didn't do alone, but then when I did at the time, there are times like sort of at my worst when my net worth's taken an absolute beating, and I'm thinking it's over. I need to like trade my way out of this, and it just doesn't work right. But then I sort of like I just become a bit of a recluse, and I don't sort of talk to certain people. And sometimes you need to just talk to someone and be like, and have them say that's a stupid idea, or hey, like you're blowing this out of proportion. Do you know what I mean? Because
Absolutely.
in your mind
Absolutely.
you'll think this is absolutely true, right? This is 100%, 101% true. Like this outlook I've got on the market is exactly what's going to happen. And then someone seems to be like, well, have you considered this? Have you considered zooming out? Have you considered looking at this sort of chart? You know? So
Absolutely. The thing that I've seen that's the most rampant, I think, is when people are over leveraged and they have way too much exposure, and they're kind of. I think D-Block kind of alluded to this a little bit, and I like the way that he worded it. And he's like, I can tell by the DMs and people hit me up, they got way too much. They're kind of banking everything on this, and you can see that, man. But I think what would help people, if I was them, I would try to change the attitude towards um the work is never finished, man. Like no matter how much you make in the market, you're gonna still want more. There's always gonna
yeah,
be money you leave on the table, and you can always work, man. And it doesn't mean you gotta go, sweat in the heat and dig holes. Like there's plenty of
yeah,
opportunity just sitting at home on your computer where you can make a lot of bread, man. So it's
100%.
never the end of the world. Just don't bank everything on the fact that you got to get rich quick and then take a huge break. I think that's where a lot of people get caught up, is they think this is going to be their saving grace, and then they can just relax. And I think that is the wrong mindset in this dog eat dog market.
Yeah, I think you are right for sure. I think there's definitely been times where I'm thinking to myself, I have to make it in this cycle. Can't do another cycle. There's no way in hell I'm ever going to do another cycle. And then you do another cycle, and you're just like, yeah, listen, I could have,
You sound
I
young
could have
though.
waited.
What are you in your early 30s, late 20s? You sound like you're right in my league.
Mid 30s, mid 30s.
Yeah, man. We got a lot of time. I'm 29, man. So I mean,
Yeah.
I got a family, and I'm a hard worker, and I do my thing, and I've done well in the market. And to me, it's we get the opportunity to learn, number one, which is great. And there's always opportunity. So nothing is scary. When we had that, I mean, anybody that was around during COVID, and I know I listened to you the other day. I know you were around during COVID and you were involved in the markets. Nothing can shake you. If you were around in that, you cannot be shaken, man. Because that was scary. That was legitimately scary.
It's hilarious, like the sort of difference in mindset. Because obviously back then I was younger as well, right? I remember like it dropping to 3K Bitcoin, and I was like running to the bank thinking like I have like this is the greatest opportunity the world has ever seen, right? When people probably thinking it's over. I can't believe like this is never going back up. 3K Bitcoin. This is I was thinking, man, this is I've never been so sure of myself. I have to go and like buy more, right? I have to go and get some more of whatever I was getting. It wasn't actually Bitcoin at the time. It was like an altcoin. It was like Phantom, but like yeah, it was like crazy at the time. But sure, yeah, for sure. I think conviction is key for sure. You
Yeah,
know?
you gotta have faith, man. You do, and it sounds nutty, low key, because it's like you have faith in this shit, but it's like if you don't, man, you gotta have conviction. The conviction is a better word, like you use. You have to a certain degree, because if you don't, you're gonna be, jumping around like a freak, man, and just screwing it all up.
I think faith is it can work as well for sure, because like definitely if you don't, then like the valuation some people are sort of expecting something to get up to, if you're not absolutely like just completely like faithful to this thing and believe like the way that, because at times these coins are sort of treated like religions, like at times like sort of small micro religions. If you don't like
Which is
truly believe,
insane.
yeah, it's crazy to think like that, but it's like when you go in a Telegram group and you see people talk about it, like it's absolutely that. And they have to believe that,
Yeah, for
otherwise
sure.
they'll never let it get up to there, right? They'll just dump it the first possible chance. They'll just go without them, and then they'll just kick themselves.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like you're you can invest a lot of things. Investing your belief, investing mind share is important as well. And then if you think about it, faith is just uh conviction in something that is less tangible, right? So
Yeah,
it doesn't mean that there's not validity there, or you don't have experience to provide that. It's just maybe not all the metrics are there yet, but that's part of being in like a speculative market, right? And
yeah,
yeah, I think it's important to not get married to an asset, or but like have that flexibility. But yeah, you kind of gotta choose some horses, right?
for sure, for sure. And just sort of sit in there and stick to it and hope that you've got your conviction. I mean, it's crazy though, because I mean you do sort of see some other tokens or some other communities that have just like died, and just thinking, man, like it's fortunate that I'm not one of those people, but like then you could become one of those people as well, right? But so sometimes then it's a question of, okay, when do you sort of cut and run? When do you sort of think to yourself, oh, this isn't gonna work out? It's because of the like environments that we've been in those last couple of cycles. It's hard to imagine that could be you, because I mean DeFi summer, it really was just like we kind of were all right. It's just it's a question of how right you were, but I think we were all kind of correct. You know what I mean? Like everything did pump. It's just if you thought it was going to pump to whatever valuation you were talking about, did it get there or not? But everything did kind of explode. You know, if you believed in yield farming, that stuff worked for a time. If you believed in oracles, most of the oracles did pretty well. I mean, Chainlink is the de facto oracle, but I remember Dear Data. I did pretty well off of that at the time, and that was just a beta play of Chainlink. I mean, it's still around now. I think I've heard someone even mention that it could potentially be better as an oracle than Chainlink, because Chainlink's kind of pivoted. But there's various like ways to skin a cat in this market, or at least there were. Like maybe now times are sort of changing because sort of institutions are in trying to make it go a bit more mainstream, and some of the things we were doing before are not things that they're gonna allow really. If any sort of politician like sits down and actually pays attention to what's going on, they're gonna go, well, hang on, maybe that's not legal, or in another market this wouldn't be considered legal. What do we think of this, right? And then they sort of go back and forth and start banning or trying to ban things. Rather than ban things, they just voice their displeasure with something.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome to see how it shakes out with alts, man, because that's the most exciting part of the cycle, bar none. Only, not excitement is one thing, but like euphoric, it's undoubtedly. We saw it with the memes. I
Yeah.
mean, you got art coin exploding. Every trader on Twitter, that's their favorite coin right now, which to me is nutty. But hey, if they're drilling out money, amen. Make the money. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No worries. I don't even look at stuff like that, just because to me, it's hard for me to enter that realm. Uh, just because I don't know, it just doesn't really work for me. I think that there's plenty of other things that are fine that you know what I mean. There's so many things in
Right.
this
Yeah,
market. There's a flavor for everybody.
Yeah,
I,
yeah,
I
for sure.
I'll trade it, but like it's like I'm not gonna say it's just, for me. It does print money, right? But it's also like I think it kind of delegitimizes the whole thing that we're here doing, right? So um, uh, just in representation, right? But at the same time, like if it's a profitable trade, right? There's a good argument for it. I just don't know how that's going to be sustainable, other than just some people are ridiculous, yeah. But
Why do you delegitimizes what we're doing?
um, because if you're coming from like legacy, or you're you know
See, that's probably my problem.
Like,
Just to jump in real quick, that's probably my problem is because that's where I started, man. And it's like when you talking fart coin, bro, like
Yeah, yeah,
I can't do it, bro. I'm just not
yeah,
getting
it's
in
kind
that
of like a
world.
like a reputation thing.
I mean, it's
Yeah, what?
maybe it's just stubbornness, maybe it's stupidity. Because, dude, people have made millions on that thing. I don't know. I don't think it's all good things. It's just something for me. I can't really break past that barrier, and I maybe it's the fact that I respect the space, and
Yeah.
I think that there are promising things that are being developed in the space, and that kind of deviates from that. But I think it's fine too, right? Like everything doesn't have to be, completely serious. Like there can be, we saw Dogecoin. I made great money on Dogecoin. Dogecoin is a complete joke, and well,
Yeah.
it was a joke, and now
Yeah,
it's maybe more than a joke now. But you get what I mean.
there's nothing outright wrong with it being profitable, right? Like I have no issue with it as an asset or like any of that. It's more just from like a macro or like from like thinking about outsiders, right? If there it is one of many. It's definitely not the worst, but one of many, tokens that I think is why a mass adoption is like it's gonna take a long time, right? It's why people, because if you're not in the sphere, right, and you hear like, oh man, these kids are making money off Barcoin, like, and it might prevent people from